Welcome to the sleepy underworld, a place where romance blooms, magic sparkles, and timeless fairy tales are reimagined for the dreamers of today. From heart-stirring romances to spellbinding adventures, every story is a soothing escape into a realm of love, wonder, and charm. So curl up, press play, and let us carry you away to the land of dreams. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. We'd love to know in what part of the world you are watching and what is your favorite tip for a good night's sleep. Thank you for watching and enjoy the video. The crimson cloak wrapped around my shoulders like a lover's embrace, its enchanted silk warming me against the perpetual autumn chill gripping the moonwood since the curse fell. My grandmother's warning echoed, "Stay on the silver path, Ruby. The woods have changed, and my strongest magic cannot protect you if you stray." A basket of healing herbs swung gently from my arm as I picked my way between pools of moonlight that dotted the forest floor. Witch's nightshade, moon orchids, and starleaf bramble, rare ingredients that only bloomed in eternal moonlight, were crucial for my grandmother's most powerful remedies. As her apprentice and the only other healer with the gift in 3 generations, these midnight journeys had become my duty since her hands had grown too shaky to harvest the delicate blooms herself. I pulled my hood closer, the fabric shimmering with the protective enchantments my grandmother had woven into every stitch with strands of her silver hair. The cloak was her masterwork, created to shield me from the dark magic that had seeped into the woods during the eternal nightfall 3 years ago. Now the moon never set, and shadows held teeth. A wolf's howl pierced the silence, closer than any I'd heard before. I clutched my silver pendant, another of my grandmother's protective gifts, warm with centuries of ancestral magic, and quickened my pace. The path ahead sparkled with moonstone pebbles, marking the safe way through the haunted woods. My boots made no sound on the enchanted stones, another of my grandmother's precautions. "You shouldn't be out here alone, Little Red. The woods hunger for innocent blood." The voice rolled through the darkness like thunder, rich and deep, sending shivers down my spine that had nothing to do with fear. I spun around, my heart pounding against my ribs like a caged bird seeking freedom. A man emerged from the shadows, moving with a predatory grace that made my breath catch. His eyes gleamed gold in the moonlight, and dark hair fell in waves past his shoulders, adorned with small braids threaded with silver beads that chimed softly as he moved. He wore a black leather coat that seemed to absorb the darkness around him, and his smile held secrets that made my pulse race. "The path is protected," I said, touching my pendant again, drawing comfort from its familiar warmth. "And I'm hardly alone with my grandmother's magic guarding me." The pendant pulsed beneath my fingers, but it didn't warn of danger. Strange, given what my companion clearly was. His smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a bit too sharp. "Ah, you're the healer's granddaughter. I've heard whispers of you in the dark places. They say your potions can cure any ailment, except a cursed heart." He moved closer, and I caught his scent. Pine needles and winter wind, with an underlying warmth that made my blood sing. "And you are?" I asked, though something in me already knew. The stories whispered in the village came rushing back. Tales of the cursed prince who had vanished the night eternal darkness fell, transformed by dark magic into something neither man nor beast. Some said he'd been cursed by a jealous sorcerer, others that he'd delved too deep into forbidden magic himself. But all agreed that his disappearance had brought eternal night to the realm. "Alaric," he said, bowing with a fluid grace that belonged in a royal court rather than a haunted forest. "Once prince of this realm, now lord of shadows, and you are Ruby, the red-cloaked healer who dares to walk my woods at night." The way he said my name sounded like a caress. My breath caught. Every instinct told me to run, but something in his eyes held me in place. A loneliness that echoed my own. A pain that called to the healer in my soul. Even amid his curse, I could see traces of the prince he'd been, in the noble arch of his brow, the graceful way he held himself, the intelligence that burned behind his beast gold eyes. "If you know who I am, then you know my grandmother's magic protects me," I said, proud that my voice remained steady despite the way my heart raced. "These woods may be yours, but this path belongs to my bloodline." He stepped closer, close enough that I could see flecks of amber in his golden eyes. "Perhaps I don't want to harm you, Little Red. Perhaps I've watched you walk these paths night after night, tending to the sick, easing their pain. Perhaps I'm tired of shadows." His voice dropped lower, sending warmth pooling in my belly. "Perhaps I've waited centuries for someone who could see past the beast to the man beneath." His words stirred something in my blood, awakening possibilities I'd never dared dream of. I'd heard the old stories of the prince he'd been. Kind and just, beloved by his people until dark magic corrupted his kingdom. The histories in my grandmother's library spoke of his wisdom, of the prosperity he'd brought to the realm before the curse struck. "My grandmother tells me there's no curse that can't be broken," I said softly, daring to reach out and touch his hand. His skin burned hot against mine, and I felt him tremble at the contact. With the right magic and a willing heart. Alaric's eyes flashed with something like hope before shadows clouded them again. He turned his hand to capture mine, running his thumb across my knuckles in a way that sent sparks of electricity up my arm. "Your grandmother is powerful, but even she can't break this curse. The magic is bound to the moon itself. As long as it hangs frozen in the sky, I remain trapped between forms, neither fully man nor fully beast." "Then let me help you," I found myself saying, stepping closer until I could feel the heat radiating from his body. "I'm a healer, too. My power may be different from my grandmother's, but it's no less real." He laughed, but the sound held more pain than mockery. His free hand rose to trace the embroidered protection symbols on my cloak, his fingertips trailing fire even through the fabric. "Sweet Ruby, you don't know what you're offering. The curse doesn't just affect my form, it hungers. Each night the beast in me grows stronger, craving innocent blood. Your grandmother's magic protects you now, but if you stray from the path..." "I'm not afraid of you," I said, though my racing heart suggested otherwise. But it wasn't fear that made it pound. It was the way he looked at me, the heat in his eyes, the careful way he touched me despite the barely leashed power I could sense beneath his skin. "You should be..." He moved closer still, backing me up against a moonlit tree. His hands settled on either side of my head, caging me in without touching. "I can hear your heart racing, smell your fear, and beneath it, something else." He leaned in, his nose skimming along my neck, and I shivered at the contact. Something sweeter than fear, more intoxicating than blood. I refused to look away from his intense gaze, even as his proximity made it hard to breathe. "Attraction isn't fear, my lord." His eyes darkened at my words, the pupils expanding until only a thin ring of gold remained. A growl rumbled through his chest, more felt than heard. "Dangerous words, Little Red. I'm not the man I once was." "No," I agreed, reaching up to trace the sharp line of his jaw, feeling the way he leaned into my touch like a starving man presented with a feast. "But you're not fully the beast either. And I see how you fight it. Why else would you warn me away instead of attacking? The stories say you've never harmed an innocent, even in your cursed form." Something flickered across his face. Surprise, hope, and hunger warring in his expression. His hands finally moved from the tree to my waist, pulling me closer with carefully controlled strength. You've been asking about me. Know thy enemy, I quoted with a small smile, even as I melted into his embrace. Or in this case, know the mysterious cursed prince who haunts my woods. Your woods? His laugh this time held genuine amusement, and it transformed his face, showing me a glimpse of the man he must have been before the curse. Bold little healer. Well, I walk them more than you do these days. You just lurk in shadows. Perhaps I've been waiting. His voice dropped to a whisper, his lips brushing my ear. For what? Someone brave enough to see past the beast. Someone with magic in their blood and healing in their heart. One hand slid up to cup my cheek, and warmth bloomed beneath his touch. Someone in a crimson cloak who dares to walk in darkness. The moon seemed to pulse brighter, and suddenly I understood. All those nights I'd felt watched while gathering herbs. All the times I'd glimpsed golden eyes in the shadows. The curse. It can only be broken by someone who chooses to love both sides of you. That's why you've been watching me. Smart as well as brave, he murmured, his thumb tracing my bottom lip. But knowing the cure doesn't make it safe to attempt. The beast in me grows stronger each night. Soon I won't be able to control it at all. I covered his hand with mine, keeping it pressed to my cheek. Then we don't have much time to waste, do we? His other hand tangled in my hair, pulling me closer until our breath mingled. Last chance to run, little red. Once I claim you, the beast in me will never let you go. Instead of answering, I rose on my toes and pressed my lips to his. The kiss was fire and moonlight, danger and promise all at once. His arms wrapped around me, crushing me against his chest as the kiss deepened. I felt the moment his control slipped. Sharp teeth grazed my lip, and a growl rumbled through his chest that was pure predator. He jerked back, breathing hard. His eyes shifted fully to wolf gold, and his hands on my waist ended in sharp claws. "Ruby," he rasped. "Run." But I stood my ground, watching as he fought for control. My hands remained on his chest, feeling his heart racing beneath my palms. Slowly, his features shifted back to human, though his eyes remained wild. "You're either very brave or very foolish," he said when he could speak again. "I prefer optimistic," I replied, smoothing my hands over his chest. "And I meant what I said. I want to help you break this curse. Not just for you, but for our realm. The eternal night is killing the land slowly. We need the sun again." He studied me for a long moment before nodding slowly. "Come with me, then. There's something you need to see." Taking my hand, he led me off the moonstone path into the deeper woods. My grandmother's magic flared around me, but it didn't reject his touch. We walked in silence until we reached a clearing where a frozen fountain stood, its waters caught mid-spray in the eternal moonlight. "This is where it happened," Alaric said softly, pain evident in his voice. "Where the sorcerer cursed me and bound the moon in the sky. He said only true love's kiss could break the spell, but it had to be given freely, with full knowledge of the beast within." I touched the frozen water, feeling the magic pulse beneath my fingers. The curse's power still lingered here, dark and hungry. "A kiss given in love, not fear," I murmured. "From someone who chooses you, knowing everything. Someone who walks in darkness but carries their own light," he added, touching my crimson cloak. His fingers traced the embroidered protection symbols with reverence. "I've watched you heal the sick, comfort the dying, brave the cursed woods night after night to help others. You have a pure heart, Ruby, but not an innocent one. You understand the darkness." "And light," I said, turning to face him. The moonlight painted his features in silver, highlighting the remnants of his royal bearing. "I understand both, just as I see both in you." The prince and the beast, the man and the wolf. They're both part of who you are. He pulled me close again, one hand tangling in my hair, while the other pressed against my lower back. Be sure, little Red. There's no going back from this. Even if we break the curse, something of the beast will always remain in me. I wound my arms around his neck, pulling him down to me. Good thing I like a little danger with my happily ever after. This time when we kissed, I felt magic surge around us. My grandmother's protective spells woven into my cloak flared to life, not to push him away, but to contain the wild magic that exploded from him. I held on as power whirled around us like a storm, refusing to let go even when I felt his form shift and change beneath my hands. When the magic finally settled, I opened my eyes to find Alaric whole and human, his eyes their original deep brown instead of wolf gold. Above us, the moon began to move for the first time in 3 years, sliding across the sky toward dawn. You did it, he breathed, touching my face with trembling hands. You broke the curse. We did it, I corrected, pulling him down for another kiss as the first rays of sunrise painted the sky in shades of rose and gold. Around us, the frozen fountain burst back to life, its waters catching the dawn light and transforming it into rainbows. The curse was broken, but something of the wolf remained in the way he moved, in the fierce possession of his kisses, in the growl that rumbled through his chest when he pulled me close. And I wouldn't have had it any other way. They say the woods are safer now, though still touched by magic. The moon rises and sets as it should, and shadows no longer hold teeth. But if you walk the moonstone path on certain nights, you might catch a glimpse of a crimson cloak and a dark figure moving through the trees. The healer and her cursed prince, forever walking between shadow and light, having found their own kind of magic in the space between fairy tales and truth. My grandmother wasn't surprised when I brought Alaric home. She took one look at us and smiled that knowing smile of hers, the one that said she'd seen this coming all along. I sometimes wonder if she'd known from the beginning, if she'd woven her protective spells into my cloak, not just to guard against his curse, but to give us both time to find our way to one another. These days, she teaches us both her healing craft, combining her ancient knowledge with Alaric's wild magic and my gift for potion making. Together, we've created cures that were thought impossible. The eternal night had left many in our realm sick or cursed themselves, but with the return of natural day and night, and our combined healing powers, the land is slowly returning to life. Every evening, as twilight paints the sky in shades of purple and gold, Alaric and I walk the woods together. Sometimes he shifts to his wolf form and runs beside me, our magics twining together as naturally as our hearts have. The crimson cloak still shimmers with protective spells, but now it guards us both as we tend to our realm and our people. And if sometimes, on moonlit nights, his kisses turn fierce and his eyes flash gold, well, that's just part of loving someone who walks the line between light and shadow. After all, the best love stories aren't about perfect princes or helpless maidens. They're about finding someone who sees all of you, shadow and light, beast and beauty, and chooses to stay. In the end, that's the greatest magic of all. The cardboard box felt heavier than it should have as I carried it down from the attic. Perhaps it was the weight of memories rather than its physical contents. 6 months had passed since I buried Ronnie, but time had done little to fill the void he left behind. Our brick colonial house, once warm with laughter and whispered promises, now echoed with silence and unanswered questions. I placed the box on our bedroom floor, dust particles dancing in the afternoon sunlight that filtered through half-drawn curtains. This was the last of Ronnie's personal items I needed to sort through. I'd been putting it off, postponing this final acknowledgement that he was truly gone. Just do it, Shayla, I whispered to myself, running my fingers along the edge of the worn cardboard. You can't keep hiding from this forever. Inside, I found the expected items. Old college textbooks, faded concert tickets from our early dating years, and a collection of baseball cards Ronnie had sworn would be valuable someday. Memories flooded back with each discovery. Our first apartment with the leaky faucet, weekend road trips with no destination in mind, lazy Sunday mornings with coffee and crossword puzzles. I smiled despite the tears forming in my eyes. This is what I needed. Tangible reminders that our 15 years together had been real, that the love we shared wasn't just a beautiful dream from which I'd painfully awakened. Then my fingers brushed against a manila envelope at the bottom of the box. The paper felt cool to the touch as I pulled it out. Nothing written on the outside. I opened it and slid the contents onto the plush cream carpet. Photo prints, dozens of them spilled out around my knees. I picked one up, expecting to see familiar faces of friends or family gatherings. Instead, I found myself staring at something incomprehensible. Ronnie stood before a modest ranch-style house I'd never seen, his arm wrapped around a young woman with caramel-colored skin and a hesitant smile. Two small children, a boy and a girl, perhaps 5 and 3 years old, stood in front of them. The boy had Ronnie's unmistakable cowlick, the same stubborn tuft of hair that refused to lie flat no matter how much product was applied. My breath caught. The world tilted. "This can't be right," I murmured, flipping through more photos with trembling hands. Ronnie pushing the little girl on a swing set. Ronnie at what appeared to be a birthday party, candles casting a warm glow on his face as he leaned toward the young woman. Ronnie helping the boy ride a bicycle, his large hands steadying the small frame as training wheels kicked up dust on a driveway. I felt a peculiar numbness spreading through my body, as if I were watching myself from a distance. There had to be an explanation. Perhaps these were distant relatives I'd never met, or children of a friend from his business trips to Kansas City. But as I examined more photos, the truth became undeniable. The casual intimacy, the ease of their body language, the way Ronnie looked at this woman, it was the same way he had looked at me. The dates on the backs of some photos confirmed what my heart already knew. These weren't old pictures from before we met. They were recent, some taken just months before the accident that claimed his life. I sank back against the bed frame, clutching a photo to my chest. Ronnie had been living a double life. The man I thought I knew better than anyone, the man who whispered, "You're my everything," each night before sleep claimed him, had created a whole separate world away from me. A world with another woman, with children who shared his blood. The realization hit me with physical force, doubling me over. I rushed to the bathroom, barely making it before the contents of my stomach emptied themselves violently. Afterward, I slid to the cool tile floor, pressing my cheek against it as sobs racked my body. This couldn't be happening. Not to us, not to me. But the evidence lay scattered across our bedroom floor. Irrefutable proof that the foundation of my life had been built on lies. The next morning, I called in sick to the elementary school where I taught 4th grade. My students would have to learn about the water cycle from a substitute. I couldn't fathom standing before 28 eager faces, pretending my world hadn't just imploded. I spent hours online, searching social media for any trace of the woman from the photos. It didn't take long to find her. Marissa Taylor, interior designer, single mother of 2. Resides in Pleasant Hill, just 30 minutes from our home in Kansas City. I stared at her profile picture, studying the woman who had unknowingly shared my husband with me. She was beautiful, in an understated way, with kind eyes and a genuine smile. Not the homewrecker I wanted to vilify in my mind, but a real person with a life and children who had lost their father just as suddenly as I'd lost my husband. Did she know about me? Was she also discovering that her relationship had been built on deception? I picked up my phone a dozen times that day, composing messages I never sent. What would I even say? Hello, I'm the wife of the man you loved. The absurdity of the situation might have made me laugh if it hadn't been tearing me apart. Instead, I drove. With no destination in mind, I let the wheels carry me through familiar neighborhoods that now seemed foreign. The world continued around me, people walking dogs, checking mail, living normal lives. While mine had shattered into unrecognizable fragments, I found myself at Swope Park, where Ronnie and I used to picnic in the early years of our marriage. Settling on a bench overlooking the duck pond, I watched children throw bread to eager waterfowl as families laughed together in the late spring sunshine. "Why?" I whispered, my question carried away by a gentle breeze. Why wasn't I enough? No answer came, just the distant laughter of children and the gentle rippling of water. That evening, I attended my grief support group at Covenant Presbyterian, our church for the past decade. I sat in the circle of folding chairs, listening to others share their journeys through loss, wondering if anyone would believe my story if I told it. Instead, I spoke vaguely about having a difficult day, about missing Ronnie more than usual. Pastor James approached me afterward, his weathered face creased with concern. "Shayla, I sense there's more weighing on you tonight than you've shared," he said gently. "My door is always open if you need to talk." I nodded, managing a weak smile before hurrying to my car. I couldn't tell him, couldn't tell anyone, about the photographs. Speaking the truth aloud would make it real in a way I wasn't prepared to face. The next few days passed in a haze of sleepless nights and mechanical actions. I returned to teaching, grateful for the distraction of 28 energetic 9-year-olds who needed me to be present. But each evening brought me back to the same questions that circled like vultures in my mind. How had Ronnie maintained this deception for years? Where had the money come from to support another household? Had any part of our marriage been genuine? On Sunday, I almost skipped church, not feeling spiritually connected enough for worship. But habit drove me to slip into a back pew just as the service began. I stared at the stained glass windows, barely registering the hymns or responsive readings. Then Pastor James stepped to the pulpit to deliver his sermon. "Today, we're exploring one of the most challenging commands in Scripture," he began. "Forgiveness. Not the easy kind that comes when someone steps on your toe and immediately apologizes. I'm talking about the forgiveness that seems impossible. The kind that requires divine intervention because our human hearts simply aren't designed to bear such weight alone." My attention sharpened as he continued. Ephesians 4:32 tells us, "Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you." Notice it doesn't say forgive if they deserve it, or forgive if they're sorry. It simply calls us to forgive as we have been forgiven. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. Forgiveness is not about excusing the sin. It's about setting yourself free. Pastor James's voice resonated through the sanctuary. When we hold on to resentment, we become prisoners of our own making. The person who wronged us may never know or care that we're suffering, while we continue to carry the burden of anger day after day. His words pierced through the protective numbness I'd cultivated. Tears slid down my cheeks as I recognized the truth in what he was saying. I was angry, furious even. But my anger couldn't change what had happened. It couldn't bring Ronnie back to explain himself, or undo the betrayal that now colored every memory of our life together. After the service, I drove to East Patrol Cemetery. Ronnie's grave was marked with a simple headstone, his name and dates etched in granite. I placed fresh flowers in the bronze vase and sank to the ground beside the plot that contained what remained of the man I thought I knew. "I don't know how to forgive you for this," I whispered, running my fingers over the cool stone. "I don't even know if I want to." But Pastor James's words echoed in my mind. Setting yourself free. Was that even possible? Could I find a way forward that didn't involve carrying this anger and betrayal for the rest of my life? As I drove home, a crazy thought took root in my mind. What if I met her, this Marissa Taylor? What if, instead of hiding from this painful truth, I faced it directly? The idea terrified me, yet it also offered something I desperately needed. Action instead of paralysis, movement instead of stagnation. Before I could reconsider, I turned my car toward Pleasant Hill. The modest rancher looked exactly as it had in the photographs. Pale yellow siding, neatly trimmed hedges, and a small concrete porch with a patio swing. A tricycle lay on its side in the front yard, evidence of the children who lived inside. I sat in my car for nearly an hour, my courage faltering each time I reached for the door handle. What was I hoping to accomplish? What could possibly come from confronting this woman? But as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the quiet street, I knew I couldn't leave without answers. I needed to see her face, to hear her voice, to make sense of this shared tragedy that connected us in the most painful way imaginable. The porch light flickered on as I approached the front door, my legs moving as if operating on their own accord. My hand trembled as I raised it to knock. 3 soft raps that seemed to echo in the evening stillness. Footsteps approached from inside. The door opened, and there she stood, the woman from the photographs. Marissa Taylor. In person, she appeared more tired than in her pictures, dark circles shadowing her eyes. She wore simple jeans and a faded blue t-shirt, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. "Can I help you?" she asked, confusion evident in her voice. I opened my mouth, but no words came. How do you introduce yourself in such a situation? Finally, I managed to speak. "I'm Shayla Larson," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. For a moment, there was no reaction. Then recognition dawned in her eyes, followed by a complex series of emotions: guilt, sadness, and something unexpected: fear. "Ronnie's wife," she breathed, her hand gripping the doorframe for support. I nodded, unable to form words as the reality of our situation hung heavy between us. I don't know what to say," Marissa finally managed, her voice thick with emotion. Neither did I, but standing there on her porch, looking into eyes that had also loved and lost Ronnie, I realized something important. She wasn't my enemy. She was just another woman caught in the web of lies Ronnie had spun around both our lives. "May I come in?" I asked quietly. "I think we have a lot to talk about." She hesitated for just a moment before stepping aside, opening her door and her life to me. The interior of her home was warm and lived in. Toys were scattered across the living room floor, and colorful artwork adorned the refrigerator. It was a home filled with love, just as mine had been. "The kids are already asleep," she explained, leading me to a small kitchen table. "Can I get you something to drink?" "Water? Tea?" "Water would be fine," I replied, taking a seat and watching as she filled 2 glasses. Her hands shook slightly as she placed one before me. "How did you find out?" she asked, settling into the chair across from me. "Photographs," I answered simply. "In a box in our attic. You and the children with Ronnie." She closed her eyes briefly, pain etching lines around her mouth. "I always told him we should be honest, that keeping secrets would only lead to more pain in the end." A bitter laugh escaped her lips. "He insisted it was better this way, that no one needed to get hurt." "Yet here we are," I observed, "both hurting anyway." Marissa nodded, meeting my gaze directly for the first time. "For what it's worth, I didn't know about you at first. By the time I found out, Jordan was already born, and Her voice trailed off. "You loved him," I finished for her. "Yes," she whispered. "God help me. I did." We sat in silence for a moment, 2 women connected by a love for the same flawed man. Was he good to you? I asked, not entirely sure why I needed to know. A soft smile touched her lips. He was. He loved the children fiercely. Never missed a school event or doctor's appointment. He was here every weekend, sometimes more. My mind raced, piecing together the puzzle of our shared past. The business trips, the late meetings, the weekend conferences, all fabrications designed to give him time with his second family. I thought we were happy, I admitted, my voice breaking. I believed every word he said. So did I, Marissa replied, tears welling in her eyes. That was his gift, wasn't it? Making us feel like we were the center of his universe. A noise from the hallway interrupted our conversation. A small figure appeared in the doorway, rubbing sleepy eyes. "Mommy?" the little boy called, his voice thick with sleep. "I had a bad dream." Marissa rose immediately, going to him and kneeling at his level. "It's okay, Jordan. Mommy's here." I stared at the child, Ronnie's son, with his father's cowlick and chin dimple. Emotion welled up inside me. Not anger or resentment as I might have expected, but something more complex and painful. This boy and his sister were innocent victims of their father's choices, just as Marissa and I were. "Who's that lady?" Jordan asked, peering at me over his mother's shoulder. Marissa glanced back at me, uncertainty in her eyes. What could she possibly tell him? "I'm an old friend of your dad's," I said gently, surprising myself with the steady calm in my voice. "I just came to check on you and your mom." Jordan nodded, accepting this explanation with the straightforward trust of childhood. "Dad's in heaven now," he informed me solemnly. "But Mom says he watches over us all the time." "I'm sure he does," I replied, my throat tightening around the words. After Marissa took Jordan back to bed, she returned to the kitchen, her expression a mixture of gratitude and caution. "Thank you for that," she said, reclaiming her seat. "They've had enough confusion and sadness." "They're beautiful children," I offered sincerely. "They're all I have left of him," she replied, fresh tears spilling onto her cheeks. "Some days that's a blessing. Other days, it's a curse." We talked for hours that night, sharing our versions of Ronnie, the man each of us thought we knew. We discovered similarities in our stories, patterns in his behavior, and lies he told both of us. With each revelation, the idealized image of the man we had loved crumbled further, replaced by the reality of who he truly was. Deeply flawed, selfish in many ways, yet somehow still capable of genuine love and kindness. As midnight approached, I gathered my purse to leave, emotionally drained, yet strangely lighter than when I'd arrived. "What happens now?" Marissa asked as she walked me to the door. I paused, considering the question carefully. "I don't know exactly, but I'd like to meet your daughter too someday, if that's okay with you." Surprise flickered across her face. "You would?" "They're Ronnie's children," I said simply. "And in some strange way, that connects us." She nodded slowly. "Lucia would like that, I think. She asks about having a bigger family sometimes." As I drove home through the quiet streets, I reflected on the evening's unexpected turn. I had gone to Marissa's house seeking answers, perhaps even looking for someone to blame. Instead, I found another woman trying to piece her life back together, raising children who would grow up without their father. I wasn't ready to call what I felt forgiveness. Not yet. But for the first time since discovering Ronnie's betrayal, I could imagine a future where anger didn't consume me, where healing might be possible. Spring gave way to summer, and with the changing season came a gradual shift in my heart. Marissa and I continued to meet, sometimes with the children, sometimes just the two of us. Each encounter was a delicate dance of shared grief and cautious friendship, but it was also a step toward something I never expected to find: a new kind of family. Jordan warmed to me quickly, his open nature reminding me so much of my fourth-grade students. He loved dinosaurs and could recite facts about prehistoric creatures with impressive accuracy for a 6-year-old. Lucia, at 4, was more reserved, studying me with serious eyes that seemed too wise for her young face. But over time, she began to seek me out, showing me her dolls or asking me to read her favorite stories. "Aunt Shayla, watch this," Jordan called one warm July afternoon as I arrived at the community pool where we had arranged to meet. He jumped into the water with wild abandon, creating a splash that drenched his mother and sister. Aunt Shayla. The title had evolved naturally over our meetings, a way to explain my presence in their lives without delving into complexities they weren't ready to understand. Somehow it fit. Not quite a mother, but more than a friend. A bridge between what was and what could be. Marissa smiled apologetically as she handed me a towel. "Sorry about that. He's been practicing his cannonball all week, specifically to show you today." "I'm flattered," I laughed, wiping water from my face. "That was quite impressive, Jordan." As the children splashed in the shallow end, Marissa and I sat at a nearby table under a large umbrella, watching them play. "They ask about him less now," she said quietly, her eyes following her son's energetic movements. "I don't know if that's good or bad." "It's normal," I assured her, thinking of the grief counseling sessions I'd continued to attend. "They're young. Their memories will fade faster than ours." Marissa nodded, absently twisting the silver bracelet on her wrist. A gift from Ronnie on her 30th birthday, she had told me previously. "Sometimes I feel guilty," she admitted, "for moving forward, for having days when I don't think about him at all." "Me too," I confessed. "But I think that's what healing looks like. Not forgetting completely, but finding a way to carry the memory without letting it define every moment." Later that evening, after we had parted ways, I found myself driving to the cemetery again. I hadn't visited Ronnie's grave in weeks, the anger that once drew me there having gradually dissipated into something closer to acceptance. The setting sun cast long shadows across the grounds as I placed fresh flowers beside the headstone. Unlike my previous visits, I didn't feel the need to speak aloud. Instead, I sat quietly, reflecting on the strange journey of the past few months. I thought about forgiveness, not as a single act, but as a process unfolding gradually. Each day with Marissa and the children had been a step along that path, each shared memory of Ronnie another stitch in the tapestry of grace we were weaving together. Had I forgiven him completely? Of course not. There were still moments when the betrayal felt fresh, when questions without answers burned in my chest. But I was learning to live alongside those questions, rather than being consumed by them. And in that space, between the hurt that remained and the healing that had begun, I found something unexpected. Gratitude. Not for Ronnie's deception, but for the unlikely connections that had emerged from its revelation. For 2 children who now had a place in my heart. For a friendship with Marissa that defied conventional understanding, but offered both of us something we desperately needed. Companionship in our shared journey through grief. Pastor James had been right. Forgiveness wasn't about excusing the sin. It was about setting myself free from its power to destroy what remained of my life. As I rose to leave, I traced Ronnie's name on the headstone one last time. "I'm learning to forgive you," I whispered. "Not because you deserve it, but because I deserve peace." Autumn arrived with cooler temperatures and new beginnings. School resumed, filling my days with lesson plans and enthusiastic students. On weekends, I often found myself at Marissa's house, helping Jordan with homework or taking Lucia shopping for her first day of preschool. "You don't have to do this, you know," Marissa said one evening as we cleaned up after dinner. The children were in the living room, engrossed in a movie about talking animals. "Spend so much time with us, I mean." No one would blame you if you wanted to put all this behind you. I considered her words as I dried a dinner plate. At first, I came because I needed answers, I admitted. Then I kept coming because it felt like the right thing to do for the children. And now, she prompted. Now I come because I want to, I said simply. Because somehow, in all this mess, we've created something good. She smiled, the expression reaching her eyes in a way it hadn't during our early encounters. We have, haven't we? That night, driving home, I realized how much had changed in 6 months. The woman whose existence had once shattered my world was now someone I texted daily, someone whose children called me Aunt Shayla, and ran to greet me with sticky hugs and endless stories. It wasn't the life I had planned. It wasn't even a life I could have imagined. But it was real and meaningful in a way that honored the best parts of what Ronnie had been to both of us, while acknowledging the harm his choices had caused. The following weekend, I invited Marissa and the children to my home for the first time. I had hesitated for months, uncertain how it would feel to have them in the space Ronnie and I had shared. But as I watched Jordan explore my backyard and Lucia admire the wind chimes on my porch, I knew it had been the right decision. "This is a beautiful home," Marissa said as I showed her around. There was no envy or resentment in her voice, just genuine appreciation. "Ronnie and I bought it thinking we'd fill it with children someday," I shared, leading her into the kitchen. "That never happened for us." She squeezed my hand gently. "I'm sorry, Shayla." "It's okay," I replied, surprising myself with how true the words felt. Life rarely turns out exactly as we plan it, does it? Later, as the children helped me plant tulip bulbs in the garden. "They'll bloom in spring," I explained to their wide-eyed wonder. Marissa took photos with her phone. "For their memory books," she explained when I glanced up questioningly. "I want them to remember this day." That evening, after they had gone home, I sat on my porch swing watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. My phone buzzed with a text from Marissa. The photos she had taken showed me kneeling in the soil with Jordan and Lucia, all three of us laughing as dirt smudged our cheeks. Looking at those images, evidence of joy found in the aftermath of heartbreak, I felt something shift within me. A final letting go of what might have been, and an embrace of what was. Ronnie's betrayal had torn apart the fabric of my life, leaving ragged edges and frayed threads. But from those broken pieces, something new was being woven. A tapestry of grace, stitched together with forgiveness, compassion, and unexpected love. It wasn't perfect. There were still rough patches and loose ends. Days when the anger resurfaced or questions haunted me in the quiet hours before dawn. But those moments no longer defined me. Instead, I found myself looking forward to Jordan's upcoming school play, to Lucia's birthday celebration, to Thanksgiving dinner, which we had decided to share together this year. Forgiveness, I was learning, didn't erase the past. It didn't make Ronnie's choices any less painful or wrong. But it created space for a future I never could have imagined. One where healing happened not in isolation, but in connection. Not through forgetting, but through redefining what family could mean. As the first stars appeared overhead, I made a silent promise to myself and to the children who had unexpectedly become part of my life. I would continue this journey, one day at a time. I would honor the pain of the past without letting it poison the present. And I would embrace this strange, beautiful tapestry of grace that was being woven from threads of loss and redemption. Because sometimes, the family we never expected becomes the greatest blessing of all. I used to believe beauty was a shield that could protect me from life's cruelties. Standing before my vanity in my darkened bedroom, I traced the silvery scars that now decorated my face like scattered constellations. My fingers lingered over my right eye, permanently clouded, a constant reminder of the night that changed everything. I, Cardigan Matthews, once crowned the most beautiful woman in 3 states, could barely look at my own reflection. The doctors had done their best after the accident. "A miracle you survived," they'd said, as if that should comfort me when half my face lay in ruins. The same people who had once fawned over me now spoke in whispers, their pity more unbearable than their judgment. My modeling agency dropped me. My so-called friends stopped calling. Even my fiancé couldn't hide his relief when I broke off our engagement. The autumn wind whispered through the ancient trees of Moonhaven Village as I pulled my hood closer, shielding my face from curious glances. 6 months had passed since I'd fled here, leaving behind the glittering world of beauty pageants and social media fame. In this remote corner of the world, where mist clung to the mountains and legends still danced in the shadows, nobody knew my name or my story. I preferred it that way. The bell above the door chimed softly as I entered the local apothecary, seeking my monthly supply of healing salves. The shop always captured my imagination. Dried herbs hanging from rough-hewn beams, bottles of every shape and size catching the light like captured stars, and the perpetual scent of sage and sweetgrass dancing in the air. Ancient books lined the walls, their spines bearing titles in languages I couldn't read, and crystals hummed with a subtle energy I'd grown to recognize during my visits. Ah, the mysterious lady returns. The voice, warm and rich like honey over thunder, belonged to Arlo, the enigmatic shopkeeper. I'd never seen anyone quite like him, tall and lean, with silver-streaked black hair that seemed to move of its own accord, and eyes that shifted color like opals in sunlight. His clothes, though simple, held an otherworldly elegance that spoke of places beyond the ordinary world. "Just the usual," I mumbled, keeping my face turned away. But Arlo, as always, moved into my line of sight with the grace of a cat. Today his eyes swirled with flecks of amber and gold, reflecting the warm light of dozens of enchanted lanterns that floated near the ceiling. "The usual isn't working, is it?" he asked softly. "Those scars carry more than physical pain. They bear the weight of a life interrupted, of dreams shattered like the mirrors you've hidden away." Something in his voice made me look up, really look at him for the first time. His eyes had settled on a deep violet, and within them, I saw not pity, but understanding. My carefully constructed walls began to crack. "Nothing works," I whispered, my voice breaking. "I've tried everything. Creams, serums, experimental treatments, even meditation and crystal healing. Nothing can erase what happened that night." "Perhaps," Arlo said, moving to a wall of bottles that seemed to arrange themselves at his approach. "You're trying to erase the wrong thing." He selected a crystal vial filled with what looked like liquid moonlight, its contents swirling with colors I had no names for. "This isn't for your scars, Cardigan Matthews." I froze at the sound of my name. "How did you—" "I know many things," he interrupted gently, "including the fact that what you seek isn't found in salves or potions. Your true healing lies in a journey, one I can help you take if you're brave enough." I should have been skeptical. I should have run. Instead, I found myself asking, "What kind of journey?" Arlo smiled, and the room seemed to brighten. The floating lanterns pulsed with increased warmth, and the crystals sang more clearly. A magical one, of course. Through realms where appearance means nothing, where truth shines brighter than any mirror, and where you might just find what you've lost, though it may not be what you think. "You're talking about actual magic? Like spells and enchantments?" "I'm talking about truth, Cardigan. The deepest kind of magic there is." He extended his hand, the vial balanced delicately between his fingers, Are you interested? I stared at the swirling liquid, remembering the countless treatments and procedures I'd already tried. What's the catch? Only that you must trust me completely and be willing to see yourself as you truly are, not as others see you, or even as you see yourself now. The journey will be different for you than for anyone else who has taken it. Magic shapes itself to the soul that seeks it. Perhaps it was desperation, or maybe the hypnotic way the potion caught the light. But I found myself reaching for the vial. As my fingers brushed against his, a spark of electricity shot through my arm, and the liquid within the crystal container gleamed with my reflected face, whole and unscarred, yet somehow different from my former beauty. When do we start? I asked, my heart racing with possibility. We already have. Arlo's smile turned mysterious as he gestured toward the back of the shop. The beaded curtain parted of its own accord, revealing a doorway that hadn't been there before. Beyond it lay not the expected storage room, but a path winding through a forest bathed in ethereal blue light. Ancient trees stretched toward a sky filled with unfamiliar stars, their branches intertwining to form natural archways overhead. My heart jumped into my throat. Right now? Magic waits for no one, my dear. He offered his arm, and I noticed intricate patterns shifting beneath the surface of his skin, like living tattoos made of starlight. Shall we? Taking a deep breath, I slipped my hand into the crook of his elbow. As we stepped through the doorway, the familiar scents of the apothecary faded, replaced by the crisp sweetness of night-blooming jasmine and something else, something wild and ancient that made my skin tingle. The forest around us pulsed with life. Tiny lights, like earthbound stars, floated between the trees. The ground beneath our feet was carpeted with moss that glowed with each step, creating patterns that spread outward like ripples in a pond. Flowers I had never seen before bloomed in our wake, their petals transparent as glass, but stronger than steel. "Welcome to the Twilight Realm," Arlo said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Here, things are not always what they seem, and seeming is not always what is true. This is one of the many spaces between spaces, where magic flows more freely than water, and transformation is as natural as breathing." As if to demonstrate his point, a nearby bush suddenly transformed into a cluster of butterflies, their wings shimmering with impossible colors, before they dissolved into mist. The mist reformed into delicate crystal chimes that played melodies I felt in my bones, rather than heard with my ears. "Why are you helping me?" I asked, clutching his arm tighter as we followed the winding path deeper into the magical forest. "What could you possibly gain from this?" "Because everyone deserves to see their own light," he replied, helping me over a stream that flowed upward instead of down, its waters carrying memories that flickered like fish beneath the surface. Even those who think it's been extinguished. Besides, you're not the first to seek transformation here, nor will you be the last. There have been others, many, though each journey is unique to the seeker. His expression darkened momentarily. Some find what they're looking for. Others, well, let's say that not everyone is ready for the truth magic reveals. We walked in comfortable silence until we reached a clearing. In its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted into the shape of a doorway. Through it, I could see what looked like my own reflection, but something was different. Deeper, more real than any mirror I'd ever looked into. "The mirror of truth," Arlo explained. "It shows not what you are, but what you believe yourself to be. Every person who steps before it sees something different, something that speaks to their deepest beliefs about themselves." I approached cautiously. The reflection that greeted me was grotesque. My scars appeared deeper, darker, like canyons carved into my flesh. My blind eye was a pit of darkness that seemed to swallow light, and shadows writhed across my skin like living things. This is how you see yourself, Arlo said quietly, standing behind me. But it's not what I see. What do you see? I whispered, unable to look away from the horrible image. Instead of answering, he stepped closer, his chest barely touching my back. His hands came to rest lightly on my shoulders, and suddenly the reflection began to change. The scars softened, becoming silver threads that caught the light like strands of precious metal. My blind eye transformed into a pool of swirling colors, like a galaxy contained within an iris. The shadows retreated, replaced by a gentle luminescence that seemed to emanate from within. I see strength, he murmured, his breath warm against my ear. I see someone who has endured pain, but hasn't let it break her. I see beauty that runs far deeper than skin, beauty that transforms rather than fades. Tears slid down my cheeks as the reflection continued to shift, showing me moments from my past. Not the pageant wins or modeling shots, but times I'd shown kindness to others, moments of genuine laughter, instances of courage I'd forgotten. I saw myself comforting a fellow contestant who'd lost a competition, teaching young girls about self-confidence, volunteering at shelters even when cameras weren't around. The first step to healing, Arlo said, turning me gently to face him, is understanding that your worth was never in your face. It was always in your heart, your spirit, your capacity for kindness and growth. Looking into his eyes, which had turned a soft gold in the magical light, I felt something shift inside me, like a key opening a lock I hadn't known existed. The world around us seemed to pulse in response, the magical energies of the realm dancing more vibrantly. Our magical journey continued through landscapes that defied description. We crossed a bridge made of woven moonbeams, where each step created ripples of light that spread out into the starlit void below. We visited a garden where flowers sang lullabies in ancient languages, their petals changing color with each note. In a crystal cave that amplified thoughts into visible shapes, Arlo taught me to craft simple spells. Magic, he explained, guiding my hands through the motions, is simply the art of seeing possibility where others see limitation. It's about understanding that everything, every person, every object, every moment, contains multiple truths, multiple potentials. As days blended into weeks, I found myself looking forward to our lessons, not just for the magic, but for Arlo's presence. He had a way of making me forget my scars, of helping me see beauty in unexpected places. When he looked at me, I felt whole again, not because he ignored my injuries, but because he helped me see how they had transformed rather than destroyed me. But it wasn't all enchantment and wonder. One evening, as we rested beside a pool of singing water, its surface reflecting impossible constellations, a shadow fell over our sanctuary. The temperature dropped, and the magical lights flickering around us dimmed to barely visible embers. "What do we have here?" a voice like crackling frost said. "Teaching another student, dear brother?" Arlo stiffened beside me. "Marlowe." A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman with Arlo's high cheekbones and shifting eyes, but where his features held warmth, hers were sharp with cruel intention. Her hair moved like living shadows, and her gown seemed made of crystallized darkness. "Don't you remember what happened to your last student?" Marlowe's gaze fixed on me, and I felt my scars begin to burn. "How many more must you break before you learn?" "That was your doing, not mine," Arlo said, his voice hard as he stepped between us. Power radiated from him now, making the air thick with potential. "I merely showed her the truth, that magic always comes with a price." Marlowe smiled, and it was beautiful and terrible. "Shall I show this one too? Shall I reveal what really happens to those who seek transformation without being worthy of it?" Before either of us could react, she flung out her hand. Dark energy crackled through the air toward me, promising to strip away not just the progress I'd made, but everything I was. Without thinking, I raised my own hands, remembering Arlo's lessons about possibility and limitation, about multiple truths existing simultaneously. The darkness hit what felt like an invisible wall before me, fragmenting into thousands of tiny butterflies that dissolved into starlight. Both Marlo and Arlo stared at me in shock. "Impossible," Marlo whispered. "You're just a human." But I understood then what Arlo had been trying to teach me all along. "No," I said, standing taller. "I'm someone who finally sees herself clearly. Someone who understands that scars can be strength, that broken things can be beautiful, that transformation doesn't mean erasing what was, but building something new from it." Power flowed through me, not dark like Marlo's, but bright and warm like sunlight on water. The scars on my face tingled, and I watched in amazement as they transformed into streams of light that danced around me like cosmic ribbons. My blind eye, rather than being a weakness, had become a window to seeing magic itself. "You see, sister," Arlo said softly. "True magic isn't about power or price. It's about transformation. Not of the body, but of the heart. Not about becoming something different, but about revealing what was always there." Marlo's form began to waver. "This isn't over," she hissed before dissolving into shadow. "Some truths are too harsh for love to overcome." In the silence that followed, Arlo turned to me with wonder in his color-changing eyes. "In all my years of teaching, I've never seen anyone channel pure light like that. You didn't just resist her darkness, you transformed it." "I had a good teacher," I said, stepping closer to him. "One who taught me that what we think of as flaws can become our greatest strength." Arlo reached out, tracing the now luminous lines on my face with gentle fingers. "Your scars," he murmured. "They've become channels for your magic. The very things you thought broke you have made you more powerful than you could imagine." "Is that possible?" "With you, I'm beginning to believe anything is." His hand cupped my cheek, and I leaned into his touch. "You've transformed more than just yourself, Cardigan. You've reminded me why I fell in love with magic in the first place, because it shows us the truth about ourselves, if we're brave enough to see it." Looking into his eyes, which had turned the deep blue of twilight, I saw my reflection again, not as I had been, or even as I was now, but as something entirely new. A woman who had walked through fire and emerged not undamaged, but stronger. Someone who had learned that real magic isn't about changing how you look, but about changing how you see. "And what about love itself?" I asked softly, feeling the magic pulse between us like a shared heartbeat. His answer was a kiss that tasted of starlight and possibility, of magic and truth, of endings and beginnings all wrapped into one moment of perfect understanding. The realm around us responded, erupting in a display of light and color that reflected the joy in our hearts. When we finally parted, the magical realm around us had transformed. The trees sparkled with thousands of tiny lights, and the air was filled with floating flowers that emitted soft, musical chimes as they drifted past. Even Marlo's lingering shadows had been transformed into gentle twilight, proving that even darkness had its place in the balance of things. "The realm responds to joy," Arlo explained, smiling. "And truth. What truth is that?" "That sometimes the most powerful magic of all is simply allowing yourself to be loved exactly as you are. That beauty isn't about perfection. It's about authenticity. About embracing all of yourself, even the parts you once thought were broken." Hand in hand, we walked back toward the door to his shop, but I knew I wouldn't be using it to run away anymore. I had found something far more valuable than the perfect face I'd lost. I had found myself, and in doing so, found love that saw beneath the surface to the magic that had been there all along. The scars remained, but now they shimmered with an inner light that matched the magic I'd discovered within myself. My blind eye, once a source of shame, had become a window to seeing things others missed, the subtle magics that danced at the edges of the ordinary world. Each morning, when I looked in the mirror, I saw not the beauty queen I'd once been, but something far more precious, a woman who had learned to see her own worth. Arlo transformed his shop into a sanctuary for others like me, people seeking not just physical healing, but spiritual transformation. Together we helped them discover their own inner magic, teaching them that true beauty flows from accepting all parts of oneself, even the broken ones. Marlowe's shadows never fully disappeared, but they served as a reminder that even darkness has its purpose in teaching us to appreciate the light. As I stood in our magical realm, watching new seekers discover their own power, I realized that some accidents aren't accidents at all, but doorways to destiny. My scars had led me here, to this love, to this purpose, to this understanding that true beauty isn't about being flawless. It's about being fearlessly, authentically yourself. "Ready for your next lesson?" Arlo asked, his eyes twinkling with mischief and love as he pulled me close. The magical lights around us danced in response to our joy, creating patterns of light and shadow that told their own stories of transformation. I smiled, feeling the magic pulse beneath my skin like a second heartbeat, my scars glowing with inner starlight. With you. Always. And so our story continued, not as a tale of lost beauty regained, but as something far more magical, a journey of discovering that sometimes the most beautiful things in life are born from our deepest wounds, and that true love sees not with the eyes, but with the heart. The aroma of rain-kissed cobblestones mingled with the heady perfume of night-blooming jasmine as I lay in my bed, my thoughts drifting back to the mysterious shop I had discovered earlier that day. Sweet charms, confection stood out against the twilight like a jewel, its windows radiating an otherworldly glow that seemed to dance between starlight and sunset. My silk sheets whispered against my skin as I tossed and turned, unable to forget the way the shop's gold lettering had shimmered in the fading light. The display window had showcased candies that gleamed like precious stones, rubies, sapphires, and diamonds transformed into edible treasures. The very air around the shop had thrummed with an energy that made my skin tingle and my heart race. Logic urged me to stay in bed, to dismiss these fanciful thoughts as mere imagination. But something about that night, perhaps the way moonbeams painted liquid silver across my walls, or how the air crackled with possibility, made me question everything I had ever believed about the world. Before reason could prevail, I found myself sliding my feet into burgundy velvet slippers and wrapping my grandmother's cashmere shawl around my shoulders. The fabric carried whispers of her rose perfume, bringing back memories of countless bedtime stories filled with magic and true love. It felt right to wear it on this night of all nights. The city had transformed in the late hour, becoming a realm of shadows and secrets. My footsteps echoed softly against the ancient stones as I made my way through the empty streets. The usual urban symphony had faded to a gentle murmur, broken only by the melancholic song of a distant nightingale and the rustling of maple leaves dancing in the breeze. Sweet charms materialized before me, like something from a dream, its golden light spilling onto the wet pavement in pools of liquid warmth. Common sense insisted the shop should be closed, yet the brass door handle turned easily in my grasp, warm, as if it had been waiting for my touch. A crystalline chime announced my entrance, and I stepped into an atmosphere thick with wonder. The scents enveloped me immediately. Rich dark chocolate and Madagascar vanilla spun sugar and fresh cream. but beneath it all lay something more ancient and mysterious, like leather-bound grimoires and midnight gardens in full bloom. Towering shelves reached toward the ceiling, lined with countless glass jars containing candies that seemed alive with inner radiance. Deep crimson drops pulsed like living embers, violet spirals twisted and spun as if dancing to unheard music, and golden orbs throbbed with the warmth of captured sunlight. "The shop has been expecting you," a melodious voice called out, drawing my attention to the figure behind an intricately carved mahogany counter. The man's silver hair caught the golden light like moonbeams woven into silk, and his eyes held depths of wisdom that seemed to span centuries. His waistcoat of midnight purple velvet was embroidered with silver threads that appeared to shift and change when I looked away. "I'm Ambrose," he continued, his voice carrying notes of wind chimes and summer storms. "You're here because your heart seeks something your mind cannot name." His words resonated deep within my soul. I thought of my apartment with its shelves overflowing with romance novels, of countless nights spent dreaming of a love that felt like stardust and sunrise, of the perpetual yearning for something more than the mundane world could offer. "I don't know what drew me here," I whispered, my voice barely disturbing the shop's enchanted atmosphere. Ambrose's smile deepened the fascinating web of lines around his eyes. "The heart possesses wisdom beyond reason's understanding." His elegant fingers danced over the collection of jars before him. "Each sweet in this shop contains a different enchantment. Some bestow courage, others grant clarity. Some—" He reached for a small box perched on a shelf so high I hadn't noticed it before. "Some guide us to love." The box he placed before me was covered in velvet the color of dusk, worn to a buttery softness that spoke of countless hands before mine. Inside, nestled on a bed of sterling silk, lay a single piece of candy, a heart-shaped crystal that pulsed with its own rhythm, perfectly matching the beat of my heart. "The sweetest dreams," he explained, his voice taking on an almost reverent quality. "It reveals the path to your heart's deepest desire, but only for those brave enough to follow where it leads. The journey isn't always direct, and what you discover might surprise you." The candy felt warm against my palm. Tiny rainbows danced within its clear depths, and I could have sworn I heard the faintest melody emanating from its core. "Let it dissolve as you fall asleep," Ambrose instructed. "The magic will weave itself into your dreams, and when you wake, you'll see the world anew. But remember, true magic lies not in the candy itself, but in your willingness to see what has always been there, waiting to be discovered." I held the box close to my heart as I stepped back into the night. The air felt different now, electric with potential, and every shadow seemed to hold infinite possibilities. The walk home passed in a blur, my feet barely touching the ground. In my bedroom, I changed into my favorite silk nightgown, its cool touch a contrast to my warm skin. The candy glowed softly in the moonlight as I placed it on my tongue. The taste exploded across my senses. Sun-warmed strawberries fresh from the vine, delicate frost patterns on winter windows, the effervescent first sip of champagne, the lingering kiss of sunset. As sleep claimed me, I felt myself falling into a world where magic wasn't just possible. It was the very essence of reality. Dawn arrived with unprecedented clarity. Sunlight streamed through my window in tangible ribbons of gold, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with diamond dust. Every sound carried new meaning. The morning birds created a symphony of purpose, and the distant church bells rang with destiny. I dressed with intentional care, choosing a dress the color of midnight scattered with tiny silver stars. Each item I touched hummed with significance. My grandmother's locket with its secret compartment, shoes that whispered rather than clicked against the floor, and a bracelet that captured light like trapped moonbeams. The city had transformed overnight. Colors blazed with new intensity, Scents told stories of their origins, and sounds wove themselves into melodies. Every person I passed glowed with their unique inner light, and coincidences accumulated like autumn leaves. A book falling open to exactly the right passage, a street musician playing the melody that had been haunting my dreams, an unexpected detour leading to a hidden courtyard, alive with iridescent butterflies. The local coffee shop drew me in with the rich aroma of freshly ground beans and something more, a hint of that same mysterious scent from Sweet Charms. The barista's eyes sparkled with knowing as he handed me a drink I hadn't ordered, but that proved to be exactly what my soul craved. "The bookstore next door is calling your name," he suggested, though I'd never mentioned my love of books. "I have a feeling today will be special." The familiar bookstore felt different, transformed by the same magic that had touched everything else. Wind chimes by the door sang the same crystal notes as Sweet Charms' bell, and the beloved scent of old books was enhanced by something that reminded me of starlight and possibility. Moving through the shelves felt like walking through a dream. Books whispered their stories to me, and glimpses of other patrons appeared like scenes from an enchanted film. A woman writing in a journal that glowed with soft light, a man whose shadow took the shape of wings, a child reading to a cat with eyes like golden coins. In the poetry section, my fingers brushed against a leather-bound volume at the exact moment another hand reached for it. The touch sent electricity coursing through my entire body, and I looked up into eyes the color of honey and autumn leaves and ancient magic. "I've been searching for this book my whole life," he said, his voice resonating with something deep inside my soul. Though I'm beginning to think I was searching for this moment. His name was Oliver, and talking to him felt like remembering rather than meeting. We shared stories over cups of tea that never grew cold, and each word built a bridge between our worlds. He spoke of dreams that mirrored mine exactly, of feeling out of place in a world too ordinary for his soul, of visiting a mysterious candy shop the night before. "It tasted like summer strawberries," he said, watching me with eyes that saw straight to my heart. "And winter frost," I finished, and the air between us crystallized with destiny. Hours passed like minutes as we talked. Oliver told me of the stories he wrote, tales of magic hidden in plain sight, and love that transcended ordinary reality. I shared my collection of midnight adventures and impossible dreams, and each confession brought us closer to a truth we both somehow always knew. Days blended into weeks, and our love story wrote itself in moments of everyday magic. We discovered hidden places in the city that seemed to exist just for us, a garden where flowers bloomed according to visitors' emotions, a cafe where the coffee tasted like liquid memories, and a rooftop where the stars danced just for us. Each day brought new enchantments. Oliver's touch left trails of starlight on my skin, and our kisses tasted like the candy that had brought us together. We read poetry to one another in voices that made the words come alive, and our laughter created butterflies that fluttered away on wings of light. One snowy evening, as perfect crystalline flakes spiraled around us, Oliver led me to a familiar storefront. Sweet Charms glowed with welcome, and Ambrose stood in the doorway as if he had been expecting us. "The sweetest dreams," Oliver said, presenting a velvet box identical to the one that had started our journey. Inside, a ring sparkled with an inner fire that matched the candy hearts that had brought us together. "Are the ones we live while we're awake?" "Yes," I whispered, and the snow swirled around us in patterns of joy. Ambrose's smile held all the wisdom of the ages as he presented us with 2 more candies, these shaped like intertwined hearts. "For the next chapter of your story," he said, his words carrying the weight of prophecy. Years later, I still remember that magical night, as if it were yesterday. Oliver and I have created our own enchantments, in the way he brings me tea every morning, knowing exactly how I like it. In the notes we leave for one another, words of love hidden in unexpected places. In the gentle touch of his hand finding mine in the dark. Our daughter now sits on my lap, her eyes wide with wonder as I tell her stories of the mysterious candy shop where magic and love intertwine. She wears my grandmother's shawl, which still carries the faintest hint of rose perfume, and asks me to tell the tale again and again. "Is it real, Mama?" she whispers, clutching her own small velvet box from Sweet Charms, a gift from Ambrose on her 5th birthday. I smile, catching Oliver's eye across the room. He still looks at me the way he did that first day in the bookstore, as if I'm the most magical thing he's ever seen. The most real magic, I tell her, is the kind we create ourselves, with every act of love, every moment of wonder, every choice to believe in the extraordinary. As I tuck her into bed, I catch a glimpse of golden light through her window. Sweet Charms confections, still standing sentinel in the night, waiting for the next dreamer brave enough to believe. But the true magic, I now know, isn't in the candy, or the shop, or even in Ambrose's knowing smile. It's in the heart's capacity to recognize wonder, to embrace mystery, and to love deeply enough to transform the ordinary world into something extraordinary. Each night, as I fall asleep beside the person who makes reality more magical than any fantasy, I smile, knowing that tomorrow will bring new wonders. Because the sweetest dreams aren't the ones that come while sleeping. They're the ones we build together, heartbeat by heartbeat, in a world that reveals its magic to those brave enough to believe in love. And somewhere in the city, a bell chimes like crystal in the night, calling to another heart ready to begin its own magical journey. I remember the day magic crept into my kitchen like a warm summer breeze, though it was the coldest winter Chicago had seen in decades. The wind howled through the gaps in our window frames, and my calloused hands trembled as I sorted through another bundle of forgotten laundry. The sharp scent of lye soap filled my nostrils as I searched the pockets, praying to find enough coins to buy milk for my girls. Our tiny apartment smelled of cabbage and coal smoke, the sense of poverty that no amount of scrubbing could erase. The sheets I was folding belonged to Mrs. Henderson, or so I thought. She hadn't returned for them in months. The cotton was worn thin from years of washing, soft as dove feathers beneath my work-roughened fingers. I shook out the yellowed linens, and something solid thumped against the wooden floor, the sound echoing in our sparse room. A cookbook. Its leather cover was worn smooth as butter, the spine cracked and mended like the hands that now held it. Golden letters flickered in the light filtering through our frosted windows. The secret recipe of hope. The pages rustled as I opened them, releasing the faint scent of vanilla and something else. Something that reminded me of my mother's kitchen in better days. I almost tossed it aside. Hope wouldn't feed my 4 daughters or pay our overdue rent. But something about it called to me, like the memory of my mother's voice singing in her kitchen on Sunday mornings, the aroma of fresh bread mixing with hymns. That night, with barely enough flour to dust a countertop, I followed the simplest recipe in the book. The ingredients list read like poetry. 2 cups of patience, a handful of trust, and enough faith to fill a thimble. Below these fanciful measurements were real ones for a basic loaf of bread. The flour felt different somehow as I measured it, warmer than it should have been in our cold kitchen, almost silken between my fingers. As I kneaded the dough, memories of better days flooded back. Picnics in Lincoln Park with checkered blankets and lemonade so cold it made your teeth ache. My late husband Thomas's laughter rumbling like distant thunder, my girls playing hopscotch on sun-warmed sidewalks. The dough seemed to pulse beneath my fingers, warm and alive, responding to each press and fold like a living thing. The heat from our temperamental oven turned the kitchen windows foggy, and when I pulled out the bread, the tiny loaf had somehow multiplied, filling our kitchen with the aroma of childhood summers and safety. The crust was golden brown, crackling softly as it cooled, sending wisps of steam into the chilly air. "Mama, it smells like heaven," little Rose exclaimed, her hollow cheeks already gaining color from the steam. The other girls gathered around. Emily, my oldest at 12, who'd grown too serious too soon. Margaret, my dreamer with ink-stained fingers. And sweet Catherine, who still hummed herself to sleep every night despite our hardships. That first bite melted on our tongues like morning sunshine, soft and warm and full of impossible things. For the first time in months, my daughter's laughter echoed off the peeling wallpaper, bright and clear as chapel bells. Even Emily's solemn face cracked into a smile as crumbs caught in her dark curls. The next morning, Mr. O'Malley, our landlord, knocked on our door. His heavy footsteps on the stairs usually sent my heart racing, but today was different. When I opened the door, the perpetual scowl on his ruddy face had softened. His cap was in his hands, and the smell of fresh bread still lingered in the hallway. "Mrs. Carroll," he said, shuffling his feet on our worn welcome mat. "I've been thinking. Times are hard for everyone. Maybe we can work something out about the rent. And perhaps," he paused, looking almost shy, "you might be willing to trade some of that wonderful bread as part of the arrangement." That's when I knew. The cookbook wasn't just paper and ink. It was something more. Something that whispered of comfort and hope and possibilities. I began experimenting with other recipes. A pot of vegetable stew stretched impossibly to feed not just us, but the Martinez family downstairs who'd lost everything in the crash. Steam rose from the pot like a blessing, carrying the scent of rosemary and possibility throughout the building. When I baked sugar cookies that sparkled like fresh snow, Miss Thompson from the department store caught the scent as she passed by. She followed her nose to our door and offered me a job mending fine dresses, work that paid 3 times what I earned from taking in laundry. The cookies crumbled in her mouth as she spoke, and I watched joy light up her tired eyes. Word spread through the neighborhood about my cooking. Women with hollow eyes and empty pantries began appearing at my door, drawn by the perpetual warmth that now radiated from our apartment. I never turned them away. Each recipe required more than just ingredients. They demanded love, hope, and unwavering faith. If my heart wavered, if doubt crept in like winter frost, the magic faded like morning mist. The cookbook taught me its secrets slowly. A dash of cinnamon in the apple pie brought luck. You could smell it in the spicy sweet aroma that filled the kitchen. Rosemary in the bread prompted forgotten memories. One bite, and people would close their eyes, smiling at thoughts of happier days. Honey and tea healed more than sore throats. It mended broken spirits, its golden warmth spreading through the body like liquid sunlight. My girls flourished under the cookbook's gentle magic. Margaret, my second eldest, discovered she could make flowers bloom in window boxes even in December after eating my gardener's biscuits. The scent of lilacs and roses drifted down the street in midwinter, drawing amazed crowds. Catherine, always so quiet, found her voice after sipping mint hot chocolate, her words flowing smooth and sweet as the drink itself. And Tiny Rose started dancing again, her feet as light as spun sugar, moving to music only she could hear. Then came the day the man in the charcoal suit appeared. His shoes were polished to mirrors, his hat tipped at a rakish angle, but his eyes were empty as dried wells. The scent of cold metal and dried leaves followed him up our stairs. "Mrs. Carroll," his voice oozed like cold molasses, "I believe you have something that belongs to me." He pulled out a wallet fat with bills, the leather creaking as he opened it. "Name your price." I looked at the cookbook, its pages now stained with butter and love, bookmarked with my daughter's drawings and pressed flowers from our tiny garden. In its margins I'd written my own notes. Add extra vanilla to lift spirits. Stir counterclockwise for good fortune. Always sing while kneading bread. The book warmed beneath my touch, as if seeking protection. "It's not for sale," I told him, my voice stronger than I felt. His smile never reached his eyes. Everything has a price, Mrs. Carroll. Everything. Not hope, I replied. Not love. He left the scent of bitter almonds and disappointment in his wake. That night, our dreams were troubled, but I baked peace back into our home with lavender shortbread and chamomile tea. As the years passed, I noticed I needed the cookbook less and less. The magic had seeped into my hands, my heart, my very being. My little laundry service grew into a successful bakery, where every treat came with a side of comfort and courage. The scent of hope and fresh possibilities drifted down the street each morning as I opened the doors. My daughters grew strong and kind, each carrying a bit of magic in their souls. Emily became a teacher, feeding young minds with the same patience I'd learned from the cookbook. Margaret opened a flower shop that bloomed all year round, filling the neighborhood with impossible colors and fragrances. Catherine's voice carried hope through the radio waves, and Rose danced on stages across the country, leaving trails of joy in her wake. When they ask me about the secret of my success, I tell them what the cookbook taught me, that magic isn't in the ingredients or the instructions. It's in the love we stir into every pot, the hope we knead into every loaf, the faith we sprinkle over every life we touch. The cookbook still sits in my kitchen drawer, its magic waiting for the next person who needs it. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear it humming lullabies, reminding me that even in the darkest times, hope rises like bread in a warm oven, and love multiplies when you share it. My daughters have children of their own now, and when they visit, we bake together. Their children ask for the special cookies that make wishes come true, or the soup that chases away storms. I smile and tell them the real magic ingredient: love that's stronger than any depression, hope that rises higher than any bread, and faith that's sweeter than any dream. And sometimes, when the kitchen is quiet and the moon hangs like a silver dollar in the sky, I open the cookbook and whisper, "Thank you." The pages ruffle in response, and I smell vanilla and possibility, knowing that magic isn't something you find, it's something you create, one recipe at a time. The salt-laden wind caressed my face as I stood at the water's edge, my calloused hands working methodically to repair the fishing nets my father and I used to sustain our living. The rhythm of the waves against the rocky Maine shoreline created a soothing melody that had been the soundtrack of my life for all my 23 years. I am Nico, son of fisherman James Littlesea, and grandson of Wabanaki elder Minato. Our family had lived on this coastline for generations, guardians of stories that most considered mere legends. While tourists flocked to our small coastal village for its picturesque views and fresh seafood, they remained blissfully unaware of the deeper connections my ancestors held with the sea. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and lavender. I paused my work, mesmerized by the way the fading light danced across the surface of the tide pools. That's when I first saw her. A figure emerged between the rocks, so gracefully it seemed as if the water itself had taken form. Flowing dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her skin. I couldn't be sure in the twilight, but it appeared to shimmer with an iridescent quality that caught what remained of the day's light. Our eyes met across the distance, and something ancient stirred within me. She disappeared beneath the water before I could process what I'd seen. I dropped the nets and rushed to the tide pools, my heart pounding against my ribs. The water revealed nothing but the usual sea life, hermit crabs scuttling about, anemones waving their tentacles in the gentle current. "You saw something in the water." The voice wasn't a question, but a statement. I turned to find my grandfather standing behind me, his weather-beaten face creased with knowing. "I don't know what I saw," I replied, uncertain if I should share the wild thoughts racing through my mind. Grandfather Minato nodded slowly. The Wabanaki have always known the sea holds more secrets than most people are willing to believe. Our ancestors spoke of beings who dwelled beneath the waves, with whom they once shared a profound connection. That night, sleep eluded me. The image of the woman in the tide pools haunted my dreams when I did drift off. I woke before dawn and found myself drawn back to the shore, as if pulled by an invisible thread. The morning mist hung thick over the water as I made my way to the same spot. I sat on a large, flat stone and waited, though for what, I wasn't entirely sure. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, burning away the mist. Tourists began to populate the beach further down the shore. I was about to leave when the water before me rippled. She emerged slowly, cautiously, revealing herself inch by inch. First, her face, delicate features framed by that same dark hair, now slick against her head. Her eyes were the deepest blue I'd ever seen, like the ocean during a storm. Then her shoulders, bare and glistening. She didn't come fully out of the water, but stayed partially submerged. "You came back," she said, her voice melodic and unlike any I'd heard before. "So did you," I managed to reply, my mouth suddenly dry. She smiled, and it was like watching the sun break through clouds. "I'm Melly." "Nico," I offered. "I know who you are, Nico Littlesea. I've watched you for some time." The revelation should have unsettled me, but instead, I felt a strange sense of comfort. "What are you?" I whispered. Melly moved closer, and that's when I saw it. The shimmer of scales below her waist, iridescent blues and greens catching the sunlight as they merged with the water. "Your people once called us the children of Glooskap and the sea," she said. "Your grandfather knows the old stories." "A mermaid," I breathed, the word feeling both foreign and familiar on my tongue. She nodded. "Though we prefer to be known by our names rather than what we are." For reasons I couldn't explain, I wasn't afraid. Perhaps the blood of my ancestors recognized what my modern mind struggled to accept. "Will you meet me tonight?" she asked. "When the moon is high?" I found myself nodding before I could consider the wisdom of such an arrangement. That evening marked the beginning of what would become the most transformative period of my life. Night after night, I slipped away from the village to meet Melly at our secluded spot along the shore. Sometimes we talked for hours, exchanging stories of our worlds. Other times, we sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. Melly taught me about life beneath the waves, vast underwater gardens that bloomed in bioluminescent splendor, the ancient cities of her people carved into deep-sea canyons, and the songs they sang that guided whales on their migrations. In return, I shared with her the wonders of human innovation, our art and music, and our capacity for both destruction and compassion. I brought her books, carefully wrapped in waterproof coverings, which she devoured with an insatiable curiosity. As the weeks passed, my feelings for Melly deepened into something I had never experienced before. It transcended physical attraction, though I couldn't deny the way my heart raced when she smiled or when her hand occasionally brushed against mine. There was a connection between us that felt primordial, as if our souls recognized one another from some distant past. "My mother warned me about falling in love with a human," Melly confessed one night, as we sat side by side on the rocks, her tail occasionally flicking droplets of water that caught the moonlight. My breath caught in my throat. "Is that what's happening?" She turned to face me, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "What else would you call this thing between us that defies the natural order?" I couldn't find words to describe it, so instead I reached out and gently took her hand in mine. Her skin was cool and smooth against my palm. We stayed that way for what felt like hours, connected by that simple touch and the unspoken understanding that we had crossed into territory where few had ventured before. Our idyllic summer came to an abrupt end when the weather began to change. The normally predictable Maine climate turned volatile. Storms brewed with increasing frequency, each more severe than the last. "Something isn't right," Melly said one evening, her expression troubled as she gazed out at the darkening horizon. "The sea is restless." My father and the other fishermen had noticed it too. Their conversations at the harbor were filled with concern about changing currents and marine life behaving strangely. The old-timers muttered about signs they hadn't seen since the Great Storm of '78 that had nearly wiped our village off the map. 3 days later, the sky turned an ominous green-gray. The radio crackled with emergency warnings about a massive storm system barreling up the coast. "It's coming," Grandfather Minato said grimly as we rushed to secure our boat and equipment. "And it's worse than anything I've seen in my lifetime." That night, as evacuation orders were issued and families packed their most precious belongings, I slipped away to our meeting place. The waves were already violent, crashing against the rocks with frightening force. Melly appeared, her normally serene features taut with worry. "You shouldn't be here," she called over the howl of the wind. "It's not safe." "I had to see you," I shouted back. "The village is evacuating inland." She swam closer, fighting against the churning water. "This storm, it's not natural. Something has disturbed the ancient balance between land and sea." A cold dread settled in my stomach. "What do you mean?" "There are powers in the deep that have slumbered for centuries," she explained. "Human activities, the drilling, the pollution, have awakened them. They're angry, Nico." Lightning split the sky, illuminating her face in harsh white light. In that moment, she looked both terrifyingly otherworldly and achingly vulnerable. "Can you stop it?" I asked desperately. She shook her head. "Not alone, but I can help guide your people to safety." Before I could protest, she reached up and pulled something from around her neck, a small shell on a cord of woven seaweed. "Take this. It will allow me to find you, no matter where you go." I slipped it over my head, feeling its strange warmth against my skin. "What are you going to do?" "Gather allies," she replied enigmatically. "Now go. Warn your village. The evacuation routes they've planned won't be safe. The inland rivers will flood. You must lead them to higher ground, to the old Wabanaki trails your grandfather knows." I hesitated, torn between my duty to my community and my fear for her safety. "Go," she insisted, giving me a gentle push toward shore. "I'll find you when it's over." The following hours passed in a blur of frantic activity. Convincing my father and the village council to alter their evacuation plans wasn't easy, but Grandfather Minato's support lent credibility to my seemingly wild claims about the coming flood paths. As we led the villagers up into the foothills along ancient trails that hadn't been used in generations, I kept glancing back at the ocean. The storm had intensified, transforming the once welcoming sea into a monstrous force that devoured the coastline. Then I saw them, shapes moving through the water, coordinated and purposeful. Dolphins herded struggling fishing boats to safer channels. Seals guided stranded beachgoers to higher ground, and occasionally I caught glimpses of forms that were undeniably human from the waist up, directing this symphony of rescue. "The children of Glooskap," Grandfather Minato murmured beside me, his eyes wide with wonder. The stories were true. For 3 days, the storm raged with apocalyptic fury. We watched from our mountain refuge, as our village was partly swallowed by the sea. Yet miraculously, not a single life was lost, neither human nor animal. When the waters finally receded and we were able to return to assess the damage, I immediately made my way to our meeting place. The landscape had been dramatically altered. Familiar rocks had been swept away, new ones deposited in their place. I waited all day, but Meili didn't come. Night fell, and still, I waited, clutching the shell pendant she had given me. As the moon rose, casting silver light across the transformed shoreline, I began to lose hope. In desperation, I waded into the tide pools, calling her name. My foot struck something hard in the sand. Reaching down through the shallow water, my fingers closed around a smooth, round object. I lifted it out of the water, a pearl unlike any I had ever seen. It was large, perfectly round, and seemed to contain all the colors of the sea within its depths. As I held it in my palm, a warm sensation spread up my arm and through my body. The shell pendant around my neck grew hot, and I heard Mellie's voice as clearly as if she stood beside me. The ocean will always remember you, just as I will. Understanding dawned with both joy and sorrow. The pearl was her gift to me, a piece of her world that I could keep in mine. But it was also her goodbye. I learned later from Grandfather Minato that according to the old stories, merfolk could only interact with the human world for limited periods before they had to return to the deep. Their help during the storm had depleted their ability to cross between realms. It might be generations before they could return. Years have passed since that summer. Our village was rebuilt, stronger, and with a renewed respect for the sea that both gives and takes. I became the keeper of the stories, teaching the young ones about our connection to the ocean and its mysterious inhabitants. Some nights, when the moon is full and the tide is high, I return to our meeting place with the pearl in my hand. I tell myself it's to honor her memory, but in my heart, I hold on to the hope that someday she might return. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear fragments of the song floating across the water, a melody both foreign and familiar that speaks of love that transcends the boundaries between land and sea. Mellie taught me the most important lesson of all, that love, in its purest form, can bridge even the deepest divides. And in that knowledge, I find a sense of peace as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. As I stand here now, watching the waves caress the shore, I understand that some gifts are meant to transform us rather than simply belong to us. Mellie's gift wasn't just the pearl I still carry. It was the awakening of my heart to possibilities beyond the visible world. And so I wait, patient as the tide, knowing that love, like the sea, follows cycles beyond our understanding. Until then, I cherish the pearl, the stories, and the memory of iridescent skin shimmering in the moonlight. For the ocean remembers, and so do I. 5 winters had passed since the great storm. The village had rebuilt itself, stronger than before, with new structures designed to withstand the sea's fury. As the appointed keeper of stories, I divided my time between helping my father with the fishing business and teaching the village children about our connection to the ocean. The pearl Mellie had left me never left my possession. Some days, I wore it on a cord around my neck, hidden beneath my clothes where it rested cool against my skin. On other days, when I needed to feel closer to her, I kept it in my pocket, my fingers absently tracing its perfect roundness as I went about my daily tasks. Tonight marked the 5th anniversary of the storm. The moon hung full and heavy over the water, casting a silvery path across the waves that seemed to beckon me forward. I made my way down to our meeting place, the rocky outcropping now weathered differently by the storm, but still recognizable to those who knew where to look. I sat on the largest boulder, the pearl cupped in my palm, glowing with an inner light that seemed to intensify near the water. The tide pools around me reflected the moonlight, their surfaces occasionally disturbed by the movement of tiny creatures going about their nightly business. "I still miss you," I whispered to the sea, my words carried away by the salt-laden breeze. The water before me rippled slightly, though there was no wind to disturb it. I leaned forward, my heart quickening as I had so many times before, when I thought I'd glimpsed something in the waves. Usually, it turned out to be nothing more than wishful thinking, a trick of light on water. But tonight was different. A soft blue glow emanated from beneath the surface, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. The pearl in my hand grew warm, vibrating with an energy that traveled up my arm and spread throughout my body. Melly? Her name escaped my lips as a prayer. The glow intensified, coalescing into a distinct shape. Not the form I remembered, but something else. A small creature that looked like a fusion of seahorse and dragon, no larger than my forearm. It broke the surface, water cascading off its luminescent scales as it regarded me with eyes that held ancient wisdom. Nico, little sea. The voice wasn't audible, but seemed to form directly in my mind. Keeper of the pearl, guardian of stories. I found myself nodding, unable to form words as I stared at the magical being before me. I am Lumina, messenger of the deep realms. I come with tidings from she whom you seek. My heart leaped into my throat. Meili, she's alive? The creature, Lumina, bobbed in what appeared to be affirmation. She exists in the eternal waters of the deep realm, where time flows differently than in your world. What has been 5 cycles of seasons for you has been but a moment for her. Can I see her? I asked, leaning closer to the water's edge, the pearl clutched tightly in my hand. Lumina's glow dimmed slightly. The boundaries between our worlds remain strong, reinforced after the great healing that followed the storm. But there is a way if you are willing. Anything, I said without hesitation. On the night when the moon is newest, when darkness covers the sea completely, bring the pearl to the place where the eastern cliffs meet the deep water. Dive into the sea with the pearl against your heart, and you will find a passage. A passage to Meili? A passage to possibility, Lumina corrected gently. The rest depends on forces beyond my knowledge. But know this, she remembers as you do. The bond you share transcends the barriers between land and sea. Before I could ask more questions, Lumina dove beneath the surface, the blue glow fading until only the regular moonlight remained dancing on the waves. I sat motionless for several minutes, wondering if I had imagined the entire encounter. But the pearl in my hand still hummed with energy, and my heart beat with a renewed purpose I hadn't felt in years. The new moon was 3 weeks away. I spent the intervening time preparing, though for what exactly I wasn't sure. I studied my grandfather's ancient maps of the coastline, identifying the eastern cliffs Lumina had mentioned. The location was remote, accessible only by a treacherous path that wound down from the highlands or by boat around the jutting peninsula. You seem different lately, my father remarked one evening as we mended nets together on the dock. More like your old self. I hadn't realized how much I had changed in the years since losing Meili, how much of myself I had tucked away like a precious object, too fragile for daily use. I feel different, I admitted. Like I'm waking up from a long sleep. My father nodded, his weathered hands never pausing in their work. Your grandfather would say that's the call of the ancestors. When they have something important to show us, they wake our sleeping spirits. If only he knew how literal that call had been. I visited Grandfather Minato's grave on the hillside overlooking the sea. Since his passing 2 winters ago, I often came here seeking guidance, imagining what wisdom he might offer for my current dilemmas. I don't know what awaits me, I said to the wind that rustled through the sweet grass surrounding his stone marker. But I have to go. She's part of me now, in a way I can't explain. The wind seemed to whisper back, carrying the scent of salt and something else, something ancient and knowing that reminded me of the stories he used to tell by the firelight. The night of the new moon arrived with surprising swiftness. I told my father I was taking our smaller boat to check some traps in the southern bay, a half-truth that sat uncomfortably in my stomach. But how could I explain where I was going, what I was hoping to find? The night was velvet dark as I navigated around the peninsula, guided only by stars and my intimate knowledge of the coastline. The eastern cliffs loomed like sentinels against the night sky, their faces black and formidable in the absence of moonlight. I anchored the boat in a small cove and stripped down to my swimming shorts. The water would be frigidly cold, but I had grown up swimming in these waters in all seasons. After tying the pearl securely around my neck, I dove into the darkness. The shock of cold momentarily robbed me of breath, but I forced myself to swim deeper, following the cliff face down to where it met the seafloor. The pearl glowed against my chest, providing just enough light to navigate by. Time seemed to lose meaning as I swam. My lungs burned, but something pushed me onward, deeper than I had ever gone before. Just as my body screamed for air, I saw it. A narrow fissure in the rock face, emanating the same blue light I had seen when Lumina appeared. With the last of my strength, I propelled myself toward the opening. As I passed through the fissure, everything changed. The water around me warmed to a pleasant temperature. The pressure that should have crushed my chest at this depth disappeared. Most surprisingly, I found I could breathe. I drew in a tentative breath, expecting my lungs to fill with seawater. Instead, they filled with something that felt like air, but denser, richer, carrying scents of exotic plants and minerals I couldn't identify. I floated in wonder, attempting to comprehend what was happening to me. The narrow fissure opened into a vast underwater cavern, illuminated by bioluminescent algae that clung to the walls and ceiling. The floor of the cavern sloped upward, eventually breaking the water's surface to form a small beach of glittering sand. I swam toward it, marveling at how easily I moved through the water now. As I emerged onto the beach, I expected to feel the familiar drag of water leaving my clothes, the heaviness of gravity reclaiming me. Instead, I felt light, almost buoyant, as if the boundary between water and air had become permeable somehow. "The pearl adapts you to our realm," a melodic voice explained from behind me. I turned so quickly that I nearly lost my balance. There she stood in the shallows, exactly as I remembered, yet somehow more vibrant, more real than the image I had carried in my heart for 5 long years. Her dark hair flowed around her shoulders, adorned with small shells and crystals that caught the blue light. Her eyes, deep as the ocean during a storm, regarded me with a mixture of joy and caution. "Melly," I breathed, afraid that speaking too loudly might shatter this dream. She smiled, and just like before, it was like watching the sun break through clouds. "You came?" "I told you I would find you," I said, taking a step toward her, then hesitating. "If you wanted to be found." She moved closer, and I saw that instead of the tail I remembered, she had legs that carried her gracefully through the shallow water. My confusion must have shown on my face. "We can adapt our form," she explained, glancing down at herself. "In this place between realms, such transitions are easier." She reached the shore and stood before me, close enough to touch. "Just as you can now breathe water, I can walk on land, here at least." I reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wished. When my fingers finally made contact with her cheek, the sensation was electric. Her skin was cool and smooth, just as I remembered. But there was also a subtle current that passed between us, as if our very atoms recognized one another. "I've missed you," I said simply, unable to articulate the depth of longing that had filled my days since we parted. "And I you," she replied, leaning slightly into my touch. Time passes differently in the deep realm, but the feeling of absence is the same. She took my hand and led me away from the shore, deeper into the cavern. As we walked, the bioluminescent light followed us, illuminating our path. The cavern opened into a series of connected chambers, each more beautiful than the last. Living sculptures of coral grew from the floors and walls, their forms suggesting towers and arches that reminded me of ancient cities half-remembered from dreams. "Welcome to Luminara," Melly said, her voice filled with pride. "One of the gateway cities between the surface world and the deep realm. Few humans have ever seen it." "It's incredible," I murmured, taking in the ethereal beauty around us. Small creatures that resembled flying fish with butterfly wings darted through the air, leaving trails of sparkling light. Music drifted from somewhere deeper in the city, notes that seemed to vibrate at a frequency that made my very bones resonate. As we walked through what appeared to be a central plaza, other beings emerged from doorways and alcoves. Some looked similar to Meili, human from the waist up with iridescent tails instead of legs. Others were more alien, beings with multiple limbs or translucent skin that revealed the flow of colorful fluids beneath. They regarded me with curiosity rather than hostility, some nodding and greeting, others maintaining a respectful distance. "They know who you are," Melly explained. "The human who helped save his village during the Great Storm? The one who carries the Pearl of Memory?" "I didn't do anything special," I protested. "You and your people saved us." Melly squeezed my hand. "You trusted the unbelievable. You convinced your people to take a path they would have otherwise rejected. That kind of bridge building between our worlds is rare and precious." We came to a small dwelling carved into the living coral. Inside, it was surprisingly cozy, furnished with items that appeared to be crafted from various sea materials. Chairs made from shaped coral, surfaces of polished mother-of-pearl, soft cushions that might have been fashioned from some kind of sea vegetation. "My home," Melly said with a hint of shyness. "At least while I'm in Luminara." "It's beautiful," I said, noticing small details that spoke volumes about her. Shelves lined with objects she must have collected, patterns carved into the walls that reminded me of the stories she used to tell me about her people's history. "Nico," she said, her expression growing serious. "There are things you need to know about why I've brought you here." She gestured for me to sit on one of the coral chairs, which was unexpectedly comfortable. Settling herself across from me, she took a deep breath. "The balance between our worlds is failing," she began. "The Great Storm was just the beginning, a warning of what might come if the ancient accords between land and sea continue to erode." "What accords?" I asked, leaning forward. "Long ago, your ancestors and mine made promises to one another. The humans would respect the sea and its inhabitants, taking only what they needed and protecting the waters from harm. In return, my people would guard the coasts from the worst of the sea's fury and ensure the waters remained bountiful." I thought of my fishing village, of how we'd always had successful seasons, even when neighboring communities struggled. How our storms, while fierce, rarely took lives. I had attributed it to luck and the wisdom of our elders in reading weather patterns. Now I understood there had been more at work. "These promises have been forgotten by most humans," Melly continued. "The seas suffer from their neglect and exploitation. The deep powers that awakened during the storm have not returned to their slumber. They stir, growing more restless with each passing season." "And if they fully awaken?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "The storm that nearly destroyed your village would seem gentle in comparison," she said gravely. "Entire coastlines could be lost, and my people cannot hold back such fury alone." The weight of her words settled over me like a physical thing. "What can I do? I'm just one person." Melly's expression softened. "You're more than that. You're a bridge, Nico. The pearl you carry is proof of that. It responds to you in a way it shouldn't for a human, and you've already shown you can breathe our waters, walk in our realm." She reached out, taking both my hands in hers. "The Council of the Deep Realms believes there might be a way to renew the ancient accords, to remind humans and merfolk alike of the bonds we once shared. But it requires someone who can move between worlds, someone who carries both human wisdom and merfolk magic. Me, I said, the realization dawning slowly. Us, she corrected, her eyes searching mine. Together, if you're willing. The proposition hung between us, monumental in its implications. I thought of my father, of our village, of the life I had built there. Could I leave it all behind? As if reading my thoughts, Melly squeezed my hands. I'm not asking you to abandon your world, Nico. I'm asking you to help bridge it with mine. I looked down at our intertwined fingers, her skin with its subtle sheen, mine tanned and calloused from years of working with nets and ropes. Different, yet somehow perfectly fitted together. How would it work? I finally asked. Relief flooded her features. The pearl you carry is one of 7 ancient artifacts created when the original accords were struck. Together, they form a key that can open permanent pathways between our realms, stable passages that would allow regular contact and collaboration. And the other 6? 3 are held by the Deep Council. 2 were lost during the age of human expansion and warfare, hidden away for safekeeping. And 1? She hesitated. 1 is said to be guarded by the Wabanaki people. Your people. My mind raced back to the stories my grandfather had told me, of sacred objects passed down through generations. Could one of them be what Melly described? The shell necklace, I murmured, remembering an ornate creation of wampum and carved shells that had been buried with my grandfather. He always said it was more than just decoration, that it helped our people speak with the spirits of the sea. Melly nodded eagerly. That could be it. We would need to retrieve it, along with the other missing artifacts. You're talking about a quest, I said, the enormity of the task beginning to sink in. A journey, she corrected gently. One that would take us to the deepest trenches of the ocean, and perhaps to places in your world I've never seen. And at the end of this journey, if we succeed? Her eyes lit up with hope. The barriers between our worlds would thin, not disappear. Both realms need their separation to maintain their unique magic, but become permeable enough to allow passage for those with the proper permission. Our people could collaborate openly again. The ancient powers would be appeased by the renewal of the accords. She hesitated, then added softly, and we would no longer be separated by the boundaries of water and air. The implication sent a wave of emotion through me so powerful, I had to close my eyes for a moment to steady myself. To be with Melly, not just for stolen moments in hidden realms, but as a regular part of my life. It was more than I had dared to hope for since she disappeared after the storm. When do we start? I asked, opening my eyes to find her smiling at me with such tenderness it made my heart ache. Tomorrow, she said. Tonight is for remembering. She stood and held out her hand to me. I took it without hesitation and followed her from the dwelling, back through the glowing city to a different chamber I hadn't seen before. This one was smaller and more intimate, with a ceiling that seemed to ripple like the surface of water viewed from below. In the center of the chamber was a pool that glowed with the same blue light I had seen emanating from Lumina. Melly led me to its edge and knelt, indicating I should do the same. This is the Pool of Echoes, she explained. It allows us to revisit memories with perfect clarity, to experience them again as if they were happening for the first time. She guided my hand to the surface of the pool, the pearl still hanging from its cord around my neck. As our fingers broke the surface together, the water began to swirl, colors forming and reforming until an image appeared. The two of us sitting side by side on the rocks of the main shoreline. The first night we'd truly spoken, when she'd told me her name. The memory was so vivid I could feel the cool night air on my skin, smell the salt of the sea, and hear the exact cadence of our conversation. Millie's hand tightened around mine as we both experienced the moment anew. The uncertainty, the wonder, the first stirrings of a connection neither of us had fully understood at the time. The pool shifted, showing us another memory, teaching Millie about human music, her delight when I brought a small waterproof radio to our meeting place and showed her how to tune it to different stations. I watched her face in the memory, the way her eyes widened with each new sound, and how she moved to the rhythm with natural grace. Memory after memory played out on the surface of the pool, some from my perspective, others from hers. I saw myself through her eyes, a figure silhouetted against the sunset, looking out to sea with a longing she recognized because it mirrored her own. I felt her anxiety each time she approached the surface, and her joy when she saw me waiting. Hours seemed to pass as we knelt there, reliving the summer that had changed both our lives. When the final memory faded, our painful goodbye before the storm, I found my cheeks were wet with tears I hadn't realized I was shedding. Millie reached up and gently brushed them away, her touch achingly tender. "I wanted you to see," she whispered, "to understand that what we shared wasn't just a dream or a legend. It was real as what we feel now." "I never doubted that," I said, covering her hand with mine as it rested against my cheek. Not for a moment. The air between us seemed to vibrate with unspoken words, with 5 years of longing finally given the chance for expression. I leaned forward slowly, giving her time to pull away if she wished. Instead, she moved to meet me halfway. Our lips met in a kiss that felt like coming home after a long journey. Soft at first, hesitant with the newness of it, then deeper as years of separation melted away. Her skin emanated that subtle current I had noticed earlier, a gentle electricity that heightened every sensation. When we finally pulled apart, both slightly breathless, the world around us seemed to have changed. Colors more vibrant, sounds more clear, as if the kiss had awakened some dormant sense that allowed me to perceive the magic of this place more fully. "I've waited 5 years to do that," I admitted with a small laugh. "I would have waited 50, she replied, her eyes reflecting the blue glow of the pool. "Some bonds transcend time." She stood, pulling me to my feet alongside her. "Come," she said. "There's one more place I want to show you before the night ends." We left the Chamber of Echoes, winding through passages that sloped gently upward. The bioluminescent light grew dimmer as we ascended, replaced gradually by a different kind of illumination that I couldn't immediately identify. Finally, we emerged into a chamber unlike any of the others. The ceiling was transparent, revealing the night ocean above us, mysteriously illuminated despite the absence of moonlight. Schools of fish swam overhead, their silver bellies catching the light. Occasionally, larger shapes moved through the water, the graceful forms of manta rays, the sleek bodies of dolphins. But most breathtaking of all was the view of stars, visible through the water, with a clarity I had never experienced from the land. They seemed closer somehow, their light undistorted by the atmosphere, pulsing with colors my human eyes had never detected before. "The celestial chamber," Millie said softly. "One of the few places where the 3 realms meet: sea, land, and sky." In the center of the chamber was a simple platform of mother of pearl, large enough for 2 people to recline side by side. Millie led me to it, and we lay down together, gazing up at the underwater night sky. "My people believe that the stars are the souls of those who have loved across boundaries," she murmured, her head resting against my shoulder. "Those who dared to build bridges between worlds that were meant to remain separate." "And what happened to them?" I asked, absently stroking her hair, still marveling at how naturally we fit together despite our different worlds. "They were transformed," she said. "Neither fully of one realm nor the other, but something new entirely. Beings of pure light that could travel between all worlds freely. I thought about the journey ahead of us, the artifacts we needed to find, the ancient accords we hoped to renew. Do you think that's possible? To belong to multiple worlds without losing yourself? She propped herself up on one elbow, looking down at me with eyes that reflected the starlight filtering through the water above. I think we're already proving that it is. As she lowered her lips to mine once more, I felt the truth of her words resonating through me. In this moment, suspended between ocean and sky, between human and merfolk, I was more fully myself than I had ever been before. Tomorrow would bring challenges, dangers, and the beginning of a quest with no guaranteed outcome. But tonight, beneath an ocean of stars, I found perfect peace in the knowledge that whatever awaited us, we would face it together. Two beings from different worlds who had somehow created a world of their own in the space between. The pearl against my chest pulsed warmly, as if affirming this realization. And as Melly curled against me, her breath soft against my neck, I knew with absolute certainty that I had found my true home. Not in the fishing village where I was born, not in the magical underwater city of Luminara, but here, in the arms of the woman who had taught me that love could indeed bridge the deepest divides. Dawn arrived differently in the underwater realm, not with the dramatic appearance of the sun, but with a gradual brightening of the water above us, schools of fish changing their swimming patterns as they welcomed the new day. I woke to find Melly already alert, watching me with a gentle smile. We had stayed in the celestial chamber all night, talking for hours before finally drifting to sleep in one another's arms. "Did you rest well?" she asked, brushing a strand of hair from my forehead. "Better than I have in 5 years," I replied honestly. She leaned down to place a quick kiss on my lips before rising gracefully to her feet. "We should prepare. The council will be waiting for us." As we made our way back through the chambers of Luminara, I noticed subtle changes in the city. The bioluminescent lights pulsed with more energy, and more of the mere people were visible, going about what appeared to be their daily activities. Some nodded respectfully as we passed. Others watched with undisguised curiosity. "They're not used to seeing humans here," Melly explained, noticing my awareness of their attention. "Especially not humans who can breathe water and move so comfortably in our realm." "Am I the first?" I asked, wondering how many others might have made this journey before me. "The first in several generations," she replied. "There have been others throughout history, usually those with mixed heritage, descendants of rare unions between our peoples." The implication hung between us, unspoken but acknowledged in the slight flush that colored her cheeks. I squeezed her hand reassuringly, silently communicating that I understood the significance of what she was sharing. We entered a vast chamber that appeared to be carved from a single enormous piece of abalone shell, its walls shimmering with iridescent blues and greens. At the center was a circular table formed from coral, around which sat 7 figures of diverse appearance, all clearly merfolk, but with variations that suggested different regions, or perhaps even subspecies. Lumina, the small dragon-like creature who had delivered Mealy's message, hovered near the shoulder of an elderly merwoman, whose silver hair was adorned with strands of pearl and coral. Her tail was a magnificent collage of purples and blues, and her bearing suggested authority. "Welcome, Nico Little Sea," she said, her voice carrying the same melodic quality as Mealy's, but deeper, more resonant. "I am Elder Nerissa, head of the Council of the Deep Realms." I bowed slightly, instinctively showing respect. "Thank you for allowing me into your world." "It is you who honors us with your courage," another council member said. A merman with features that reminded me of Pacific Islanders, his powerful tail a constellation of golden scales. Few surface dwellers would dare such a journey. "Mealy explained the situation," I said, looking around at each of their faces. If there's anything I can do to help restore the balance between our worlds, I want to try. Elder Nerissa nodded approvingly. The human speaks with sincerity, she said to the others, before returning her attention to me. The task before you is not simple, Nico Littlesea. The 7 artifacts must be gathered and brought to the Temple of Convergence during the celestial alignment that occurs once every 50 years. This alignment is 6 weeks from now. 6 weeks to find 4 missing artifacts, I repeated, the timeline sinking in. And we don't know exactly where they are. We have clues, offered a younger council member, a merman with striking violet eyes and a scientific demeanor. He gestured to a series of glowing symbols that appeared in the water above the table. The artifacts leave traces of their distinctive energy in the currents. We have narrowed down the general locations. The symbols resolved into a map, part ocean chart, part land mass. Different areas glowed with varying intensities. One lies in waters near your homeland, Elder Nerissa explained, indicating the coast of Maine. The shell necklace you mentioned, if it is indeed what we seek. Another appears to be somewhere in these waters. She pointed to an area in the South Pacific. The third signature is faint but detectable in the Mediterranean Sea, continued the violet-eyed merman. And the fourth... He hesitated, exchanging glances with Elder Nerissa. The fourth presents our greatest challenge, she continued. It appears to be in the possession of those who would use its power for their own gain. Humans? I asked, though something in her tone suggested otherwise. The abyssal ones, Melly said softly beside me. Merfolk who rejected the ancient accords, who believe that humans should be driven from the coasts entirely and the seas reclaimed by our kind alone. I felt a chill despite the comfortable temperature of the chamber. And they have one of the artifacts? Elder Nerissa nodded gravely. The obsidian trident, the most powerful of the 7. With it, they can influence ocean currents, stir storms, call to the deep creatures that most surface dwellers believe are mere legends. The recent increase in unexplained maritime disasters, the violet-eyed merman added. Ships lost in calm seas, sudden rogue waves. We believe these are their work, testing the trident's powers. The magnitude of what we faced settled over me like a weight. This wasn't just about finding a way for Melly and me to be together. It was about preventing what could amount to a war between land and sea, with devastating consequences for both realms. Where are they based? I asked, studying the map for any indication. The Abyssal Trench, replied Elder Nerissa, indicating a deep ocean feature far from any coastline. Their stronghold lies at a depth that would crush an ordinary human. Even with the Pearl's protection, approaching would be extremely dangerous. I took a deep breath, centering myself. So we find the other 3 artifacts first, then figure out how to deal with the abyssal ones. Melly's hand found mine, her grip firm and reassuring. We'll need help, she said, addressing the council. Guides for the different ocean territories, information on the exact nature of each artifact. Elder Nerissa inclined her head. You shall have all the assistance we can provide. Lumina will accompany you, serving as both guide and messenger. The small dragon-like creature performed what appeared to be a mid-water bow, her luminescent scales rippling with the movement. And you will need this, the elder continued, removing a bracelet from her wrist. It was crafted from an unfamiliar metal that seemed to shift colors like oil on water. This will allow you to call for aid if you find yourself in peril beyond your ability to manage. She handed it to Melly, who slipped it onto her arm with reverence. We are honored by your trust, Elder. When do we leave? I asked, already mentally preparing for what lay ahead. Today, Elder Nerissa replied. The celestial alignment approaches, and time moves differently between our realms. What might feel like days to you could be weeks in the surface world. The realization hit me hard. My father would be worried if I didn't return soon. I had told him I was checking traps, an absence of hours at most. I need to return to my village first, I said, to explain my absence, to gather what might be useful for our journey. The council members exchanged glances, communicating silently in a way I couldn't interpret. Finally, Elder Nerissa spoke. Melly will accompany you to the surface. With the pearl's power, she can maintain human form for several hours before needing to return to water. This will be good practice for the journey ahead, as you both learn to navigate one another's realms. Joy surged through me at the thought of showing Melly my world, introducing her to my father, letting her experience the life I had lived in her absence. But nervousness followed quickly. How would my village react to her? Would they accept her, or would they see her as something to fear? As if sensing my concerns, Elder Nerissa added, "Wisdom suggests discretion, Nico Littlesea. Not all humans are ready to accept the existence of the merfolk. Choose carefully whom you trust with our secret." I nodded, understanding the weight of responsibility being placed on me. "I'll be careful." The meeting concluded with formal blessings from each council member, and rituals of protection spoken in a language I didn't understand, but somehow felt resonating within me. The pearl around my neck grew warm with each blessing, absorbing the magic being bestowed. As we left the council chamber, Melly led me to what appeared to be a preparation area, where various items were being gathered for our journey. Waterproof bags containing tools and maps, containers of what she described as concentrated nutrients that would sustain us through long underwater passages. "Are you afraid?" she asked quietly as we watched the preparations. I considered the question honestly. "Yes," I admitted, "but not enough to turn back." She smiled, her eyes reflecting the same determination I felt. "That's why the pearl chose you. True courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the willingness to move forward despite it." I pulled her close, still marveling at how perfectly she fit against me. "As long as we're together, I can face whatever comes." She rested her head against my chest, over my heart. "Together," she echoed. "Always." The word hung between us like a promise, one that would be tested by the perils ahead, by the barriers between our worlds, by forces that would rather keep us apart. But in that moment, with the currents of magic swirling around us, and the memory of stars seen through ocean water still fresh in my mind, always felt not just possible, but inevitable. And as we prepared to return to the surface world, to begin a quest that would determine the fate of both our peoples, I found myself thinking of something my grandfather once told me. The most powerful magic in all the realms is the magic of a heart that refuses to be limited by the boundaries others have drawn. Looking at Meili, this extraordinary being who had crossed the divide between sea and land to find me again, I knew with absolute certainty that we carried that magic with us, and it would be enough to overcome whatever challenges awaited. For love, like the ocean itself, knows no true boundaries. It simply finds a way to flow where it is meant to be. I was born during the winter solstice, when moonlight painted the snow silver, and magic ran thick through the night air. My mother named me Luna before she died, her last breath frosting in the cold air as she pressed her silver pendant into my tiny hand. "Keep it close," she whispered. "It will protect you when I cannot." The pendant thrummed with her fading heartbeat, absorbing her final spell, a mother's desperate attempt to shield her child from what she had foreseen. My father, the king, was never the same after her death. He wandered the castle like a ghost, touching the frost patterns she had once woven into the windows, staring at the aurora she had danced with on clear nights. The servants whispered that she had been the last of the true winter witches, that her death had broken something vital in the kingdom's magic. I grew up wild and free in the northern castle, where my mother's magic still lingered in every stone. The servants taught me what they could remember of her ways, how to speak to animals, to coax plants from frozen soil, to sing songs that made the northern lights ripple and dance. My father would watch me sometimes, tears freezing on his cheeks, as I made snowflakes dance in elaborate patterns just as she once had. But everything changed when Regina arrived. I was 12 when she swept into our court in a swirl of crimson silk, bringing summer's heat to our winter castle. She was beautiful in a sharp way, all angles and red lips and eyes that burned like fever dreams. Where she walked, the ancient frost patterns melted from the windows. Where she touched, the stones grew warm. My father seemed enchanted by her, but I saw what others didn't, how the plants withered when she passed, how animals fled from her shadow, how her reflection sometimes moved independently of her body. Most disturbing of all was her obsidian mirror, a massive black glass that pulsed with an unholy light and seemed to whisper in the dark. I didn't realize she was a blood witch until it was too late. The signs were there, the servants disappearing one by one, the strange red stains that appeared and vanished in the snow, the way my father grew weaker as she grew stronger. But I was young, and grief had made me blind to everything except my own pain. I was 18 when my father died, poisoned by degrees with magic that left no trace. That same night, unable to sleep, I wandered the castle corridors and heard Regina speaking to her mirror. "The girl must die," the mirror whispered in a voice like blood dripping on ice. "Her power grows stronger each day. Soon she will be more powerful than you. Already she unknowingly unravels your spells with her mere presence. The winter magic in her blood calls to the land, threatening everything we have worked for." "Send your huntsman," Regina commanded. "Bring me her heart. With it, I can complete the ritual and claim this kingdom's magic for my own." I fled into the night with only my mother's pendant and the clothes on my back. The huntsman caught up with me at the edge of the dark forest, his bow drawn. But when our eyes met, something extraordinary happened. The pendant at my throat flared with silver light, and his eyes cleared as if waking from a dream. "Run," he growled, lowering his weapon. His eyes were a striking amber that reminded me of sunlight through autumn leaves. Something passed between us, a recognition that shook me to my core. "Run far and deep into the forest, never return." He pressed a small knife into my hand, his touch sending sparks of electricity through my skin. "I'll buy you time, but she'll know soon enough that I've betrayed her." I ran until my legs gave out, the frozen branches of the dark forest tearing at my clothes and hair. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I stumbled into a clearing bathed in ethereal blue light. 7 standing stones rose from the snow, each one carved with runes that glowed with inner fire. They were arranged in a perfect circle, and in the center grew a single white rose blooming impossibly in the snow. As I approached, the stones hummed with power. Forms emerged from them, not humans, but not quite spirits either. They were the guardians of the north, ancient beings of ice and starlight who protected the wild magic of the forest. They appeared as tall, luminous figures with features that shifted like aurora lights. "Daughter of the moon," they greeted me. "We have waited long for you. Your mother spoke of your coming." My mother? The word caught in my throat. "She was one of us once," said a guardian, whose form rippled with shades of violet and gold. "Before she chose to take human form, to love a human king, she knew her child would bridge both worlds." The guardians took me in, teaching me to harness the wild magic in my blood. Under their guidance, I learned to bend moonlight into shields, to speak with the winter winds, to walk in dreams. I learned that my mother had been a guardian who fell in love with my father when he was a young prince, who chose mortality to be with him. The pendant she had given me was a piece of her original form, crystallized starlight that held the essence of her power. Time moved strangely in their realm. Days might have been years or minutes. The guardians taught me that all magic had a price, that power freely given was stronger than power taken by force. Regina's blood magic was an abomination, they said, a perversion of the natural order. I thought often of the huntsman who had saved me, wondering if Regina had punished him for his betrayal. Sometimes in my dreams, I saw his amber eyes, felt the electric touch of his hand on mine. The guardians exchanged knowing looks when I woke from these dreams with frost flowers blooming around my bed. But even as I grew stronger, I felt Regina's dark magic spreading through the kingdom like poison. The mirror's power grew with each life she took, each heart she fed it. The forest itself began to sicken, the trees bleeding red sap, the animals born twisted and wrong. The guardian's power waned as the corruption spread. And then he returned, the huntsman who had spared my life. He stumbled into the clearing one night, badly wounded by Regina's shadow wolves. His clothes were torn and bloody, but his eyes blazed with the same inner fire I remembered. "Luna," he gasped as he collapsed. The sound of my name on his lips made my heart stutter. I caught him before he hit the ground, cradling his head in my lap as I called on the frost to numb his wounds. "She sent me to find you again," he managed between pained breaths as I helped him to the healing stone. "But I came to warn you instead. She knows where you are. The mirror. It sees everything. But her blood magic doesn't work on me anymore. Not since..." He reached up, his fingers brushing the pendant at my throat. "Not since you woke me up." His name was Ash, he told me as I tended his wounds. Regina had bound him to her service years ago, using blood magic to turn him into her perfect hunter. He had killed for her, and collected hearts for her dark rituals, until the moment my mother's pendant broke through her spell. "Your eyes," he murmured one night as we sat beneath the aurora, his head resting in my lap as I combed my fingers through his dark hair. "They remind me of the northern lights, when I saw them that night when your pendant glowed. I remembered who I was. It was like waking up from a nightmare into the most beautiful dream. I should have been frightened to have a hunter so close, but something about Ash called to the wild magic in my blood. As he healed, we grew closer. He taught me to track and hunt, while I showed him the secret paths of the forest. When he smiled, a rare and beautiful thing, my heart danced like moonlight on snow. The first time we kissed was during a winter storm. We had taken shelter in a cave, and I was trying to start a fire with frozen fingers. Ash caught my hands in his, bringing them to his lips to warm them. The simple touch sent shivers through me that had nothing to do with the cold. "You've awakened something in me," he whispered against my skin. "Something I thought died long ago. When I'm with you, I feel whole, real, like the person I was always meant to be." When his lips met mine, magic sparked between us like the aurora painting the sky. The cave filled with soft blue light, and frost flowers bloomed on the walls in intricate patterns. His hands tangled in my hair as he pulled me closer, and I felt our hearts beating in perfect synchronization. Where our skin touched, little flares of magic danced like fireflies. "I think I've been falling in love with you since the moment you broke Regina's spell," he confessed against my lips. "Every dream, every thought, has led me back to you." But our peace couldn't last. Regina's power grew stronger with each passing day, and the forest was dying. The guardians grew restless, their forms flickering like candles in the wind. The white rose in the center of their circle began to wilt. "The mirror must be destroyed," they told me. "It is the source of her power, a portal through which she draws dark magic from the void between worlds. But only one of pure heart and wild magic can shatter it, one who carries both human love and guardian power in their blood." I'll go with you, Ash said, when I told him I had to return to the castle. He pulled me close, his warmth chasing away the eternal winter chill. You're not facing her alone. I shook my head, though it pained me. Her blood magic still has some hold on you. If you come too close. I don't care. His hands framed my face, his amber eyes fierce with love and determination. I lost you once. I won't lose you again. Whatever power she still has over me, my love for you is stronger. I choose you, Luna. I will always choose you. The guardians gave us their blessing and their gifts. A bow carved from ancient ice for Ash, its arrows tipped with crystallized moonlight, and for me, a crystal vial of pure starlight. When all seems darkest, they said, remember that love is the oldest and strongest magic of all. We returned to the castle under the cover of the longest night of the year, when Regina's power would be weakest. The journey was treacherous. Shadow wolves prowled the borders of her influence, and dark magic had twisted the familiar landscape into something nightmarish. But we had one another, and where our hands clasped, magic flowed between us like a river of light. Regina was waiting for us in the throne room. The obsidian mirror loomed behind her, its surface writhing with trapped souls. She had grown more beautiful and more terrible. Her skin was pure white, her lips blood red, her eyes burning with unholy fire. Foolish girl, she laughed when we burst in. Did you think I wouldn't feel you coming? Your mother couldn't stop me. What makes you think you can? She gestured, and Ash collapsed, clutching his chest where her blood magic still bound him. Kill her, she commanded him. Kill your love and bring me her heart. Ash fought against her control, his body shaking with effort. Luna, he gasped. Run! Instead, I ran to him, pressing my mother's pendant into his hand. The silver flared with moonlight, brighter than ever before, burning away the last traces of Regina's hold on him. He rose with a roar of defiance, firing arrow after arrow at the shadow wolves while I faced my stepmother. Regina's beauty melted away, revealing her true form, a creature of blood and shadow, with void black eyes and claws that dripped darkness. The mirror pulsed behind her, hungry for more power, more hearts. Your mother died trying to protect you, Regina snarled, just as this huntsman will die. Love is a weakness, girl. It always has been. But as she reached for me with claws of shadow, I uncorked the vial of starlight. It exploded outward in a wave of pure radiance, burning away her darkness. I sang the songs the guardians had taught me, weaving moonlight into chains that bound her. Ash's arrows flew true, pinning her shadows to the wall with spears of frozen light. The mirror, he shouted. Destroy it now. I pressed my hand to the obsidian surface, letting all my power flow through me. My mother's gift, the guardian's teachings, and most importantly, the pure, wild magic of love that bloomed between Ash and me. Cracks spread across the mirror's surface, leaking shadow. Regina screamed as her source of power shattered. Both she and the mirror exploded into 1,000 glittering shards, leaving nothing behind but a fading echo of her final cry. The trapped souls flew free, their light purifying the castle as they ascended. The castle stirred, as if waking from a long nightmare. Color returned to the walls, and the eternal winter that had gripped the kingdom began to ease. But I had used too much power. I felt myself falling, the world going dark around me. Luna. Ash caught me as I collapsed, cradling me against his chest. Stay with me, my love. Stay with me. I didn't fight my way back to you to lose you now. His lips found mine, warm and desperate, and I felt his life force flowing into me, freely given. The wild magic in my blood rose to meet it, weaving us together in ways that could never be undone. Where our tears fell, roses bloomed, white as snow with hearts of gold. When I opened my eyes, The guardians stood around us, more solid than I had ever seen them. "The balance is restored," they said. "Light and dark, winter and summer, wild magic and human heart. You have done what your mother dreamed of, bridged the gap between our worlds with love. We rebuilt the kingdom together, Ash and I. The people called me the Moon Queen, and him, the Hunter King. Magic returned to the land, not the dark power of blood and mirrors, but the wild magic of the forest, of moonlight and starlight and love freely given. The guardians' power flowed freely again, and the white rose in their circle bloomed eternally. On winter nights, we still visit the clearing where I first learned to harness my power. Sometimes we dance under the aurora, and flowers of frost and flame bloom where our feet touch the earth. Ash holds me close, his heart beating in time with mine, and I know that this is what my mother chose mortality for, this perfect, wild, human love. Now when I look in mirrors, I see only truth. A woman with eyes like the northern lights, a man with a heart as wild as the forest, and between us, a love strong enough to break any curse. For true love, freely given, is the most powerful magic of all. The night ocean breathed in endless whispers, each wave carrying secrets to shore. I stood at my bedroom window, wrapped in the thick summer air, when I first saw the impossible light. It wasn't the familiar silver path of moonlight on the water. This glow pulsed beneath the surface in shades of electric blue and ethereal green, moving with deliberate purpose against the tide. The sight drew me from my bed, my bare feet silent on the weather-worn steps of the beach house. Salt-laden air clung to my skin as I descended to the shore, my cotton nightdress offering little protection against the humid night. The sand felt like warm velvet between my toes, and it still held the day's heat beneath its cooled surface. As I approached the water's edge, the mysterious light intensified. What I'd first taken for bioluminescent algae resolved into distinct points of radiance, each one moving independently like underwater fireflies. They wove intricate patterns beneath the surface, forming a glowing pathway that stretched toward the horizon. The gentle surf kissed my ankles, unexpectedly warm for a night ocean. Each wave carried more of the living lights, their blue-green glow reflecting off my skin until I shimmered. The rational part of my mind, the part that had helped me survive the past year of grief and change, urged caution. But something deeper called to me, an ancient recognition that bypassed thought entirely. I waded deeper, letting the water rise past my knees. My nightdress floated around my thighs, becoming nearly transparent in the otherworldly light. Glowing creatures swirled around me, their touch like pinpricks of electricity against my skin. They seemed to be leading me toward something, or someone. He appeared like a mirage made solid, standing on a sandbar that I knew hadn't existed during my afternoon walks on the beach. The mysterious light circled him in lazy spirals, illuminating features that belonged in a Renaissance painting. Dark hair fell in waves to his shoulders, framing a face of impossible beauty. But it was his eyes that held me motionless. They contained the same phosphorescent glow as the creatures in the water, ancient and knowing and touched with inexpressible sorrow. "You see them clearly." His voice carried across the water like distant thunder, deep and resonant. "Most mortals perceive only a vague glow, if anything at all." "What are they?" I continued forward, drawn by a pull I couldn't explain. The water was chest deep now, but the sandbar rose to meet me, solid beneath my feet. The last echoes of what once was. He held out his hand, and several of the lights danced up to spiral around his fingers. My final companions in exile. "I'm Kala," I offered, mesmerized by the play of light across his features. Up close, his skin was translucent, like sunlight through sea glass. "Adrian," A smile touched his lips, sad but genuine. Though centuries ago, I was called by another name, one your tongue couldn't shape without breaking. The lights pulsed brighter at his words, their glow reflecting off the water droplets in the air until we stood in a sphere of living light. "You're not human," I said, the words falling from my lips like stones into still water. "No." His smile faded. "I am a spirit of these waters, though much diminished from what I once was. Pride and ancient magic bound me to this place, neither fully present nor truly gone." I recognized the ache in his voice. It echoed my own isolation since moving to this small coastal town after my mother's death. My father had retreated into his work, leaving me to navigate my grief alone in a place where every face was a stranger's. "How long have you been here?" "Longer than this shore has held its current shape." Adrian turned and gazed at the horizon, where the full moon hung low and heavy. "The curse that binds me is as old as the first tide. These lights, these fragments of my original form, are all that remain of my power." Without conscious thought, I reached out to touch his arm. His skin felt cool and solid, yet somehow fluid. "Are you in pain?" He looked down at my hand. "Physical pain, no, but watching my essence fade with each passing tide." He let the sentence hang unfinished in the salty air. "Will you tell me about it? About who you were?" The words surprised me even as I spoke them. Adrian studied me for a long moment, his luminous eyes searching my face. "You should return to shore, Calla. The tide is rising, and these waters hold dangers you can't imagine." "I'm not afraid." The statement came out stronger than I intended, and his expression softened. "Perhaps you should be." He stepped back, and the lights swirled around him like a living cloak. "But if you wish to hear my story, return tomorrow night. The choice must be yours." I did return, night after night, drawn by something deeper than curiosity. Adrian taught me the language of the tides, and showed me how to read the stories written in the movement of waves. His voice painted pictures of crystal cities beneath the sea, of magic that once flowed as freely as water itself, of a time when the boundary between our worlds was as permeable as morning mist. In return, I shared my own story, of the mother who had filled my childhood with art and music before cancer stole her away, of the father who couldn't bear to look at me because I had her eyes, of the loneliness that had followed me from our city apartment to this quiet beach house. Adrian listened with an intensity that made me feel truly seen for the first time since my mother's death. Time moved differently during our midnight meetings. Sometimes we would sit in comfortable silence, watching the bioluminescent creatures dance beneath the surface. Other nights, Adrian would sing in a language that made my heart ache with its beauty, though I couldn't understand the words. The lights would respond to his voice, creating patterns that told stories of their own. I didn't realize I was falling in love until it was too late. It happened gradually, like the tide coming in, each small moment bringing me deeper until I was surrounded. The way his eyes crinkled when he smiled, the gentle power in his voice when he spoke of ancient magic, the careful way he maintained physical distance between us, even as our emotional connection grew stronger. But something was changing. With each passing night, the sandbar seemed smaller, the water deeper. The bioluminescent creatures, once brilliant enough to illuminate the waves for yards around, began to dim. Adrian's form became less substantial, as if he too were fading with his magic. "Please," I begged one night, as another full moon witnessed our meeting. "Tell me how to help you. There must be a way to break the curse." Pain flickered across his features. "There is a way," he admitted, "but knowing it will only bring you grief." "Tell me anyway." I moved closer, close enough to see the play of light beneath his skin. The curse was designed as both punishment and temptation. His voice dropped to match the whisper of the waves. If I fall in love with a mortal, truly, completely, without reservation, the magic binding me here will shatter. But when it does, this sandbar will collapse, dragging into the depths anyone caught in its destruction. I would return to the sea, but any mortal. He couldn't finish the sentence. The cruel elegance of the curse struck me like a physical blow. It wasn't just meant to bind him. It was designed to ensure that any chance at love would end in tragedy. That's why you've kept your distance. Understanding washed over me with the force of a wave. Why I never let myself love you as I wanted to. His hand hovered near my cheek, not quite touching. Yes, I would rather fade to nothing than cause your death. But his earlier stories had sparked an idea. You told me humans once crossed between our worlds freely, that the boundary was thinner. In ancient times, yes, but that knowledge has been lost to the ages. Then we'll rediscover it. Determination filled me, pushing back against my despair. You've taught me so much about your world. There must be a way for me to survive in it. Kala... No. I cut him off. I refuse to accept that our only options are watching you fade or dying together. There's always another path. You just have to be brave enough to seek it. The lights around us pulsed brighter, as if responding to my conviction. Adrian studied me with an intensity that peered into my soul. Finally, he spoke. There are legends, tales of mortals who learn to breathe water, to adapt to life beneath the waves. But the process is dangerous, and the price of failure is death. Tell me what I need to do. Over the next week, Adrian shared everything he knew about the old magic. We discovered that the bioluminescent creatures weren't simply remnants of his power. They were keys to transformation. Their light contained the essence of his world, and with proper preparation, they could change a mortal's nature. The ritual required precise timing, midnight during the new moon when the barrier between worlds was thinnest. I would need to drink a mixture of seawater and the creature's essence, then fully submerge in the ocean. If successful, my body would adapt to life underwater. If not, the night of the new moon arrived too quickly and not quickly enough. The sandbar had shrunk to a fraction of its original size, and Adrian's form was so transparent that starlight shone through him. Are you certain? He asked one final time, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. Once begun, there's no turning back. I've never been more certain of anything. I took his hand, feeling the cool liquid substance of his skin against mine. I'm not letting you face eternity alone. He pulled me close, and for the first time, pressed his lips to mine. The kiss tasted of salt and magic and possibility, of ancient depths and new beginnings. When we parted, the lights around us blazed brighter than I'd seen in weeks. The curse will still break when I fully embrace my love for you, he warned. The sandbar will still collapse. Then we'd better be ready to swim. I smiled, attempting to project more confidence than I felt. The mixture of seawater and essence glowed like liquid starlight in the shell Adrian had prepared. It smelled of ocean depths and ancient magic, of hope and transformation. The taste defied description, like drinking moonlight and darkness and dreams all at once. Heat spread through my body like lightning through water, making each breath a struggle. Adrian steadied me as I swayed, his touch growing more solid as the magic took effect. Ready? I nodded, unable to speak through the burning in my throat. Together, we walked to the edge of the sandbar. The water below was black in the moonless night, but I could see the bioluminescent creatures gathering in unprecedented numbers. their light turning the depths into a galaxy of blue-green stars. "I love you," Adrian whispered, and I felt the sandbar begin to crumble beneath our feet. "I love you too." The words escaped as we fell. The water closed over my head, cold and dark and terrifying. For an eternal moment, panic seized me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't see, couldn't tell up from down. Then Adrian's arms were around me, and the burning in my throat transformed into something miraculous. My lungs adapted, drawing oxygen from the water as naturally as air. I opened my eyes to a world of wonder. The bioluminescent creatures swirled around us in a triumphant dance, their light revealing an underwater landscape I'd never imagined. Adrian's true form was magnificent, his human appearance giving way to something both beautiful and strange, with scales that shimmered like opals and eyes that held all the mystery of the deep. He was solid now, fully restored, no longer bound by the curse that had held him for so long. And I was transformed. Not exactly like him, but no longer fully human either. Something in between, capable of living in both worlds. We rose through the water together, breaking the surface to find the sandbar completely gone. The beach looked different from this perspective, distant and dreamlike as if it belonged to another life entirely. "What now?" I asked, discovering I could speak normally despite the changes. Adrian smiled, and the ocean lit up around us. "Now we explore. There are wonders in this world you've never dreamed of, and I want to show you all of them." Hand in hand, we dove beneath the waves, leaving the shore behind. The bioluminescent creatures led the way, their light guiding us toward new adventures and possibilities. I had chosen love over safety, magic over the familiar, and in doing so, found a way to have both. The curse was broken, but the real magic was just beginning. Ahead lay a lifetime of discovering the mysteries of the deep, of learning to navigate between two worlds, of building a love that defied the boundaries of nature itself. Each day would bring new wonders, and each night new adventures, as we explored the endless expanse of a life lived between sea and shore, between magic and mortality, between what was and what could be. The lavender-scented moisturizer lingered on my fingertips as I smoothed out Carter's wish paper, its cotton-soft texture catching slightly against my work-roughened hands. The translucent purple paper, decorated with tiny silver stars, had been Carter's special choice at the craft store. "Perfect for magic," he'd declared with the absolute certainty that only a 6-year-old could possess. "This one's extra special, Mama," he whispered, his minty, fresh breath ghosting across my cheek as he carefully dropped the paper into our wish jar. The glass caught the warm glow of his constellation nightlight, creating a dance of tiny prisms across his bedroom walls. The jar had become our sanctuary of dreams in the past year, half full with dozens of carefully folded wishes. The evening air carried the sweet perfume of night-blooming jasmine through his cracked window. Our modest fifth-floor apartment might not have been much, but living next to Mrs. Santos's prized flower garden had blessed us with this small luxury. "They're all special, sweetheart," I murmured, running my fingers through his bath-damp curls that smelled of honey vanilla shampoo, the one he insisted made him smell like cookies. What had started as a way to help him process his feelings after his father left had evolved into something more profound, our private magic that transformed tears into possibilities. I pulled a fresh sheet of star-speckled paper out, cool and smooth against my palm. "What should Mama wish for tonight?" Carter's deep brown eyes sparkled in the soft light. "Something big. Something amazing." The layoff notice burned in my pocket, its crisp edges a reminder of how quickly security could crumble. Company restructuring effective immediately, echoed in my mind like a cruel mantra. My fingers trembled as I held the paper, but I steadied them before Carter noticed. 8 weeks of savings stood between us and uncertainty, with rent due in just 3 weeks. The scratch of my pen against paper felt unnaturally loud as I wrote, "A way to keep our home filled with love and laughter." Each letter flowed in my best handwriting, a prayer disguised as a wish, vague enough not to worry Carter, but specific enough to hold my desperate hope. That night, after tucking Carter beneath his rocket ship comforter and ensuring his worn soft teddy bear was securely in his arms, I retreated to my room. The hardwood floor creaked beneath my feet as I settled cross-legged on my bed, cradling the wish jar in my lap. The glass felt cool and weighted, its surface decorated with tiny raised stars that Carter had insisted on adding with glass paint, creating our own private constellation. One by one, I unfolded his wishes, each crisp sound echoing in the quiet room. Moonlight streamed through my gauzy curtains, illuminating his childish handwriting. I wish to be an astronaut and see the whole Earth from space and count all the stars. I wish Mama never has to cry when she thinks I'm sleeping because the walls are too thin. I wish we could stay in our apartment forever, because it's where all our memories are and where I learned to ride my bike in the hallway. I wish for someone to love Mama the way she deserves, someone who makes her laugh like she does when we have pillow fights. Tears welled up and spilled over as I read, one perfect droplet falling into the jar. As it hit the bottom, something extraordinary happened. The tear caught the moonlight and seemed to multiply, creating a cascade of shimmer that filled the jar with a pearl-like luminescence. I blinked hard, convinced exhaustion was playing tricks on my eyes. But as I went to close the jar, a warm breeze swept through the room, despite the closed windows. It carried the scent of jasmine, my namesake flower, mixed with something else, something that reminded me of starlight and possibility. The air wrapped around me like a gentle embrace, carrying the faintest whisper of wind chimes from somewhere distant. The magic unfolded the very next morning. Mrs. Santos caught me by the mailboxes, her silver hair catching the sunlight as she practically danced with excitement about her brother Antonio's new marketing firm downtown. They needed someone with exactly my experience. Then came the message from Thomas Rivera, my old college friend, about an amazing project with great pay and flexible hours. The property manager called about a rent reduction program, and my struggling Toyota suddenly purred to life after Carter patted its hood and whispered, "Be nice to Mama, please. We need you." But the real magic revealed itself when I met Jacob Wyman at Antonio's firm. His hazel eyes held flecks of gold that danced when he smiled, creating the same warmth as Carter's nightlight. During my interview, he didn't just see my portfolio. He saw me and understood the story behind every carefully crafted campaign and community initiative. The job offer came with a salary that made my hands tremble as I signed the contract. But Jacob turned out to be more than my new boss. He was a single father to Luna, a creative 6-year-old who shared Carter's capacity for wonder. Our families intertwined naturally, like stars forming a new constellation. Weekend playdates evolved into family dinners, where the aroma of Jacob's homemade pasta sauce filled my small kitchen, mixing with children's laughter and soft jazz. Luna turned my refrigerator into an art gallery while Carter transformed our living room into a space station. And Jacob filled the spaces we hadn't even realized were empty. One evening, as we sat on my small balcony watching the sunset paint the sky in amber and rose, Jacob's warm hand found mine, his fingers slightly rough from weekend woodworking projects fitting perfectly between my own. The touch sent electricity dancing up my arm and settling somewhere near my heart. "Luna asked me something interesting today," he said softly, the dying sunlight catching those gold flecks in his eyes. "Oh." My voice barely rose above a whisper. "She wanted to know if we could be a real family, all 4 of us. She said it feels like we're missing puzzle pieces that finally found one another." My heart performed a complicated gymnastic routine. What did you tell her? I told her that some of the best families are the ones we choose for ourselves. His thumb traced patterns on my palm that sent shivers down my spine. And I'd choose this. Choose you and Carter every single time. That night, after Jacob and Luna left, their warmth lingering in our apartment like a favorite song, Carter pulled out the wish jar. The glass caught the light differently now, seeming to hold shadows and starlight in equal measure. "Mama, look," he gasped, his voice filled with wonder. The jar was glowing with a soft golden light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As we watched, breathless, Carter reached in and pulled out one of his old wishes. The paper had transformed into something ethereal, like starlight given form, with a texture somewhere between silk and morning dew. "I wish for someone to love Mama the way she deserves," he read proudly, the words shimmering in the air. "See? The jar is magic, just like I always told you." I gathered him in my arms, breathing in the sweet mixture of cookie-scented shampoo and ever-present jasmine. His small body fitted against mine perfectly, his little heart beating a rhythm that matched my own. "You know what, sweetheart? I think you might be right, but the real magic isn't in the jar. It's in believing that good things are possible, even when they seem impossible." Carter looked up at me with that ancient wisdom that sometimes took my breath away. "That's why we keep wishing, right, Mama? Because anything can happen if you believe?" "That's right, baby." I kissed his forehead, thinking of Jacob's gentle hands and warm laugh, Luna's artistic spirit and generous heart, Mrs. Santos's timely kindness, and all the small miracles that had led us here. And sometimes, the most magical wishes are the ones we didn't even know we needed to make. Later that night, as moonlight painted silver patterns on my wall, I added a new wish to the jar. May our hearts always stay open to magic. The paper seemed to glow as it settled among the others, and I could have sworn I heard the faint sound of wind chimes again. Years have passed, and the wish jar still sits on Carter's bedside table, catching light and storing dreams. Some wishes still wait to unfold, while others have blossomed in ways we never expected. Now when Carter tells me the jar is magic, I don't just smile and nod. I believe him. Because magic isn't about getting exactly what you wish for. It's about being open to the possibility that life has something even better in store. As I write this final wish and watch it settle among the others, I feel the love that surrounds us. Carter's unwavering belief, Luna's creative spirit, Jacob's steady devotion, and the countless kindnesses that carried us through our darkest times. Perhaps that's the greatest magic of all. Not the granting of wishes, but the way hope can transform tears into starlight, strangers into family, and an ordinary glass jar into a vessel of infinite possibilities. The jar's soft glow fills our home now, a constant reminder that sometimes the most powerful magic comes not from supernatural forces, but from the simple act of believing in better days. Each night, as I watch Carter and Luna add their wishes to our collection, their hands intertwined and their eyes bright with shared secrets, I'm reminded that true magic lives in the quiet moments between heartbeats, in the space between wishes, and in the love that turns ordinary glass into a container of dreams. And in those moments, I know with absolute certainty that some wishes don't need a jar to come true. They just need hearts brave enough to believe in their own magic. The scent of aged paper and leather filled my study as silver moonlight spilled through the frost-etched windows, dancing across my collection of astronomy books. The night held an unusual weight, as if the very air had grown thick with possibility. My grandmother's attic had yielded many treasures over the years, but the leather-bound tome that now sat before me felt different. It pulsed with its own subtle rhythm, its weathered spine warm beneath my fingertips despite the winter chill that crept through the old house's walls. My hands trembled as I traced the golden edges, breathing in a peculiar mixture of ozone and sweet decay that seemed to emanate from between its pages. When I finally gathered the courage to open the cover, silver motes drifted upward like starlit snow, carrying that same unsettling yet intoxicating scent. There, nestled between pages that had yellowed with centuries of waiting, lay a note. The elegant script seemed to writhe and dance, its words resonating deep within my soul, even as they sent shivers down my spine. To the one who sees magic in starlight, I've waited centuries for you. When the moon is full, write your dreams in these pages. I'll be waiting. Moonweaver. The ink held an unsettling darkness, with undertones of dried blood in the lamplight. My heart fluttered like a caged bird as I picked up my pen, its familiar weight somehow foreign in my shaking hand. Dear Moonweaver, I've always felt magic hiding in the spaces between heartbeats, in the pause between wishes and shooting stars, in the moment before dawn when anything seems possible. Are you real? Or are you the dream I've been waiting to dream? Starweaver. The words disappeared into the page with a soft hiss, leaving no trace of their existence. That night, my dreams were filled with whispered promises and shadows that moved against the natural flow of moonlight. 3 nights passed in tense anticipation. On the 4th evening, new words bloomed across the parchment in silver ink that caught the light like mercury. Dearest Starweaver, reality is merely the dream we all agree upon. I am as real as the magic that flows through your veins, the same magic that led you to my book. For centuries, I've guarded the realm between waking and dreaming, watching for one whose soul shimmers with stellar fire. When you first touched these pages, I felt the resonance of your spirit calling to mine. Tell me, do you dream in colors that don't exist? Do you hear songs in the movement of planets? Do you taste the darkness between stars? Moonweaver. Our correspondence flourished like night-blooming jasmine, each exchange revealing deeper layers of connection. Moonweaver shared secrets of dream magic and stellar enchantments, though sometimes his words carried disturbing undertones, references to consuming starlight and binding souls that I chose to interpret as metaphor rather than warning. Weeks blurred together in a dance of silver ink and midnight confidence until the message that changed everything appeared. The time has come, my Starweaver. Tonight marks the 3rd full moon since our first exchange, when the veil between realms grows thin enough to cross. As you drift toward sleep, hold the crystal I've enclosed. It will guide you to me in the dream realm. Are you brave enough to step into true magic? Moonweaver. A crystal pendant materialized on the page, suspended from a delicate silver chain. It caught the moonlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across my walls, but within its depths, shadows moved with unsettling independence. When my fingers closed around it, warmth pulsed through my palm like a second heartbeat, or perhaps something attempting to make a home beneath my skin. Sleep came with unusual ease, as if something were gently pulling me under. The boundary between waking and dreaming dissolved into twilight mist, carrying that same sweet wrought perfume. My bedroom melted away, reforming into a garden filled with flowers that glowed from within. Beautiful, but with thorns that gleamed like surgical steel in the ethereal light. When I heard footsteps approaching, I knew everything was about to change. Starweaver? His voice sent chills down my spine. I turned slowly, my heart racing with equal parts anticipation and terror. There he stood, tall and otherworldly in robes that rippled with living constellations. His eyes held depths that spoke of centuries lived in service to magic, but also an ancient hunger that made my breath catch. Dark hair fell in waves past his shoulders, occasionally sparking with tiny points of light like captured stars. His smile was beautiful, but something about the angle of his teeth seemed just slightly too sharp. Moonweaver. His name felt like both a blessing and a curse on my lips. He extended his hand. When our fingers touched, silver light danced between our palms. Electric tingles raced up my arm, igniting sparks of joy throughout my body, but underneath was a sensation like tiny hooks catching in my flesh. The garden around us pulsed in response, flowers glowing brighter as their thorns lengthened almost imperceptibly. What followed was a courtship, unlike any other. Weeks of magical encounters that grew progressively more intense. We explored secret gardens where flowers sang lullabies in voices that sounded almost like children. We discovered hidden places where bioluminescent moss painted patterns across cave walls, telling ancient stories of love and sacrifice. We climbed crystal towers that spiraled into clouds made of dreams, their heights offering views of neighboring magical kingdoms shimmering on the horizon, some of them appearing to be in ruins. As the solstice approached, our meetings took on a new urgency. Moonweaver taught me the intricate magical preparations required for what he called our binding ritual. We gathered rare ingredients: tears of joy from a phoenix, starlight captured in crystal, the last note of a mermaid's song, and other things he didn't name. Things that moved in bottles and whispered in languages I couldn't understand. On the night of the solstice, snow fell in the waking world, each flake containing tiny reflections of possible futures. In the dream realm, we met in a sacred grove where ancient trees formed a perfect circle around a pool of mirror-smooth water that seemed to lead down forever. The ritual itself was both beautiful and terrifying. As our voices joined in an ancient song of power, magical energy swirled around us like ribbons of starlight. The moment of joining took my breath away. For one eternal instant, I saw through his eyes, felt through his heart, and knew him more completely than I'd ever known anyone. I saw the truth of him, beautiful and terrible, loving and hungry, a being who had waited centuries to find a soul that could match his own. When the light faded and our consciousness settled back into individual forms, everything changed. We stood not in the dream realm's sacred grove, but in a physical garden under the winter moon. Snow fell around us, each flake carrying traces of magic. Moonweaver was solid and real before me, his physical form just as beautiful as his dream self, though shadows seemed to move strangely across his face. "Welcome to our new reality," he said softly, pulling me close. "Welcome to forever." Years passed in a blur of magic and wonder. We walked between worlds together, guardians of the dream realm and something else. Something older and darker that needed both of us to be complete. But even as we grew in power and understanding, it was the simple moments that meant the most. Watching sunrise paint the sky in colors only we could see, sharing quiet laughter over inside jokes that spanned centuries, holding one another through storms both magical and mundane. On our 100th anniversary, as we sat in our garden watching stars dance across the night sky, Moonweaver turned to me with eyes that still held that ancient hunger, but now tempered by something deeper, something that had grown between us over the decades. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked softly. "Choosing this life? Choosing me?" I reached up to trace the silver that had begun to thread through his star-touched hair, smiling at how the shadows still moved across his face in ways that would terrify anyone else. "How could I regret choosing love?" I whispered, "even with all its sharp edges and hungry shadows." He pulled me close, his heart beating in perfect synchronization with mine. "You've changed me," he murmured against my hair. "Made me more human in all the ways that matter." And you've made me more magical, I replied. We've changed one another, grown together. That's what love does. Above us, a shooting star traced a path across the heavens. As we watched it fall, I felt the familiar pulse of magic between us, beautiful and terrible, hungry and gentle, just like us. We had found balance in our differences and strength in our combination of light and shadow. In the distance, our crystal towers caught the starlight, their spiraling heights now home to a new generation of dreamers and magic seekers who came to learn from us. The garden around us bloomed with flowers that sang lullabies in children's voices. But now they were real children, young magic users we had taken under our wing, their laughter echoing through both our worlds. As night deepened toward dawn, we held one another close, our joined shadows dancing in the starlight. Love had transformed us both, made him gentler, made me stronger, made us more than either of us could have been alone. The hunger was still there, and would always be there, but we had learned to feed it with joy and wonder rather than darkness. Sweet dreams, my love, Moonweaver whispered, pressing a kiss to my temple. Forever. I smiled, feeling the familiar warmth of his love wrap around me like a blanket of starlight. Forever, I agreed, knowing that in all the centuries to come, I would never tire of this, of us, of magic, of the endless dance between light and shadow that made our love unique. For in the realm where dreams and reality intertwined, we had found something precious and rare, a love that embraced both darkness and light, that celebrated our differences even as it bound us together. Through centuries past and centuries yet to come, we would continue our eternal dance. Two souls perfectly matched, forever transforming our shadows into stars. The creak of old wooden floorboards beneath my boots echoed through the empty hallway as I made my morning rounds. 3 weeks after Daddy's funeral, his cologne still lingered in the study, sandalwood and leather mingling with the musty scent of his leather-bound ledgers. I traced my fingers along the smooth mahogany desk, remembering how he'd sit here every evening, recording the day's business in his precise handwriting. The first rays of dawn filtered through the gauzy curtains, casting honeyed shadows across the room. Outside, a whippoorwill called its morning song, accompanied by the distant lowing of cattle. The Callaway Ranch was waking up, and I needed to be ready. I stepped onto the wraparound porch, the worn planks still cool from the night air. The morning spread before me like spun sugar, the sky streaked with ribbons of rose gold and lavender. Mesquite and creosote scented the air, mixing with the sweet perfume of the wild mountain laurel that grew along the fence line. My father's voice echoed in my memory. This land's got sugar in its soil and honey in its heart, Savannah girl. The rumble of approaching hoofbeats drew my attention. Through the morning mist, a rider emerged, the leather of his saddle creaking with each step of his chocolate-colored stallion. His black Stetson was pulled low, but I caught the glint of eyes sharp as a hawk's watching me. The horse's coat gleamed like polished copper in the early light, its muscles rippling beneath as they came to a stop. "Ma'am," he said, his voice carrying the rough texture of someone who'd spent long nights around campfires. He dismounted with fluid grace, boots stirring up small clouds of dust. "Name's Beau McCade. Word in town is you're looking for help." The breeze carried his scent, leather and sage, mixed with something uniquely male that made my pulse quicken. Up close I could see the stories written in his face. Laugh lines around his eyes, a small scar above his right eyebrow, and a 5 o'clock shadow that somehow looked deliberate rather than neglected. "References," I managed, proud that my voice remained steady despite the flutter in my stomach. He reached into his weathered leather vest, pulling out several folded papers. They were crisp despite their obvious age, speaking of a man who valued what little he carried. The references were impeccable. 3 years at the King Ranch, 2 at the Y Bar, glowing praise from both. The next few weeks passed in a blur of shared work and growing tension. Every morning, I'd watch from my bedroom window as Beau worked with the horses in the pre-dawn light. His movements were poetry, gentle but firm, speaking a language of touch and pressure that the animals understood instinctively. The sight of him, silhouetted against the rising sun, stirred something deep inside me that I wasn't ready to name. We settled into a rhythm, our days marked by the sun's arc across the endless Texas sky. Mornings meant checking fence lines together, our horses walking close enough that our boots sometimes brushed. Afternoons brought cattle counts and repair work, Beau's capable hands making quick work of broken gates and loose boards. His fingers would occasionally brush mine as we worked, sending electricity shooting up my arm. The first time I saw him truly smile was during a sudden afternoon cloudburst. We were mending a fence in the north pasture when the sky opened up. The rain came down in sheets, turning the dirt to slick clay beneath our boots. I slipped, and his arms were around me before I could fall, strong and sure. Thunder rolled overhead as we stood there, rain plastering our clothes to our skin, and his laugh was rich as bitter chocolate. "You're something else, Savannah Calloway," he said, raindrops clinging to his eyelashes. That's when I noticed the flecks of gold in his green eyes, like sunlight through spring leaves. Our peaceful routine was shattered one brutal morning. The air was thick with the metallic stench of blood as we found 2 of our prize bulls dead in the north pasture. The morning sun illuminated the brutal scene. Clean shots through the heart. Professional work. My stomach churned at the sight, but anger burned hotter than the nausea. Tucker Reynolds' threat came 2 days later, delivered by one of his ranch hands. The young man's boots left muddy tracks on my clean porch boards as he handed over an envelope containing an offer well below market value. The paper was heavy and expensive, like Tucker himself, trying to dress up something ugly in refined clothing. The night we set our trap, the air hung thick and still, heavy with the promise of rain. Beau and I waited in the shadows of the barn, close enough that I could feel the steady rhythm of his breathing. His hand found mine in the darkness, calloused fingers intertwining with mine like puzzle pieces clicking into place. When Tucker's men came, the sound of their horses shattered the cricket song. Lantern light swept across the property like searching fingers. The confrontation exploded in a chaos of shouts and gunfire, the muzzle flashes brilliant against the night sky. The sharp crack of rifles mixed with the panicked sounds of horses, and the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. The aftermath brought the scent of rain and justice. Tucker and his men were led away in handcuffs, their boots leaving scuffs in the mud. The sheriff's investigation uncovered a paper trail leading back to months of sabotage, cut fence lines, scattered cattle, and poisoned water sources. Tucker's empire crumbled like a sandcastle in a storm. Standing in the aftermath, watching the sunrise paint the world in shades of hope, I felt Beau's presence before I heard him approach. The gravel crunched beneath his boots as he walked toward me, his spurs chiming softly with each step. "Guess you won't be needing a hired hand anymore," he said softly, his voice carrying notes of resignation and something else, something that sounded like longing. I turned to face him, taking in every detail. The way the rising sun caught the silver threading through his dark hair at the temples. The small scar above his eyebrow that I now knew came from a spooked horse when he was 12. The softness in his eyes that he showed only to me. "I think I need more than a hired hand," I said, my heart thundering against my ribs. "I need a partner." When he kissed me, it was like every sweet thing I'd ever tasted distilled into a single moment. His lips were soft despite their weathered appearance, and his hands, when they cupped my face, were infinitely gentle despite their strength. 2 years have passed since that morning, The ranch has flourished under our combined care, the land responding to our shared love like a garden tended by devoted hands. We've expanded thoughtfully, adding a horse breeding program that's already gaining a reputation across 3 states. The riding school we started brings the sound of children's laughter to the property every weekend. Every evening, Beau and I sit on the porch, watching the sunset paint the sky in colors that remind me of my father's stories about magic and sweet dreams. The coffee in our cups steams in the cooling air, and sometimes Beau tells me stories about the homes he passed through as a child. But now, when he talks about finding his own magical kingdom, he's not chasing a childhood dream anymore. He's describing the life we've built together on this sugar-blessed soil, where every morning brings new adventures, and every evening ends with the sweetness of coming home to each other. As I fall asleep each night, wrapped in Beau's strong arms, breathing in the familiar scent of leather and sage that clings to his skin, I understand what Daddy meant about the land having honey in its heart. The sweetness isn't in the soil, it's in the love that grows here, in the dreams that take root and flourish, in the magic of finding exactly what you need exactly when you need it. And sometimes, in the quiet moments before dawn, when the world is painted in shades of silver and shadow, I think about that first morning when a mysterious cowboy rode up my driveway. How could I have known then that he carried not just the skills I needed to save my ranch, but also the heart I needed to make it truly a home? They say the sweetest dreams come just before waking, but I've found that the real sweetness lies in building a life so good you never want to wake up from it at all. My fingers danced across the ancient wood of my grandmother's loom, feeling the familiar warmth pulse beneath my touch. Each thread I wove carried whispers of emotion, memories of joy and sorrow braided together in an intricate dance. The villagers called it magic, but to me, it was simply the language my heart spoke through silk and wool. Generation after generation of women in my family had sat at this very loom, weaving not just fabric, but hopes and dreams into every piece they created. The morning light filtered through my shop's dusty windows, casting golden rays across the countless fabrics that adorned my walls. Each piece told a story, a shawl that brought comfort to a grieving widow, its threads woven with gentle understanding and peace. A blanket that wrapped newborns in their first moments of life, imbued with dreams of bright futures. A scarf that gave courage to a child facing their fears, strengthened with threads of bravery and confidence. I paused my weaving to adjust a loose thread, admiring how the sunlight caught the iridescent fibers. The bell above my shop door chimed, and I looked up to find a tall figure casting a long shadow across my workspace. His fine clothes and jeweled rings marked him as someone of importance, but it was his eyes that caught my attention. Deep violet and unnaturally bright, like twilight trapped in crystal. "Mistress Lark," he said, his voice as smooth as polished marble. "I am Dryvik, a collector of rare and beautiful things. Your reputation precedes you." His gaze swept across my workshop, lingering on each piece with an intensity that made my skin prickle. Something in his tone made my fingers tighten around my shuttle, but I pushed the unease aside. After all, wealthy patrons often sought out my work. "Welcome to my shop. How may I help you?" He moved closer, examining the tapestry taking shape on my loom, a wedding gift I was creating for a local couple, threaded with love and loyalty. His presence felt like a storm cloud blocking the sun, and I noticed the roses I kept in a vase by the window wilting slightly as he passed. Such extraordinary work. The way you capture emotion in the thread. It's unlike anything I've seen. His fingers hovered over the fabric, not quite touching. "I would very much like to commission a piece. I should have listened to my instincts that day. Should have noticed how his shadow seemed to move independently of his body, how the plants near my window drooped in his presence. how my loom's usual warm hum turned discordant when he drew near. But his words were honey-sweet, and his gold was real enough. When he asked to see my technique up close, I didn't hesitate to demonstrate. That was my mistake. The last thing I remembered was his violet eyes blazing with triumph before darkness claimed me. I awoke in a cold stone room, my beloved loom mockingly familiar beside a barred window. Beyond the glass, mountains I didn't recognize clawed at a steel-gray sky. My heart ached for my small village, for the comfort of my shop, for the simple life I'd taken for granted. Days blurred together, as Drivik forced me to weave dark magic into the fabric. My tears fell silently onto threads that once brought joy, now twisted into instruments of fear and control. Each tapestry I created under his command felt like a betrayal of everything my gift stood for. He sold these corrupted pieces to lords and kings, spreading discord and darkness across the land. But even in my darkest moments, I kept one small act of defiance. Into every piece, I wove a thread of hope, a silent cry for help that I prayed someone would hear. These threads of light were so subtle that Drivik never noticed them, too focused on the dark magic he demanded. Each night, as I fell into exhausted sleep, I whispered a prayer that someone would understand my message and would feel the hope buried beneath the darkness. Miles away, in a village nestled between rolling hills, my prayer found its answer most unexpectedly. Finn Alden wiped the sweat from his brow, the heat of his forge painting his skin in warm oranges and reds. His calloused hands, strong enough to bend metal to his will, gently lifted a scarf from his workbench. My scarf, though he didn't know it yet. He'd found it in a traveling merchant's cart, drawn to it for reasons he couldn't explain. The merchant had acquired it from someone who'd purchased one of my forced creations, but had sensed the darkness within it. Yet beneath that darkness, Finn felt something else, a whisper of hope, a cry for help. That night, as he slept with the scarf nearby, my magic reached out to him through dreams. He saw my face, tear-stained but determined, my hands moving across the loom in desperate patterns. He felt my fear, my hope, my silent plea for salvation. The connection between us, forged through that single thread of defiant hope, grew stronger with each passing night. The dreams continued, each one revealing more. Fragments of my journey, glimpses of Dreivik's fortress, the mountain peaks that imprisoned me. Finn's heart, pure and true, responded to my magic in ways I never imagined possible. His soul recognized mine across the distance, two hearts calling out to one another through the darkness. He began his journey at first light, guided only by the pull of my enchanted weaving and his unwavering determination. The village thought him mad, chasing dreams of a woman he'd never met, but Finn knew the truth in his heart. Each night as he traveled, the dreams grew stronger, our connection deeper. For weeks he traveled, following the thread of magic that connected us. He scaled treacherous peaks, crossed raging rivers, and navigated dense forests. The scarf led him true, its magic growing stronger as he drew closer to Dreivik's domain. Along the way, he gathered stories of dark magic spreading through the kingdoms, of nobles transformed by mysterious tapestries, and his resolve only grew stronger. When our eyes finally met through the bars of my prison, something shifted in the very fabric of reality. Finn's gaze held mine, green as summer leaves and deep as ancient forests, filled with a recognition that transcended our physical meeting. "I've been dreaming of you," he whispered, his rough-hewn hands reaching through the bars to touch mine. The moment our fingers met, warmth flooded through me, chasing away the cold that had settled in my bones during my captivity. "And I've been weaving dreams of you," I replied, my heart thundering in my chest. His touch felt like coming home, like finding a piece of myself I hadn't known was missing. At that moment, I understood why my grandmother had always said that the strongest magic comes from love. Together, we formulated a plan. Finn's knowledge of metalwork proved invaluable. He understood the nature of binding and breaking in ways that complemented my own gifts perfectly. He taught me about the weak points in metal, and I showed him how similar principles applied to magical bindings. While Dryvik slept, we worked to unravel the dark enchantments he had forced me to create, weakening his power thread by thread. Each night, as we worked together, our connection grew stronger. Finn would tell me stories of his village, of the people he'd helped with his craft, and I found myself falling deeper in love with his gentle heart and unwavering courage. His hands, strong enough to shape metal, would tenderly brush away my tears when memories of the dark magic overwhelmed me. But Dryvik was no fool. He sensed the changing tide of magic in his fortress, and felt his power weakening as we undid my corrupted creations. On the night we planned to escape, he confronted us in my prison chamber, his violet eyes blazing with fury. "You dare to undo my work," he snarled, dark energy crackling around him like lightning. The shadows in the room writhed and twisted, responding to his rage. What followed was chaos incarnate. Finn moved with the grace of a practiced warrior, his blacksmith strength meeting Dryvik's magic head-on. I worked frantically at my loom, weaving counterspells into existence, attempting to protect us both from Dryvik's increasingly desperate attacks. Each thread I wove shimmered with the power of our combined love and determination. Then came the moment that nearly shattered my world. Dryvik, realizing he was losing control, summoned a blade of pure darkness. It arced through the air toward me, a deadly shadow aimed at my heart. But Finn, brave, beautiful Finn, threw himself in its path. The blade struck true, and he crumpled to the floor, his blood staining the stones beneath my loom. Time seemed to stop. In that frozen moment, I saw everything with perfect clarity. My hands moved of their own accord, selecting threads of pure gold and silver, weaving with a speed and precision I'd never known before. Into that final tapestry, I poured everything. My love for Finn, my defiance of Dryvik, my grandmother's teachings, and the pure, untainted magic that had been passed down through generations of my family. The magic built like a wave, each pass of the shuttle adding to its power. Love, pure and true, flowed through my fingers into the threads. I wove our shared dreams, our hopes for the future, the strength of our connection. As I wove the final thread, the tapestry blazed with light so bright it turned night to day. Dryvik screamed as the magic consumed him, his form dissolving into nothing more than scattered threads that vanished into the air. The light enveloped Finn's still form, lifting him gently from the floor. I watched in wonder as his wound closed, color returning to his face. When his eyes fluttered open, they found mine immediately, filled with love and understanding. "I knew I'd find you," he whispered, reaching up to cup my cheek. "From the first dream, I knew my heart belonged to you." My loom gave one final pulse of warmth before falling silent, its ancient magic spent. But as Finn's arms encircled me, I realized that some forms of magic don't require enchanted looms or mystical threads. They exist in the spaces between heartbeats, in the quiet moments of trust, in the courage to fight for what's right. We returned to my village together, where my shop still stood waiting. The loom now sits in its familiar corner, creating beautiful but ordinary fabrics. Yet every piece I weave still tells a story, our story, of love that transcends magic, of courage born from compassion, and of two hearts bound together by threads stronger than any enchantment. Finn's forge stands next door to my shop now, and the sound of his hammer rings in harmony with the rhythm of my shuttle. Our crafts complement each other perfectly, his strength and precision matching my creativity and intuition. The villagers say we've brought new life to the community. our love spreading warmth and joy just as surely as my magical creations once did. Each evening, as the sun sets and the day's work ends, we sit together in the garden we've planted. Sometimes he holds me close and tells me about the dreams that led him to me, his voice full of wonder even after all this time. Sometimes I weave simple patterns while he works nearby, our comfortable silence worth more than any magical creation. And sometimes, when the light hits just right, I catch glimpses of magic in the ordinary moments, in the way his smile still makes my heart skip, in how perfectly our hands fit together, in the dreams we continue to weave into reality. The legends of my magical loom have faded into stories now, whispered around firesides on winter nights. But I've discovered that the greatest magic of all lies in the simple act of loving and being loved in return. It's in the way Finn's hand finds mine in the dark, in the sound of his laughter mixing with mine, in the future we're creating together, a tapestry more beautiful than any I could have imagined. As I close my eyes each night, safe in Finn's embrace, I thank whatever fate or fortune brought us together. Our love story may not have begun like a fairy tale, but it has given me something far more precious than magic. It has given me home. In the end, I've learned that true love is the strongest magic of all, weaving hearts together in patterns that last forever. My brush trembled against the canvas as twilight crept through my studio windows, bringing with it the scent of salt air and wild roses that climbed the weathered walls. My fingers, stained with ultramarine and silver, worked to capture the face that haunted my dreams, a face I knew better than my own, though I'd never seen it in waking life. Until today. The wooden floorboards of my centuries-old studio still held the day's warmth beneath my bare feet. Scattered around me, dozens of canvases caught the dying light, each one showing variations of the same mysterious features. Eyes that held the depth of ocean trenches, a jaw carved by time itself, and lips that seemed to hide ancient secrets. Some paintings were small enough to hold in one hand, others towered over me, but all bore the same ethereal quality that had earned me both fame and whispers of otherworldliness in the small coastal town of Haven Cove. The morning everything changed had dawned heavy with fog, thick enough to muffle the eternal song of waves against the shore. The air tasted of brine and possibilities as I made my way down the worn wooden steps to the beach, my usual array of supplies bundled in my arms. The damp sand squeaked beneath my feet, leaving perfect impressions that filled slowly with seawater, each one a tiny mirror reflecting the pearl gray sky. Then I saw him. He stood at the water's edge where the sea met the shore, his dark coat rippling in the salt breeze like raven's wings. As if pulled by an invisible thread, he turned, and my world tilted on its axis. Every brushstroke, every dream, every countless hour I'd spent attempting to capture his likeness paled before the reality of him. "The paintings don't do you justice," were his first words to me, his voice carrying notes of distant shores and ancient songs. "Though you've captured my soul perfectly, Ailey." My name on his lips sent shivers across my skin like the first touch of winter frost. "How do you know my name?" The words emerged as barely more than a whisper, nearly lost in the sound of breaking waves. He moved toward me with fluid grace, and I noticed that his feet left no impressions in the wet sand. The fog swirled around him like a living thing, creating halos in the weak morning light. "I know everything about you," he said, close enough now that I could see the constellation of freckles across his cheeks, exactly as I had painted them countless times. "My name is Nader, and I've crossed oceans of time to find you." The truth spilled from him like water from a broken dam. He spoke of an ancient curse laid upon him by a goddess whose love he had spurned, not out of cruelty, but because his heart recognized even then that it belonged to another soul not yet born. The goddess, in her fury, had bound him to an eternal search. He had 30 days to find his true love and convince her to bind her soul to his, or he would fade from existence. "How many times have you searched?" I asked, my artist's eye noting how the rising sun transformed his dark hair into a crown of living flame. "This is my last chance," he admitted, his eyes holding shadows deeper than the ocean itself. "The curse allows 3 attempts across all of time. I've failed twice before, unwilling to bind another soul to this fate unless I was certain." His hand reached for mine but stopped just short of touching. "But I've never found you before. Never felt this certainty." Despite the impossible nature of his tale, something deep within my soul recognized its truth. I had always felt out of step with time itself, as if I had been born in the wrong century. My art had been my only anchor, and now I understood why. I had been painting him, waiting for him, my whole life. The days that followed unfolded like pages in a fairy tale, but filled with sensory delights that proved their reality. Nader taught me to read the secret language of stars, his fingers tracing constellations against my palm as we lay in the cool sand. He showed me how to listen to the wind's ancient stories, how to feel the earth's heartbeat beneath my feet, and how to see the magic that threaded through everyday life like gold through common rock. In my studio, he posed for me as I painted, our conversations flowing like the tide, sometimes deep and philosophical, sometimes playful as summer rain. He told me of the worlds he had seen, the lives he had lived, while I shared my dreams, my fears, and the loneliness that had always lingered beneath my skin like a shadow. We danced on the beach at midnight, our bare feet moving through the foam as bioluminescent waves created trails of living light around us. His touch left trails of warmth on my skin that lingered like sunlight, and when he kissed me for the first time, I tasted salt and starlight and centuries of longing. But time, as always, moved relentlessly forward. I watched the moon wane in the sky, counting down the days with increasing desperation. I noticed how Nader's form began to waver at the edges when he thought I wasn't looking, how he sometimes seemed to fade like a watercolor left in the rain. During storms, which grew more frequent as the deadline approached, I could almost see through him when lightning flashed. On the 29th night, as thunder shook the foundations of my studio, I finally asked the question that had been burning in my throat. What exactly does it mean to bind my soul to yours? What would I become? Lightning illuminated the room, highlighting Nader's increasingly transparent form. "You would share my immortality," he explained, his voice carrying over the storm's fury. "We would become guardians of love itself, bound to help others find their destined partners until the last star burns out. We would have eternity together, but never a true home, never a moment of complete rest. And if I refuse?" The pain in his eyes cut deeper than any blade. "Then I become less than a memory, a story untold, a song unsung. Even your paintings of me would fade to a blank canvas, as if I had never existed at all." That night, sleep eluded me. I walked the beach until dawn, the warm summer air heavy against my skin. I watched the stars wheel overhead, thinking of all the paintings I had created of his face before I knew him. Had my soul been reaching across time itself, recognizing its other half? Was love still love if fate had decreed it? But then again, wasn't all love a kind of fate? The final night arrived with a sky so clear it hurt to look at, each star burning with the intensity of truth. The full moon hung low and heavy over the water, turning the ocean to liquid silver. Nader waited for me at our usual spot, his form now so transparent that I could see the waves through his body. The sand was cool beneath my feet as I approached him, small crystals of quartz catching the moonlight like scattered diamonds. The air hummed with possibility and power, and I felt destiny holding its breath. "Before you speak," Nader said, his voice carrying the weight of uncertainty, "know that these past weeks have been worth every moment of searching. Loving you, Ailey, has been worth every second of the centuries I've walked this earth." I looked at him then, really looked, seeing every dream that had ever woken me in the night, every unexplained yearning that had led my brush across countless canvases. I thought of the life I had planned, quiet days in my studio, simple pleasures, the comfort of routine. Then I thought of the life he offered, adventure, magic, purpose, and a love that had moved through time to find me. When I made my choice, it felt like the final piece of a puzzle sliding into place. I stepped forward, pressing my palm against Nader's chest where his heart beat in time with the waves. "My soul has been yours since before time knew our names," I whispered. "I choose you. I choose us. I choose eternity." The moon pulsed overhead like a living heart as our lips met. Magic surged through my body like electricity through water, transforming my cells one by one until I glowed with the same inner light as Nader. I felt my consciousness expand, stretching to encompass centuries instead of decades, gathering wisdom and power like a river gathering tributaries. When we parted, the world had transformed through my new eyes. I could see the golden threads of fate that connected all living things. I felt the turn of the earth beneath my feet. I heard the music of the spheres that kept the planets dancing in their orbits. Nader's smile was radiant as he took my hand, both of us now shimmering with the same otherworldly light. Where our fingers intertwined, sparks of silver and gold danced in the air. "Ready to begin forever?" he asked, as the first light of dawn painted the horizon in shades of rose and pearl. I squeezed his hand, feeling the infinity of possibilities stretching out before us like an endless ocean. "Ready?" Together we walked toward the rising sun, leaving behind footprints that glowed with starlight before being claimed by the eternal tide. Above us, the moon lingered in the morning sky, a silent witness to a promise fulfilled, a curse transformed into a blessing, and a love story that would echo through the ages. In my studio, the paintings remained, now infused with a subtle magic that would call to other souls searching for their destiny across the vast ocean of time. And sometimes, on nights when the moon is full and the air tastes of magic, visitors to Haven Cove swear they can see two figures dancing on the waves, their forms wreathed in starlight, their love a beacon guiding other lost souls home. The villagers called them the Eternal Mountains, the towering peaks that pierced the clouds like ancient spears of ice. From my vantage point in my steam-powered snowmobile, their jagged silhouettes cut against the pewter sky like a crown of crystal thorns. I called them my next great challenge, though the word challenge felt inadequate as I watched storm clouds gather around their peaks, dark and heavy with winter's fury. As my vehicle crawled up the narrow mountain path, the engine's steady purr competed with the howling wind. The instrument panel cast a warm glow of brass and copper light across my gloved hands, the metal surfaces polished to mirror brightness from years of use. Steam hissed through carefully calibrated valves, smelling of oil and metal and adventure. Beyond the reinforced glass windows, snowflakes danced in hypnotic patterns, each unique crystal catching the light before joining its brethren in the deepening drifts. I hadn't come to these remote heights for the legends, though the innkeeper in the last town had filled my ears with tales of the mysterious snow maiden who protected these peaks. I still remembered how her eyes had widened when I mentioned my destination, how her weathered hands had clutched at her shawl as she spoke of a being who walked through blizzards as easily as summer breezes, her presence turning even the deadliest storms into gentle snowfall. "She's saved us all, one way or another," the innkeeper had said, her voice dropping to a whisper heavy with reverence. "But never look directly at her, my boy. Her beauty freezes the heart as surely as the deepest winter." I had smiled politely, more focused on checking my equipment than heeding supernatural warnings. I sought inspiration for my next invention. Perhaps something to help humanity survive in these harsh climates. My workshop back in the city was filled with half-finished projects, each one reaching toward the same goal: bridging the gap between human fragility and nature's raw power. Yet, as the storm intensified and my visibility dropped to mere feet, those dismissed warnings began to echo in my mind. The wind's howl took on an almost musical quality, like a chorus of voices just beyond comprehension. The snow itself seemed to move with purpose, swirling in patterns too precise to be natural. The first sign of real trouble came with a sound like thunder, except thunder had no place in a snowstorm. I looked up through the glass dome of my vehicle to see a wall of white racing down the mountainside. The avalanche moved faster than any natural phenomenon should, as if driven by an intelligent malice. In the heart of the cascading snow, I could have sworn I saw a figure of darker white, like a shadow cast by winter itself. I gunned the engine, but the snow was already upon me. The world turned white, then black. Metal screamed as my vehicle was tossed like a child's toy. Glass cracked in crystalline spider webs across my vision. The last thing I remembered was a flash of silver-white hair and eyes that glowed like the heart of a glacier, filled with an ancient sorrow that called to something deep within my soul. When I woke, I lay in a cave of ice that sparkled with its own inner light. Layers of color shifted through the frozen walls, deep blues, subtle purples, hints of green, creating an aurora in miniature. My body should have been frozen, but warmth emanated from the very walls around me, as if the ice itself had been transformed into something that defied natural law. And there she stood, the figure from my fading memories, real as the cold air in my lungs, real and more breathtaking than any legend could have prepared me for. Her dress seemed woven from snowflakes, each movement creating cascades of crystalline light that played across the cave walls. Her skin held the pale luminescence of moonlight on fresh snow, translucent enough that I could almost see the gentle pulse of power beneath. Her hair floated around her face as if suspended in water, each strand catching and refracting light like strands of living crystal. But it was her eyes that captured me, blue as the deepest ice, ancient and lonely as winter itself. Within their depths, I saw centuries of solitude, of watching mortal lives flash by like summer flowers, while she remained unchanging as the eternal snows. In that moment, all my scientific certainties crumbled like frost beneath the sun. "You shouldn't have come here, Ren Nakamura," she said, her voice like wind through icicles, musical and sharp and haunting. "These mountains are not safe for dreamers." Frost spiraled across the cave floor where she stepped, creating intricate patterns that reminded me of the blueprints scattered across my workshop desk. I pushed myself up, wincing at my bruised muscles. The air around me sparkled with tiny ice crystals that caught the ethereal light, creating halos of rainbow color. "You know my name? I know all who enter my domain." She moved closer, and the air around her shimmered with frost that smelled of winter roses and pine needles. Her presence brought a chill that somehow felt intimate rather than threatening, like the first breath of winter through an open window. "Just as I know you don't believe in me. The Snow Maiden of legend." I couldn't keep the wonder from my voice. All my scientific certainties melted in her presence, replaced by a deeper kind of knowing. My fingers itched to reach for her, to prove her solidity despite her ethereal appearance. "But you're real. Real enough to save you." Her expression softened slightly, and the temperature in the cave rose a fraction. A strand of her crystalline hair drifted close enough to brush my cheek, leaving a trail of tingling warmth and cold that lingered like a caress. But you must leave when the storm passes. There are forces stirring in these mountains that even I cannot protect you from. What forces? What are you protecting these people from? I took a step toward her, drawn by an impulse I couldn't explain. The air between us grew thick with tension, like the moment before lightning strikes. She turned away, her form becoming translucent at the edges. The scent of winter roses intensified, mixing with an ancient smell of ice and stone. Some questions are better left in the snow, inventor. For now, rest. Dawn comes soon. Her voice carried notes of longing that belied her warning words. Dreams are dangerous things in these mountains. They have a way of coming true. Before I could respond, she melted into the air like snow in sunlight, leaving only a lingering trace of her presence. A slight warmth in the usually bitter cold, a faint shimmer in the air, and the haunting sense of something vital left unfinished. When I woke again, I lay in a normal cave, my vehicle somehow intact beside me. Sunlight filtered through a thin sheet of ice across the entrance, creating rainbow patterns that danced across the stone walls. Only a lingering scent of winter roses suggested I hadn't dreamed the whole encounter. I should have listened. Should have descended the mountain and returned to my comfortable workshop in the city, where science made sense and magic was safely confined to children's stories. But her eyes haunted me. Not their supernatural glow, but the profound solitude I'd glimpsed within them. No one should carry such loneliness, not even a spirit of winter. The village of Blythewood welcomed me with surprised warmth that contrasted sharply with the biting mountain air. Smoke rose from stone chimneys in lazy spirals, carrying the scent of pine wood and cooking spices. Children played in the snow-covered streets, their laughter bright as silver bells, while adults went about their work with the unhurried confidence of those long adapted to winter's ways. Few outsiders brave the high passes, the village elder told me over steaming cups of pine needle tea. The liquid glowed amber in carved crystal cups that caught and reflected the firelight. Her wrinkled hands cupped her drink as she studied me with eyes wise as the mountains themselves. The snow maiden guides worthy travelers to us, they say. Perhaps she sees something in you. I didn't tell her about my encounter in the cave, but my silence seemed answer enough. She nodded as if confirming something to herself and pressed a small crystal into my palm. It felt warm despite its icy appearance, pulsing gently like a tiny heartbeat. For protection, she said simply, and perhaps for connection. I set up my workshop in an abandoned barn at the village edge, close to the wild boundaries of the forest where civilization melted into winter's domain. The building's weathered wooden walls held the patina of ages, smooth and silver as frost. I spent the first days reinforcing the structure, adding my own inventions: copper pipes that carried steam heat, brass valves that regulated temperature, delicate instruments that measured the mountain's moods. The villagers watched my work with curious respect, bringing gifts of thick blankets woven with patterns of snowflakes and stars, jars of preserved mountain berries that burst with summer's sweetness, and stories. Always stories, each one adding another layer to my understanding of their mysterious protector. By day, I worked on my inventions, new heating systems that didn't fight against the cold but worked in harmony with it, more efficient snow-clearing devices that moved with winter's natural rhythms. The crystal the elder had given me sat on my workbench, its warm pulse synchronizing with my heartbeat as I worked. By night, I listened to the villagers' tales of their mysterious protector. They spoke of blizzards calmed by her presence, of dying crops saved by her blessed frost, of children rescued from winter's grasp. In their stories, she was both terrible and tender, as changeable as the mountain weather, yet as constant as the eternal snows. Yet none had seen her as I had. None knew she could speak, or that she bore such weight in her immortal heart. None mentioned the profound loneliness I'd glimpsed in her glacier blue eyes. The second time I saw her, I was tracking an unusual energy reading deep in the forest. My instruments had detected something that defied scientific explanation. A cold that burned, a power that made the compass needle spin in impossible directions. The crystal in my pocket pulsed stronger with each step into the wilderness. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath. Snow fell in perfect silence, each flake drifting with deliberate grace. Ice coated the tree branches in layers that caught the fading light, creating a cathedral of frozen beauty. My breath fogged in the air, carrying the scent of pine and something sweeter, winter roses. She emerged from a curtain of falling snow, more substantial than before. Her presence brought that familiar mix of warmth and cold that I'd started to crave like a fever. Frost patterns spiraled out from her feet, creating trails of ice that matched the racing of my heart. "I warned you to leave." Her voice carried notes of concern that belied her stern words. A snowflake landed on her cheek and didn't melt, adding to her crystalline beauty. I couldn't. The truth fell from my lips like fresh snow, pure and unstoppable. My fingers tightened around the crystal in my pocket, feeling its pulse quicken to match my own. Not without understanding. Understanding brings only pain, Ren. She spoke my name like a half-forgotten lullaby, each syllable carrying centuries of longing. The air between us grew thick with unspoken possibilities. Knowledge is not always a gift. Then let me share the burden of it. I stepped closer, watching the frost patterns shift and swirl around her feet in response to her emotions. You don't have to carry it alone. She studied me for a long moment, her eternal winter meeting my mortal warmth. The snow between us fell slower. Finally, she held out her hand. Frost immediately coated my glove where she touched it, but underneath, I felt a warmth that defied explanation. "Come," she whispered, her voice carrying both invitation and warning. "There is something you should see." She led me deeper into the forest, where the trees grew close and dark. Our footsteps left matching prints in the fresh snow, hers perfect crystals that sparkled with inner light, mine merely mortal impressions beside them. The crystal in my pocket grew warmer with each step, its pulse matching the rhythm of our movement. In a clearing stood an ancient shrine, its stone surfaces carved with scenes that caught and held the eye. Warriors battling a force of pure winter. A maiden stepping between humanity and protection. A sacrifice that echoed through centuries. At its center, a crystal much like mine pulsed with a cold blue light that seemed to reach for the snow maiden like a lover's touch. "Long ago," she said, her voice taking on the cadence of ancient memory, "these mountains faced a force that sought to plunge the world into endless winter. The people here had learned to live in harmony with the cold, but this entity, the Frost King, wanted only destruction. His power turned snow to steel, ice to obsidian, winter itself into a weapon." She touched the shrine's surface, and frost spread from her fingers, highlighting the carvings until they seemed to move. A young priestess discovered that the Frost King's power could be bound by an equal and opposite force, the warmth of human love and sacrifice. She offered herself, using her warmth and humanity as the price for his imprisonment. She became the first snow maiden, forever walking the boundary between human and spirit. "You're her descendant?" I asked, though in my heart I already knew the answer. "I am her." She turned to me, and in her eyes I saw centuries of solitude. Immortality was part of the price. Each winter, I feel more of my humanity slip away as I maintain his bonds. Each summer, I remember less of what it meant to be human. Her hand still rested on the shrine, and I covered it with mine. The cold bit deep, but I welcomed it. There has to be another way. a balance between sacrifice and survival. Why would you risk yourself for me? Her voice held wonder and fear in equal measure. Snowflakes swirled between us, carrying the scent of winter roses and possibility. Because I see you, I said simply. Not the legend, not the spirit, but you. And no one should face eternity alone. Something shifted in her eyes then, a thaw in glaciers that had stood frozen for centuries. The crystal's pulse quickened, matching the rhythm of our shared breath. Your warmth calls to me, Wren. Like spring calls to winter, like dawn calls to dusk. But it also endangers you. Her free hand rose to cup my cheek, and frost bloomed across my skin like a caress. The colder I become, the more I hunger for mortal heat. Then take it. I turned my face into her touch, though every instinct warned against it. The cold burned, but beneath it lay a warmth I'd never known. Take what you need. It would destroy you. Fear crept into her voice. Not of me, but for me. I don't believe that. Another step closer. Frost crawled up my sleeves, but I didn't retreat. The crystal in my pocket blazed with warmth, counterpoint to her winter chill. You've spent centuries protecting others. Let someone protect you for once. The kiss, when it came, burned with cold fire. Frost spread across my skin, but beneath it, I felt her trembling with long-denied warmth. Her lips were soft as new snow, sweet as ice wine. For a moment, we stood suspended between mortal and immortal, winter and spring, duty and desire. The crystals, both hers and mine, pulsed in harmony, creating a symphony of light and power. Then the shrine's crystal flared with violent light, and she pushed me away. He feels it, she gasped. My weakness, my want. Ice spread from her feet, crackling across the clearing with predatory intent. Run. But I couldn't leave her. Not now. Not ever. Now, Wren! She shouted, as a force stronger than life and deadlier than death engulfed her in its frosty fury. Frightened and freezing, I obeyed her command. I ran, far and fast, questioning my decision to leave her, ashamed that I wasn't brave enough to stay. Weeks passed in a chilling blur, a dance of advance and retreat. By day, I worked frantically in my workshop, studying the old stories, combining ancient wisdom with modern science. Steam and ice, copper and crystal, human ingenuity and eternal magic. Surely there was a way to bridge these worlds. By night, she came to me, drawn by my warmth, even as she feared it would destroy us both. We shared moments stolen from winter itself, her cool fingers tracing my inventions with curiosity, my hands teaching her to feel again through layers of protective cloth. Each touch burned with cold, but each burn struck deeper into her frozen heart, awakening feelings she'd thought lost to centuries of ice. Tell me about the world beyond the mountains, she would ask, as we sat in my workshop, surrounded by the gentle hiss of steam and the ticking of delicate instruments. I described the wonders I'd seen, the machines I'd built, the dreams I still chased. In return, she shared fragments of her human life, memories preserved like flowers in ice, a mother's smile, a sister's laugh, the taste of fresh bread on winter mornings. But as our connection grew stronger, so did the Frost King's attacks. Storms raged with unnatural fury. Avalanches struck without warning. The very air grew sharp with malicious cold that sought to extinguish all warmth. He feeds on winter's power, she explained one night, as we huddled in my workshop while the wind howled outside. Her hands traced patterns in the frost on my windows, patterns that matched the designs scattered across my workbench. And I am winter-made flesh. The more I feel, the more power I release into the world, the more his prison weakens. Then we'll find another source of power. I showed her my latest invention, a device that could channel thermal energy, converting heat to cold and back again. Brass pipes twisted like frozen vines, copper coils hummed with contained power, and at its heart sat the crystal the elder had given me, pulsing with possibility. If we can't break the cycle, we'll change it. She touched the device, leaving swirls of frost in her wake. You still think science can solve what magic created? I think love can solve what loneliness created. I caught her hand, ignoring the cold that instantly numbed my fingers. The crystal flared brighter at our touch. Your predecessor used sacrifice to bind him. But what if the answer isn't in losing humanity, but in sharing it? Understanding dawned in her winter-bright eyes. A balance. Yes. Not warm defeating cold, or cold consuming warm, but both existing together, strengthening one another. The storm outside intensified, as if the Frost King himself raged against our discovery. The windows rattled, ice crept across the walls. But in that moment, holding her gradually warming hand, I felt nothing but hope. It took us 3 more days to perfect the device. 3 days of endless storms. 3 days of the village huddling in fear while their protector and a foreign inventor gambled with forces beyond mortal understanding. The villagers brought us supplies without question, their trust in her extending to include me, the outsider who dared to love winter itself. When the final night came, we stood before the ancient shrine as the worst blizzard in living memory raged around us. The crystal prison pulsed with blinding light, ice spreading from its base like reaching fingers. Wind-driven snow carved patterns in the air, beautiful and deadly as the Frost King's power grew. "Are you sure about this?" Her voice barely carried over the wind. She looked more human than I'd ever seen her, fear and hope warring in her expression. "Once we begin, there's no turning back. If we fail, we won't." I activated the device, watching the indicators spin to life. Steam met ice in carefully controlled spirals. The crystal in my pocket pulsed in harmony with the shrine's larger one. "Do you trust me?" "More than I've trusted anyone in centuries." She took my hands, and for the first time, her touch didn't burn with cold. The ritual began simply, her power flowing into the crystal, my device channeling it, transforming it from destructive cold to balanced energy. But as the Frost King felt his prison changing, he fought back with all his ancient fury. Ice spears erupted from the ground. The wind turned solid, sharp enough to cut. The very air crystallized, threatening to freeze us where we stood. Through it all, she stood firm, one hand on the crystal, the other gripped in mine. Our hearts beat in time with the pulsing lights, creating a rhythm older than winter itself. "Hold on," I shouted, as the device reached critical levels. Steam and ice met in impossible patterns, neither winning, both transforming. Just a little longer. The cold became unbearable, then transcendent. I felt her power course through me, no longer burning but singing in my blood. My warmth flowed into her, not weakening but growing stronger in the sharing. Science and magic, mortal and spirit, love and duty, all merging into something entirely new. The crystal's light changed from cold blue to warm gold. The Frost King screamed in rage, then wonder, as his prison transformed. No longer a cage of sacrifice, but a lens of balance, focusing and dispersing winter's power in eternal harmony. The storm above calmed, snow falling now in gentle swirls that caught the dawn's first light. When it was over, she stood solid and real in my arms, her skin still cool but no longer deathly cold. "How do you feel?" I asked, brushing snowflakes from her hair, snowflakes that no longer froze instantly at her touch. "Human," she whispered, "but also more, both mortal and spirit, winter and spring." She touched my face, and her fingers left only the faintest trace of frost. "What about you?" I smiled, watching my breath mist in the air. A little cooler, but in a good way. The village celebrated for 3 days when they learned their protector had found both love and balance. The storms still come. Winter will always have its fury. But now they're natural, clean, part of the eternal cycle rather than an ancient being's rage. She has a mortal name now, though I keep it close to my heart. To the village, she's still their snow maiden, blessing their crops with gentle frost and calming winter's worst moods. To me, she's simply my love, cool fingers intertwined with mine as we walk the boundary between worlds. Our home sits at the edge of the village, half workshop and half shrine. The devices we create together combine science and magic in ways neither of us could have imagined alone. Steam and ice dance in eternal balance, just as we do. And on the coldest nights, when we watch the aurora dance above the peaks, I remember that some loves are worth braving the storm for. They say opposites attract, but maybe they do more than that. Maybe they complete one another, creating something entirely new in the space between extremes. In the end, that's where we found our answer. Not in conquering the cold or surrendering to it, but in learning to dance with winter itself. And in our dance, we found forever. Moonlight poured through our third-floor apartment window like liquid silver, casting gentle stripes across the worn ivory keys of our Baldwin upright piano. The brass pedals caught the light, their scratched surfaces telling stories of countless hours of practice and performance. My fingers hovered over middle C, my muscle memory yearning to slip into autumn in New York, but I held back. In our aging building with its paper-thin walls, Mrs. Rodriguez next door would hear every note. The sharp scent of diner coffee still clung to my uniform, mingling with the chalky residue from my morning job at the elementary school. 2 jobs barely kept us afloat, and the stack of bills on the coffee table grew more daunting each week. The latest edition, Layla's AP Music Theory textbook invoice, was perched on top, the $300 price tag a taunting reminder that I was broke. From her bedroom came the soft sound of my daughter's breathing, as familiar to me as any jazz standard I'd ever performed. At 16, Layla carried music in her blood just as I had, but where I once commanded stages with electric confidence, she buried her gift behind shower song whispers and bedroom door melodies. A floorboard's gentle protest announced Layla's presence before I saw her. There she stood in the doorway, wrapped in her grandmother's quilted robe, the once vibrant purple now softened to the color of dusk. Her dark curls tumbled wild and free around her face, so like mine at her age that my heart constricted with the sight. "Can't sleep?" I whispered into the midnight quiet. She patted across the floor, her bare feet silent on the worn hardwood, and joined me on the piano bench. The ancient wood creaked softly beneath us, a sound that carried echoes of countless lullabies and bedtime stories. "Andrea Martinez is performing at Carnegie Hall next month," Layla said, her voice barely audible as her fingers traced invisible patterns on her pajama pants. "She's only 14, Mom. Everyone says she's destined for greatness." The weight of deferred dreams hung heavy in her words. Memories flooded back, standing under the hot lights at the Blue Note, my voice soaring over a packed house while saxophone riffs wove through the melody like golden threads. That taste of success had been intoxicating, until 2 pink lines on a pregnancy test rewrote my story. "You know what my grandmother used to tell me?" I said, my fingers finding their place on the keys. "Every voice has its season to bloom. Like flowers, some open in spring, others wait for autumn, but each one brings its own perfect beauty when the time is right." I began to play our family lullaby, a melody passed down through generations of women. The notes seemed to take on a life of their own, shimmering in the air like heat waves rising from summer pavement. They glowed with an impossible golden light that didn't belong in our dimly lit living room. Then came the miracle. Layla started to sing. Her voice joined mine, pure and clear as mountain spring water. Our harmonies intertwined like loving arms, mother and daughter, past and present merging into something greater than ourselves. The golden light grew stronger until it pulsed with each note. At that moment, I could have sworn I caught the sweet scent of my grandmother's gardenia perfume and felt the ghost of her hand against my cheek, just as I had when she first taught me this song 30 years ago. That night marked the beginning of Layla's transformation. Like a flower turning toward the sun, her confidence grew with each passing day. She stopped hiding her voice and began humming while doing homework, singing along to the jazz records she'd once ignored. The magic in our shared melody had awakened something essential in her soul, the understanding that music wasn't about perfection or performance, but about love made audible. When the Manhattan School of Music's letter arrived announcing auditions for their Young Artists program, I found my daughter in the bathroom, her trembling hands clutching the cream-colored envelope. "I can't," she whispered, but her eyes told a different story. They were bright with the same hunger that had once burned in my own heart. We recorded her audition video in the school auditorium after hours, thanks to Mr. Thompson, her choir director who'd believed in her since day one. She sang, "Someone to Watch Over Me," her voice carrying all the longing and hope I'd once poured into that same song. The email requesting a live audition felt like the universe confirming what I'd always known. My daughter was born for this. Then came the migraines. At first, I dismissed them as stress headaches from picking up extra shifts to save for the audition trip. But they worsened, bringing waves of dizziness that made the diner's checkered floor swim beneath my feet. Then there was the bone-deep fatigue that no amount of coffee could touch. When I collapsed during Mrs. Jackson's daughter's piano lesson, the world spinning into darkness, there was no more denying something was wrong. The neurologist's words fell like hammer blows: glioblastoma, aggressive growth, immediate treatment needed. But one phrase wounded me to the core: 6 months, maybe 8 with treatment. Layla refused to leave my side, ready to withdraw her application. But I wouldn't let her sacrifice her dreams the way I had once sacrificed mine. Between rounds of chemotherapy that turned my world inside out and left my skin feeling like it was on fire, I taught her the lullaby's deepest secrets: how to let the magic flow from your heart to your voice, how to weave love into every note. The night before her rescheduled audition, I was too weak to sit up. Layla brought her laptop to my hospital room, and we watched videos of my old performances at the Blue Note. In one, I wore the midnight blue dress that now hung in her closet, my voice riding the rhythm section like a bird catching an updraft. "Why did you really stop?" she asked, her warm hand holding mine. "Was it because of me?" I turned to face her, ignoring the pull of my IV lines. I stopped performing because I found something better. Every smile, every laugh, every song I shared with you meant more than all the applause in the world. The steady beep of monitors kept time as she curled beside me in the narrow bed. "Sing with me, Mom? One last time before tomorrow?" The lullaby rose between us, softer now but no less powerful. Golden light danced through the sterile hospital room, chasing away shadows of illness and fear. For a fleeting moment, the pain ebbed away like the retreating tide, leaving only something more powerful in its wake: love, as pure and boundless as music. Morning brought a fever that kept me from traveling to Manhattan. Through a shaky FaceTime connection, I watched Layla enter the auditorium, wearing my old dress carefully altered to fit her younger frame. The video failed just as she stepped up to the microphone. I drifted between consciousness and dreams, hospital monitors marking time instead of metronomes. Then something changed. Warmth spread through my chest, different from the burning of the medication. A song echoed in my bones, familiar as my own heartbeat. Layla was singing our lullaby, miles away, on a stage in Manhattan. My daughter's voice carried the magic we'd shared, strengthened by generations of love and sacrifice. The golden light surrounded me, brighter than ever, and I felt strength returning with each note. Later, she told me how it happened, how stage fright had frozen her until she remembered my words about music being love made audible, how she'd closed her eyes and sung our song, letting its magic fill the hall, until even the stern-faced judges wiped away tears. The day her acceptance letter arrived, full scholarship included, coincided with the week my doctor used the phrase, unexplained regression. Science couldn't explain my recovery, but I knew the truth. Love is the oldest magic there is, and music is its purest expression. 1 year later, I stood on the stage of the Blue Note, my fingers resting on piano keys that felt like old friends. The spotlight warmed my skin as I watched Layla step to the microphone, confidence flowing from her like light. My hands found the opening chords of Autumn in New York, and when she sang, every dream I'd ever had paled in comparison to that moment. Her voice soared through the club, carrying echoes of every lullaby, every lesson, every moment of love between mothers and daughters since time began. The golden light shimmered around us, visible now only to those who knew its secret. But everyone in the room felt its effects. In the tears that slipped down cheeks, in the way strangers reached for their loved ones' hands, in the pure joy radiating from two women who had found their dreams in one another. As the final note faded into reverent silence, I understood that some songs never truly end. They live on in the spaces between heartbeats, in the quiet moments before dawn, in the love passed down from a mother to a daughter. They're in every lullaby sung to a sleepless child, every melody that gives courage to the fearful, every note that carries healing to those in pain. The magic wasn't in the song itself, but in what it revealed. That love, like music, transcends time and space, illness and fear. It transforms and heals, gives courage and hope. And sometimes, if we're very lucky, it helps us find our way back to dreams we thought were lost, only to discover they've grown into something even more beautiful than we imagined. Layla turned to me as applause filled the club, her smile brighter than any spotlight. In her eyes, I saw my mother, my grandmother, all the women who had sung their love through generations. The melody lived in us still, golden and eternal as the bond between mother and daughter, ready to be shared with those who needed its magic most. Outside, the New York night pulsed with its own rhythm, taxi horns and subway rumbles, laughter and footsteps, all the songs of the city we now called home. But in that moment, there was only this: a mother, a daughter, and the music that had saved them both. As we took our final bow, our hands clasped tight, I knew that our story, like our song, would echo through time, touching hearts and healing souls long after the last note had faded away. The first time I saw him, he was dying. Blood seeped between my fingers as I pressed herbs against the gash in his side, my heart racing as I felt his life force ebbing. The stranger had collapsed at the edge of my garden just as dusk painted the sky in violet hues, his armor dented, and his sword still clutched in his trembling hand. 3 arrows protruded from gaps in his metal plates, and a deep sword wound crossed his ribs. I knew what I had to do, though it might reveal everything I'd fought so hard to hide. The village already whispered about my unusual success rate with difficult cases. One more unexplainable healing might be all it took to transform whispers into accusations. But I couldn't let him die. Something about him called to me, even in his unconscious state. Perhaps the peace in his face despite his grievous wounds, or the way his hand had reached for mine as I knelt beside him. "Hold on," I whispered, placing one hand over his heart. The earth's energy surged through me like liquid moonlight, flowing from the soil beneath my knees, through my body, and into his wounds. Soft green light illuminated his face, strong features, dark hair, and eyes that suddenly flew open to meet mine. Those eyes. In that moment, I knew my life would never be the same. My name is Elizabeth Graythorne, and I am a healer. What the villagers don't know is that my gift comes from something deeper than herb lore and poultices. The magic runs in my blood, as ancient as the forest itself. My grandmother called it the old way, the art of channeling the earth's own healing energy through human hands. The stranger, I would later learn his name was Jeffrey Alden, survived that night, though healing him had drained me more than I'd expected. The multiple wounds and their severity had required more power than I'd ever channeled before. When he finally woke 3 days later in my cottage, the questions I dreaded never came. Instead, he simply watched me with those intense eyes as I changed his bandages, his calloused hand catching mine. "Thank you," he said, his voice rough but warm. "I've never seen healing like yours." I pulled away, busying myself with my herbs. "Rest. You're still weak." "I've rested 3 days, or so you tell me." Jeffrey tried to sit up, wincing. "I think that's enough time to at least learn the name of my savior." Despite my reservations, I found myself smiling. Elizabeth, he repeated, as if tasting the word. "I am Jeffrey Alden, once a knight of the Western Realm. Now," he gestured to his battered armor in the corner, "now just a wanderer, it seems." "What brought you to our woods in such a state?" I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. His expression darkened. "Bandits, but not ordinary ones. They knew who I was, knew I was coming. Someone wanted me dead." That explained the quality of his wounds. Not random battle injuries, but calculated strikes meant to kill. Who would want that? "The list is longer than I'd like," he admitted. "I've made enemies serving various nobles, speaking against corruption when I should have stayed silent. The latest was Lord Edmund Blake. I discovered he was taxing his people into starvation while claiming raiders had stolen the grain. When I gathered evidence and threatened to expose him to the king's justice, he stripped me of my position. I fled, but his men have been hunting me since." The name sent a chill through me. Lord Blake's lands weren't far from our village, just 3 days' ride to the west. His men might still be searching. "You're safe here," I said firmly. "Our village is small, easily overlooked, and few venture into these woods without good reason." Over the next few weeks, as Jeffrey recovered, I discovered that having someone else in my small cottage changed everything. The spaces that had felt comfortable in its solitude now hummed with his presence. He insisted on helping despite his injury, chopping herbs, organizing my shelves, even attempting to cook, with disastrous results that left us both laughing. At night, when the cottage grew quiet save for the crackle of the hearth, we talked. He told me of battles fought and kingdoms served, of disillusionment with lords who cared more for power than people. I spoke of my childhood, learning healing from my grandmother, though I carefully avoided mentioning the magic that had passed down with that knowledge. "Your grandmother," he said one evening. "She must have been remarkable. The villagers speak of her still." I nodded, feeling the familiar ache of loss. She was everything to me after my parents died. She taught me not just about herbs and healing, but about responsibility, about using one's gifts to help others. "She would be proud of you." Jeffrey's hand found mine in the firelight. "I see how the villagers depend on you, even if some of them fear what they don't understand." My heart skipped. "What do you mean?" "You're different here," he continued. "The villagers, when they come for healing, they respect you, but there's fear in their eyes. They don't see you as I do. My hands stilled in their work of grinding herbs. And how do you see me? Jeffrey moved closer, his fingers brushing a strand of hair from my face. I see someone who carries light within her. Someone who could have left me to die, but chose to risk everything to save a stranger. Someone whose power comes from compassion, not ambition. You don't know what you're saying. I stood, my heart pounding. You don't know what I am. I know enough. He rose too, and despite my protests, pulled me into his arms. I know that whatever power flows through you, it comes from love, from a desire to heal, to protect. How could that be wrong? The church speaks of many things. He interrupted gently. But I've seen too much of the world to believe that all magic is evil. Your gift heals. It saves lives. That's all I need to know. I wanted to believe him. More than anything, I wanted to trust that someone could know all of me and not turn away. But fear had been my companion for too long. That night, alone in my bed, I heard the whispers of the earth growing stronger. Something was stirring in the ancient woods, something that made the protective runes around my cottage pulse with warning. The magic itself felt different, darker, hungry. I knew then that my peaceful life was about to change, one way or another. The next morning, as I walked to the village for supplies, the whispers followed me. Literally this time, Mrs. Eldridge and her daughter, huddled with the baker's wife, falling silent as I passed. Their eyes held more suspicion than usual, and I knew why when I reached the marketplace. Thomas Blackwood, the merchant's son who had once sought my hand in marriage, stood holding court among a group of villagers. His voice carried clearly. Unnatural, that's what it is. Green light in the night, they say. My own cousin saw it. And now she harbors this stranger, this knight, who appeared from nowhere. I hurried home, my basket only half filled. Jeffrey was in the garden when I returned, shirtless as he split wood for the fire. The sight of him, so strong now, so different from the dying man I'd found, made my heart ache. He saw my face and immediately dropped the axe. What's wrong? They know, I whispered. Or they suspect. Thomas Blackwood is stirring up the old fears. Jeffrey's jaw tightened. Let them talk. I won't let them harm you. You don't understand. The magic, it's getting stronger. Something's coming. Something that's making the earth itself restless and using my power. I hesitated. Each time it takes more from me. That night I healed you. I've never been so drained. One day, it might take too much. He stepped closer, taking my hands in his. Then let me help you carry this burden. Let me be your strength when you need it. I can't ask that of you. You're not asking. I'm offering. His hands moved to cup my face. Elizabeth, from the moment I opened my eyes and saw you bathed in that green light, I knew my heart was yours. I've wandered so long, searching for purpose, for home. I've found both in you. The kiss, when it came, felt inevitable as sunrise. His lips were gentle but insistent, and I melted into him, allowing myself to believe, just for a moment, that love could be stronger than fear. That belief was tested sooner than we expected. That very night, the ancient force I'd sensed in the woods made itself known. I woke to the sound of screaming from the village and the sight of sickly purple flames rising above the trees. Jeffrey was already up, pulling on his armor. Stay here, he ordered. No. I grabbed my herb bag and the staff my grandmother had given me, a length of rowan wood carved with protective runes that helped focus healing energy. Whatever this is, it's connected to the old magic. You'll need me. We found the village in chaos. Purple fire crawled along the ground like living things, but they weren't natural flames. They were manifestations of corrupt magic, burning not flesh but life force itself. Already, several villagers lay unconscious, their faces ashen. At the center of it all stood a figure in a black cloak, wielding magic that felt like a twisted reflection of my own. Thomas Blackwood lay at the figure's feet, barely conscious. So, a feminine voice emerged from beneath the hood. Another earthbound healer survives. I've been searching for you, sister. I am not your sister, I said, feeling the earth's power rise within me. What do you want? I want what was stolen from us centuries ago, the right to practice our arts openly, to rule instead of heal, to take instead of give. The figure threw back her hood, revealing a face that might once have been beautiful, before bitterness carved its lines. Join me, and we can show these villagers what real power looks like. With a shock, I recognized her from my grandmother's teachings. Lady Blake, I breathed. Edmund Blake's grandmother. You disappeared decades ago. I went seeking true power, she corrected. The old families. They taught us to heal, to serve, to bow and scrape before those who feared our gifts. But I found another way. The earth's power can take as well as give, can destroy as well as create. That's not what magic is for, I said, raising my staff. The runes carved into it glowed with familiar green light. It's a gift, not a weapon. She laughed. Then you'll die with them. Your grandmother was just as foolish. She refused to join me, too, decades ago. I had hoped you might be wiser. The battle that followed would live forever in village legend, though few understood its true nature. As Geoffrey led the villagers to safety and fought off the corrupted shadows Lady Blake summoned, I faced her magic with my own. Green light clashed with purple, healing against destruction, giving against taking. I felt the earth respond to my call, channels of power opening wider than ever before. But she was right about one thing. Using so much magic was killing me. My vision darkened at the edges, my strength failing. Then I felt hands on my shoulders and Geoffrey's voice in my ear. Take what you need. I'm here. Something new flowed through our connection. Not the earth's power, but human strength freely given. Love, trust, and determination poured into me, and I understood suddenly what my grandmother had tried to tell me about the true source of healing magic. It wasn't just about channeling the earth's energy. It was about connecting, about the strength found in bonds between people. The green light blazed brighter than ever, not just from my staff, but from the ground itself. Roots burst from the earth, wrapping around Lady Blake as nature itself rejected her corrupted power. Her screams cut off as the earth reclaimed her, leaving only a scatter of purple embers that quickly faded to ash. I swayed on my feet, and Geoffrey caught me. Through blurring vision, I saw the villagers emerging from their homes, Thomas Blackwood among them. I waited for the fear, the accusations. Instead, Thomas dropped to his knees. You saved us, he said simply. All this time, we feared your power, and you used it to save us. One by one, others joined him. Mrs. Eldridge brought blankets. The baker's wife offered bread. And slowly, I realized that the very thing I'd feared, being seen for what I truly was, had set me free. Later that night, as Geoffrey and I sat in my garden under the stars, he asked, "What now?" I looked at our intertwined hands, still faintly glowing with shared power. Now we heal. The village, ourselves, the land itself. Together. Lady Blake's corruption will take time to cleanse from these woods. Together, he agreed, pulling me closer. My wandering days are done, Elizabeth Graythorne. Where you are is where I belong. What about Lord Blake? His men will still be hunting you, Jeffrey smiled. Let them come. After tonight, I think they'll find this village has unexpected protections. And perhaps it's time the king heard the truth about the Blake family's dealings. I kissed him then, under the light of the moon that had witnessed so much magic. But the greatest magic of all was this: two hearts becoming one, a love that could overcome darkness, and the simple truth that in finding one another, we had both found home. The earth hummed beneath us in approval, and for the first time in my life, I felt completely, utterly at peace. My power was no longer a secret to hide, but a gift to share, and in Jeffrey's arms, I finally understood that the greatest healing magic of all was love itself. As we sat there in the quiet of the garden, watching the stars wheel overhead, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, we would face them together. Knight and healer, warrior and witch, two souls bound not by magic or duty, but by choice and love. And in the end, that was the only magic we needed. The first time I saw him dance, I forgot how to breathe. Through the steam rising from the copper washing tub, his form cut through the morning mist like a dream, all fluid motion and quiet grace. It wasn't proper for the son of a duke to practice his dancing in the palace gardens where the servants worked, but Lucas had never cared much for being proper. I shouldn't have been watching. My hands were raw from scrubbing linens, and Madame Blackwood would have my head if she caught me idling. But at that moment, as Lucas spun beneath the ancient apple trees, I couldn't look away. Magic sparked in the air around him, though he couldn't see it. Little motes of golden light that danced in his wake, drawn to him just as I was. My name is Elena, though my stepfamily hasn't used it in years. To them, I'm girl, or you there, or most often, ash, because I'm forever covered in soot from tending the kitchen fires. 10 years ago, I was the cherished daughter of a wealthy merchant who married what he thought was a genteel widow. 3 months after he died of fever, I learned what genteel truly meant. But I had my small magics to comfort me. My mother, my real mother, had been a hedge witch of considerable talent. She died before she could teach me properly, but she left behind her grimoire and her gift running wild in my blood. I could charm mice to help me with my mending, convince the kitchen herbs to grow despite the frost, and when I danced alone in the garden at midnight, flowers bloomed beneath my feet. Lucas didn't know about any of that, of course. To him, I was just another servant he passed in the hallways when he came to his aunt's manor for tea. Lady Blackwood, my stepmother, was forever trying to match her daughters with him. I couldn't blame her. Besides being heir to a dukedom, Lucas had a smile that could melt frost and eyes like summer storms. But there was something more to him, something that called to the magic in my blood. I watched him dance in secret for months, learning the rhythm of his movements, and the way he spoke to himself as he practiced complex steps. Sometimes he would pause and look around as if sensing someone's gaze, and I would duck behind the laundry, my heart pounding. Once, I could have sworn he smiled directly at my hiding spot, but that had to be my imagination. Everything changed the night of the Starlight Ball. It was a grand masquerade held once every 7 years when the moon was full for 3 nights running. Every noble family in the kingdom attended, and the magic in the air was thick enough to taste. "You'll need to press all the gowns again," Madame Blackwood informed me that morning. "And mind you don't burn them this time." She didn't need to remind me of my punishment for that past transgression. The scars on my palms remembered well enough. What she didn't know was that I had burned the gown deliberately, after seeing the way she had struck Ruby for speaking out of turn. My magic had reacted instinctively, protecting the only way it could. I worked through the day without rest, preparing my stepsisters for the ball. Their dresses were masterpieces of silk and silver thread, their masks adorned with peacock feathers and moonstones. As I pinned up their hair, they chattered about Lucas. He has to choose a bride soon, Daphne said, preening before the mirror. Father says the old Duke is insisting on it. He'll choose me, Ruby declared, though there was a tremor in her voice. Of my two stepsisters, Ruby had always been kinder, trapped in her mother's web just as surely as I was. We danced together at the summer festival. I bit my cheek to keep from pointing out that Lucas had danced with everyone that night, including the elderly countess and her prize poodle. But I had seen the way his eyes glazed over during those dances, the way his smile never quite reached them. He moved with perfect precision, but no joy, like a clockwork figure going through the motions. When they finally departed in the family carriage, I allowed myself a moment of weakness. I went to my mother's trunk, the one thing of hers I'd managed to keep hidden, and pulled out her grimoire. The pages fell open to a familiar enchantment, one that could make old things new again, that could reveal the truth beneath any facade. I had never attempted anything so complex before. My small magics were one thing, but this was true witchcraft. Still, as I heard the distant music begin to drift from the palace, something in my heart shifted. The magic in my blood sang in harmony with the night's wild power, and I knew with sudden certainty that this was what my mother had been preparing me for all along. "Help me," I whispered to the mice who were my only friends. They had been watching me dance in secret for years, just as I watched Lucas. "Please." They scattered into the shadows, returning with bits of broken glass that sparkled like diamonds, scraps of silver thread, and flowers that bloomed by moonlight. I began to sing the spell, my voice trembling at first but growing stronger with each verse. The words felt ancient on my tongue, as though they had been waiting centuries to be spoken. The magic rose around me like starlight taking form. My ragged dress transformed into flowing silk the color of midnight, scattered with tiny lights that twinkled like the night sky. My mother's old mask became delicate silver filigree, and my work-worn boots turned to glass so fine it sang when I walked. But they weren't truly glass. They were crystallized starlight, harder than diamond and light as air. The last part of the spell was the most complex. As the magic settled over me, my appearance shifted subtly. Not enough to make me unrecognizable, but enough that no one would connect the glittering creature I'd become with the ash-covered servant girl they knew. It was a revelation of truth rather than a disguise, showing the person I might have been if grief and cruelty hadn't reshaped my life. The spell would last until the third moon set, the book warned. 3 nights of magic, and then everything would return to what it had been. But perhaps, whispered a voice that sounded like my mother's, that would be enough. I hadn't planned what I would do once I arrived at the ball. But as I entered the grand ballroom, Lucas turned as though drawn by an invisible thread. Our eyes met through our masks, and the world seemed to hold its breath. The magic in my blood leapt toward him like a compass needle finding true north. He crossed the room to me, bowing deeply. "I don't believe we've met," he said, though something in his voice held a question. His eyes, behind his mask of gold and obsidian, were wide with wonder. "No," I agreed, letting my normal speaking voice shift into something more melodious. "We haven't. But we have," I thought. "I know the way you count steps under your breath, the way you run your hand through your hair when frustrated, the way you dance alone in the morning mist. Would you honor me with a dance?" I placed my hand in his, and the orchestra began to play. We moved together as though we'd been practicing all our lives. Perhaps we had. All those mornings I'd watched him dance in the garden had taught me his rhythms, the way he liked to move. But this was different from his practiced court dances. This was pure joy, wild and free as the magic that swirled around us. "You dance beautifully," he murmured as we spun beneath the enchanted ceiling, where illusory stars wheeled overhead. "As though you've learned from watching the wind itself." I had a good teacher, I replied without thinking. His steps faltered for just a moment. Did you? I quickly changed the subject, asking him about his family's lands. He spoke of his father's estates, but there was something troubled in his voice. You don't sound eager to inherit, I observed. Lucas was quiet for several turns about the floor. I love our lands, he said finally. But I don't love what's expected of me. My father wants me to marry for political advantage, to rule exactly as he has ruled. Sometimes I feel like a character in a play, speaking lines written for someone else. He paused, then added softly, except when I dance, or when I'm with you. The honesty in his voice made my heart ache. I know what that's like, I said softly. To live a life others have chosen for you. He drew me closer, one hand warm against my waist, and we danced in silence for a while. When the song ended, he didn't let go of my hand. Walk with me in the garden? The night air was sweet with jasmine, and magic hung heavy as dew. We talked for hours about everything and nothing, books we'd read, places we dreamed of seeing, the way the stars looked on clear nights. He never asked my name or family connections, and I never offered them. Instead, we spoke of deeper things, hopes and fears, dreams and disappointments. With each word, the connection between us grew stronger. There's something about you, he said at one point, his fingers brushing my cheek. Something that feels like coming home. As moonset approached, I reluctantly pulled away. I have to go. Wait, he called after me. Will you come tomorrow night? I hesitated, then nodded. Yes. The second night, we danced until our feet should have ached, but the starlight shoes kept me floating. When we needed rest, we escaped to the palace library where Lucas showed me his favorite volumes of poetry. He read aloud to me, his voice making the words come alive, and I taught him the old folk songs my mother used to sing. There's something familiar about you, he said at one point, studying my face through my mask. As though I've known you before. Sometimes when I practice my dancing in the morning, I feel someone watching, someone who understands. My heart stuttered. Perhaps you have. He leaned closer, and for a moment I thought he might kiss me. But then a clock chimed somewhere in the palace, and I remembered who I was, who I really was. The third night, I almost didn't go. It would be easier, I told myself, to let the magic fade without having to say goodbye. But as I stood in my tiny attic room, looking at the grimoire, I knew I would regret it forever if I didn't take this last chance. Lucas was waiting by the garden entrance. Before I could speak, he took my hand and led me to a secluded corner of the grounds where a fountain played beneath the moon. The water sang with magic, and I realized with a start that it was responding to him. I know who you are, he said quietly. My blood turned to ice. What? Elena. He reached up and gently removed my mask. I've watched you dance in the garden at midnight, when you thought no one could see. I've seen the way flowers bloom where you walk, even in winter. His smile was soft. Did you think I wouldn't recognize your magic? It calls to mine. Tears spilled down my cheeks. You have magic too? A little. Nothing like yours. Just enough to feel it in others, to know when something extraordinary is near. He brushed away my tears with his thumb. I've been falling in love with you for months, watching you from windows and finding excuses to visit my aunt. The way you move, the way you care for others even when they hurt you, the strength that shines through no matter how they try to dim it. But I didn't know how to bridge the gap between us until you did it first. I'm just a servant, I whispered, and a witch. You're the only person who's ever seen me as myself, not just my title. He pressed his forehead to mine. And I don't care if you're a witch or a washerwoman or a queen. I love you. Your magic calls to mine just as your heart calls to my heart. The clock began to strike midnight. I felt the magic beginning to unravel, my glamoured gown shifting back to rags. But Lucas held me tighter. "Stay," he whispered against my lips. "Stay with me." And when he kissed me, new magic bloomed between us, not my mother's spells or the ambient power of the starlight ball, but something entirely our own. Where our feet touched the ground, starflowers sprouted and bloomed, their light reflecting off my crystallized starlight shoes, which alone remained unchanged. The scandal rocked the kingdom, a duke's heir marrying a servant girl who practiced hedge magic. But Lucas's father, after meeting me and seeing how his son lit up in my presence, proved more understanding than anyone expected. "There's old magic in our bloodline too," he confided. "I always wondered when it would wake again." My step-family was less pleased, but with Lucas's support, I was finally able to claim my inheritance as my father's daughter. Madame Blackwood and her daughters found themselves having to work for a living for the first time in their lives, though I made sure Ruby was provided for. She lives in a cottage on our lands now, growing herbs and slowly learning to smile again. We were married in the garden where we had first watched each other dance. I still dance in the garden at midnight sometimes, but now Lucas dances with me. Our magic twines together, gold and silver, creating something more beautiful than either of us could manage alone. And everywhere our feet touch the earth, starflowers bloom, glowing with a light that never fades. Moonbeams danced across my gossamer wings as I floated through the masquerade, my fairy costume catching starlight with each step. Candlelight flickered against crystal chandeliers, casting shadows that waltzed along marble walls. I hadn't wanted to come to this Halloween party, but something, destiny perhaps, had pulled me here tonight. My best friend Sophie had insisted, spending hours helping me create my costume. Hand-painted wings that shimmered with actual crushed crystals, a gown that seemed woven from morning mist, and a crown of fresh herbs from my tiny apartment garden. The Victorian mansion hosting the party breathed old-world elegance. Vines crept up stone walls outside, and I'd noticed a neglected garden glimpsed through floor-to-ceiling windows. My fingers had itched to bring it back to life, to coax green things from the sleeping earth. That's what I did. Brought beauty back to forgotten spaces. My day job as a landscape designer paid the bills, but my true passion lay in healing herbs and the ancient magic of growing things. Weaving between guests in their elaborate costumes, I caught his gaze from across the grand ballroom. Amber eyes gleamed beneath an artfully crafted werewolf mask, dark fur framing a face that seemed to hold ancient secrets. His presence commanded attention without demanding it, a quiet power that drew me like a moth to flame. The wolf costume wasn't the typical Halloween store variety. It looked handmade, with actual leatherwork and what appeared to be real fur. Leaves and small twigs had been woven into the design, creating the impression of a creature that had just emerged from some enchanted forest. Our eyes locked through our masks, and the bustling party faded to whispers around us. He moved toward me with fluid grace that belied his fierce costume, weaving through the crowd as if drawn by an invisible thread. A subtle scent of cedar and sage surrounded him, so different from the cologne other men wore. "I'm Raphael," he said, his voice rich as honey over warm bread. His slight accent hinted at Mediterranean roots. "And you're the most enchanting fairy I've ever seen. The rosemary in your crown. It's the Spanish variety, isn't it? Rare in these parts." Heat bloomed in my cheeks beneath the shimmer of fairy dust makeup Sophie had insisted on. "Gina," I managed, grateful the glitter hid my blush. "Though tonight I'm going by Thistle. And yes, good eye. The rosemary came from my own plants. Most people wouldn't notice the difference." "Thistle," he repeated, tasting the name. perfect for a garden fairy. Beautiful but with hidden strength, protection and pride in the language of flowers. My pulse quickened. You know the language of flowers? Among other old magics, he said, his eyes twinkling behind the mask. Your herbs, the rosemary for remembrance, lavender for peace and devotion woven through your hair, the tiny sachets of protective herbs tucked into your costume's seams. You practice the old ways. I caught my breath, surprised and delighted. How did you know all that? The same way I sense the garden magic running through your veins. It calls to my own. He gestured to his costume. The wolf represents more than meets the eye. In the old stories, we were the guardians of wild places, of ancient groves and hidden gardens. The music swelled around us, something classical and sweeping. Raphael extended his hand, somehow elegant despite the claws of his costume. Dance with me? We can trade garden secrets while we move. Floating. That's how it felt as we moved together, my wings catching moonlight while his fur gleamed silver. Other couples blurred around us as we spoke of plants and poetry, of the magic that lives in small moments. His knowledge of herbs matched my passion for growing things. He knew the old names, the folk uses, the secret ways of planting by moon phases. I restore gardens, he said as we waltzed. Take old estates and bring their green spaces back to life. But my land, it needs something more. Someone with vision, with magic in their soul. How much land? I asked, attempting to sound casual while every cell within me vibrated with excitement. An acre behind my grandfather's old stone cottage. Good earth, just sleeping, waiting. His eyes held mine. It needs both sunlight and shadow to thrive properly. Dreams blossomed in my mind, raised beds overflowing with healing herbs, moonflowers climbing trellises, paths winding through beds of lavender. Like a fairy and a wolf? I suggested, surprising myself with my boldness. Raphael's smile beneath his mask held promises. Exactly like that. We danced through the night, sharing stories between songs. He told me of his Italian grandmother who taught him herb craft, of the gardens he'd restored across Europe before settling here. I shared tales of my own grandmother's teaching, the tiny fire escape garden that had sparked my passion, and the healing teas and tinctures I crafted in my kitchen. Dawn approached too quickly, painting the sky in watercolor hues. As the other guests began to leave, we lingered in the mansion's own neglected garden, trading secrets between overgrown rose bushes and whispered hopes beneath weeping willows. When he kissed me, the stars seemed to shimmer brighter overhead. His mask pushed up, mine tilted aside. The moment was pure magic. Come see my land tomorrow, he whispered against my hair. Bring your fairy magic. We could create something extraordinary together. The next day dawned crisp and clear. I dressed carefully. Sturdy boots, comfortable clothes, but I wove herbs into my braided hair for luck and protection. Raphael met me wearing well-worn work clothes, looking somehow equally handsome as he had in his wolf costume. His land took my breath away. The cottage was built from honey-colored stone, with climbing roses that had gone wild around the windows. The acre behind it sloped gently toward a small stream, perfect for a water garden. Old fruit trees dotted the landscape, their branches reaching for the sky like gnarled fingers. Weeks passed quickly after that first weekend. We spent our days planning and planting, transforming his wild acre into something from a fairy tale. Raphael built raised beds while I researched companion planting. We argued playfully over where to place the herb spiral, then celebrated each tiny seedling that pushed through the rich soil. Our garden became our sanctuary. Moonflowers and night-blooming jasmine for him, morning glories, and sun-loving herbs for me. We planted motherwort for love, roses for romance, and lavender for peace. Between the rows, our love grew like wild roses, unstoppable and beautiful, thorns and all. Each section of the garden held its own magic, The healing garden was filled with medicinal herbs: echinacea, yarrow, calendula, and chamomile. The kitchen garden overflowed with culinary herbs and old varieties of vegetables. The magical garden held the traditional witches' herbs: mugwort, wormwood, rue, and belladonna, carefully tended and respected. Raphael built archways for climbing plants, his strong hands shaping metal into elegant curves. I created moon gardens in shadowy corners, filling them with white flowers that glowed in twilight. Together we placed benches in secret nooks and created hidden paths that wound like dreams through the growing green. Spring painted our world with possibilities. We spent endless weekends working side by side, sharing thermos cups of tea and stolen kisses between tasks. Raphael taught me Italian plant names while we worked. I showed him my grandmother's secret ways of talking to plants. Our magics merged and grew stronger together. We created hidden nooks with curved benches, where we'd sit wrapped in blankets during midnight storms. Wind chimes sang silver songs while butterflies danced through dill flowers. Raphael carved protection runes into the garden gates, while I blessed each new planting with ancient whispered rhymes learned from my grandmother. The garden seemed to respond to our combined energy. Plants grew stronger, bloomed longer, and produced more abundantly than either of us had seen before. Visitors began to comment on the special feeling of the space, a sense of peace, of magic, of possibilities. Summer arrived with abundance. Together we harvested herbs by moonlight, his strength complementing my knowledge of drying times and storage. Our little cottage filled with bundles of herbs hanging from rafters, their fragrance wrapping around us like magic. We made medicines and teas, tinctures and treats, sharing our bounty with neighbors who soon spoke of the miraculous healing properties of our herbs. I gave up my apartment and moved into the cottage, bringing my own herbs and books to join his. We converted the spare bedroom into an herb processing room, with drying racks and storage shelves. The kitchen windowsill overflowed with potted herbs, and dried bouquets hung from every beam. Neighborhood children began to visit, drawn by the magic of the space. We taught them about butterflies and bees, and the importance of growing things. Local herbalists and gardeners sought us out, and soon we were hosting monthly gatherings where people could learn and share knowledge. Autumn painted our garden in gold and amber, colors that matched Raphael's eyes. As leaves fell, we planted bulbs for spring, each one a promise for our future. We added cold frames and greenhouses, extending our growing season like we extended our love, defying natural limits through dedication and care. The cottage transformed alongside the garden. Raphael's grandfather's old furniture found new life with fresh cushions I sewed, stuffing the fabric with lavender and herbs for sweet dreams. We painted walls in earthy colors and hung dried flower wreaths in every room. The kitchen became a workshop where we experimented with new herbal blends and recipes. Even in winter, our garden lived. Evergreen herbs stood strong against snow. Witch hazel bloomed like yellow stars. We spent long evenings by the fire, planning next year's plantings while sharing spiced tea made from our own herbs. The wolf and the fairy, creating magic from soil and love. 1 year after our first meeting, on Halloween night, Raphael led me to the garden's heart. He'd created an arch of roses and moonflowers, their blooms glowing like pearls in the silver light. This time, we wore no masks, just our true selves, surrounded by the magic we'd grown together. "You've transformed more than this garden," he said, dropping to one knee in the soil we'd enriched together. The ring he offered gleamed in the moonlight, silver, set with tiny pressed herbs in clear resin. "You've transformed my whole world. Marry me, my fairy queen. Rule this magical realm by my side." Tears sparkled on my cheeks like morning dew. "We did it together," I whispered. The garden needed both of us, sunlight and shadow, morning and night, fairy and wolf. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Our wedding was held in the garden we'd created, fairy lights twinkling in trees we'd planted together. Herbs and flowers we'd grown ourselves decorated every surface. I wore a gown embroidered with herbs and flowers, and Raphael wore a suit with a boutonniere of herbs for love and fidelity. The air smelled of lavender and roses, of dreams made real through patience and love. We wrote our own vows, promising to tend to our love as carefully as we tended our garden, to nurture growth, to weather storms together, to always make space for magic. Our rings were carved with tiny leaves and flowers, blessed under the full moon in our herb garden. Now, years later, our garden has become known throughout the region as a place of healing and hope. People travel from miles around to walk our herb-lined paths, to sit in our meditation spaces, and purchase our healing blends. Some say they can feel the magic in the air, the love between fairy and wolf that infuses every plant, every stone. We've added new sections each year: a butterfly garden, a bee-friendly meadow, and a small orchard of heritage fruit trees. Each addition reflects another facet of our growing love, another layer of magic we've discovered together. The garden has become a living book of our love story, written in flowers and herbs and twining vines. Each Halloween, we host a masquerade in our garden. Raphael wears his wolf mask, I don my wings, and we dance beneath the stars like we did that first night. But now we're surrounded by the magic we've grown together, a living testament to how love, like a garden, can transform the wildest space into something beautiful. Young lovers often ask us our secret. We just smile and share what we've learned. Love, like a garden, needs both light and shadow. It needs space to grow wild and boundaries to grow strong. It needs daily tending and magic in equal measure. But most importantly, it needs two hearts willing to grow together through all seasons. Every morning, I still wake to find dew on the herbs like scattered diamonds. Every evening, I still watch moonflowers open their faces to the stars. And every moment between, I fall more in love with the wolf who helped a fairy create this magical space. This garden, where two worlds merge into something more powerful than either could be alone. Our cottage has grown too, with a sunroom full of tender plants and a workshop where we teach others the old ways. We've published books on herbal lore and magical gardening, sharing our knowledge while keeping the deepest magic for ourselves. Our unique blends of tea and healing herbs are sought after across the country. Some say you can't build a life on fairy tales, but Raphael and I know better. We've grown our own fairy tale from the ground up, nurtured it with love and intention, and watched it bloom into something more magical than dreams. Our garden stands as living proof that when the right souls meet, magic isn't something that just happens in stories. It grows wild and free, like herbs breaking through stone, like love blooming in unexpected places, like a fairy and a wolf creating their own enchanted world. Each season brings new growth, new challenges, and new magic to discover together. Our love, like our garden, continues to evolve and flourish, sending roots deep into the earth while reaching ever skyward. Sleep now, dream of magical gardens and masked balls, of love that transforms and grows. For in every seed we plant, in every flower that blooms, there lives the possibility of magic. Let the whispers of herbs and the song of night-blooming flowers guide your dreams to peaceful places. Beneath the moon's gentle glow, our garden whispers ancient secrets. True love, like the most potent herbs, grows stronger with each passing season. And if you listen closely to the wind in the roses, you might hear our story carried on the breeze, the fairy and the wolf who grew a paradise from love. Rest here a while in our garden of dreams, where magic blooms eternal and love grows wild and free. Let the peace we've cultivated seep into your soul, and may you find your own magical garden of the heart. For in the end, love is the greatest magic of all, and every garden holds the potential for transformation. Sweet dreams, dear ones, and remember, Sometimes the most enchanted stories begin with a simple costume party and a heart open to magic. The lunar veil shimmered above me like a gossamer curtain of starlight, but something darker lurked behind its ethereal beauty. Blood had been spilled on nights like this before. Witch blood, vampire blood, all of it seeping into the earth beneath my feet. I could feel it calling to my magic, ancient violence resonating with the power that coursed through my veins. I hadn't meant to venture this far from the Coven's sanctuary. The Boundary Woods held dangers far worse than vampires, things that slithered through shadow and whispered promises that could drive even the strongest witch mad. But something pulled me forward, each step carrying me deeper into the midnight realm where magic grew wild and untamed. My fingers tingled with excess energy, small sparks of violet light dancing between them. The magic within me responded to the rare alignment above, growing stronger with each passing moment. As a daughter of the Enchanted Coven, I'd been taught to fear this raw power, to contain it within the strict boundaries of our ancient laws. We all knew the stories of witches who'd let their power run unchecked, how they'd transformed into creatures of pure magic, their humanity burning away like morning mist. I reached a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver on the grass. The rational part of my mind urged me to turn back, to return to the safety of the Coven's walls. Instead, I lifted my face to the stars and let my power flow freely for the first time in my life. Purple light erupted from my palms, weaving through the air in intricate patterns that matched the rhythm of my heartbeat. The magic sang through my blood, sweet and seductive, promising things I'd never dared to dream. "Beautiful," a voice murmured from the shadows, rich as dark honey, and just as dangerous. I spun around, magic crackling defensively around my fingers. He emerged from the darkness like a figure from a dream, tall and elegant, with features that seemed carved from marble. But it was his eyes that caught me, ancient and sorrowful despite the gentle smile playing at his lips. They held centuries of pain, of watching civilizations rise and fall, of loving and losing until the weight of memory became almost unbearable. I knew instantly what he was. Vampire. The air grew thick with the scent of copper and roses, his power manifesting in response to mine. I'd been taught that vampire magic was corrupt, a twisted mockery of true power. But this was something else entirely. Dark and intoxicating, yes, but with an underlying complexity that called to something deep within my soul. "You should run," he said softly, though he made no move to attack. His fangs gleamed in the moonlight, not threateningly, but as a reminder of what he was, what he needed to survive. That would be the wise choice. I should have. Every lesson, every warning, every story I'd ever heard screamed at me to flee. The last witch who'd fallen for a vampire's charms had been found drained and cold, her magic twisted into something that still haunted the border woods. But beneath his predator's grace, I sensed a pain that echoed my own loneliness. "I'm not afraid." "No," he mused, taking a careful step closer. The shadows seemed to curl around him like loyal pets. "You're not, are you? I'm Marcus." Lola. The name slipped out before I could stop it. My magic, rather than recoiling from his darkness as I'd been taught it would, reached for him like tendrils of light seeking warmth. The air between us crackled with possibility and danger. He noticed, his eyes widening slightly as purple sparkles danced in the air between us. They mixed with his shadows, creating complex patterns. "Your power, it's extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it. Most witchlight burns us, but yours? It's stronger tonight, under the lunar veil." I didn't know why I was telling him this, sharing secrets with a creature I'd been raised to despise. Yet something about his presence felt right, as if the universe itself had orchestrated this moment. The old books say the veil thins the boundaries between all realms, life and death, light and shadow. Yes, Marcus said, now close enough that I could see flecks of blood red in his dark eyes. It strips away illusion, showing us things as they truly are. His hand lifted, hesitating just shy of touching the magic that swirled around me. May I? I nodded, my breath catching as his fingers brushed through the violet light. Instead of dissipating as I expected, my magic intensified, wrapping around his hand like a caress. Where it touched him, his shadows transformed, becoming something neither light nor dark, but beautifully, terrifyingly other. A gasp escaped him, wonder replacing the sorrow in his expression. Impossible, he whispered. I haven't felt anything so purely alive in centuries. His voice caught on the word alive, centuries of loss echoing in that single syllable. My heart raced as he stepped closer still, our energies intertwining in the space between us. Everything I'd been taught about vampires, their coldness, their cruelty, their emptiness, crumbled in the face of the gentle awe I saw in Marcus's eyes. Yet I couldn't forget what he was. Even now, I could sense the predator beneath his civilized veneer, the hunger that was as much a part of him as magic was of me. That first night changed everything. We talked until dawn threatened the horizon, sharing pieces of ourselves that we'd never dared show anyone else. He told me of his turning centuries ago, of watching everyone he loved grow old and die while he remained unchanged, of the madness that took some vampires after their first century, when the weight of accumulated time became too much to bear. I spoke of the suffocating weight of coven expectations, of being the most powerful witch of my generation, but never being allowed to fully embrace that power, of the whispers that followed me, wondering if I'd follow in my grandmother's footsteps. They'd executed her for dark magic when I was young. Her screams still haunted my dreams. I should go, I said finally, though every fiber of my being protested the idea of leaving. The coven will notice my absence, and they will be looking for me. The stronger a witch's power, the more closely she was watched. Marcus caught my hand as I turned to leave, his touch sending shivers of electricity through my entire body. His skin was cool, but everywhere our flesh met, heat bloomed. Will you come back tomorrow night? I knew I shouldn't. The penalty for consorting with vampires was severe, exile at best, a fate worse than death at worst. The coven had ways of binding a witch's power that left her trapped inside her own mind, aware but unable to access the magic that was as essential as breathing. But looking into his eyes, I couldn't imagine staying away. Yes. That promise marked the beginning of our secret romance. Night after night, I slipped away from the coven to meet him in our clearing. Sometimes we talked for hours, sharing stories and dreams. Other times we sat in comfortable silence, my magic dancing around us both as he held me close. Always, there was the underlying current of danger, the knowledge that discovery would mean destruction for us both. Marcus showed me a different side of vampire nature than the stories I'd been told. He was thoughtful, kind, and carried a deep appreciation for beauty that centuries of life hadn't diminished. When he looked at me, I felt truly seen for the first time in my life. Yet he never hid his darker nature. I learned to recognize the signs of his hunger, the way his eyes tracked the pulse in my throat, how his fangs would emerge when passion ran high. Our first kiss happened beneath a crescent moon. His lips were cool against mine, but they warmed quickly as magic sparked between us. I tasted copper as his fangs grazed my lower lip, not breaking the skin, but promising darker pleasures. The moment we touched, power surged through me like never before, turning every nerve ending to starlight. Marcus pulled back with a gasp, his eyes wide with wonder and tinged with crimson. "Your magic," he breathed. "It's inside me. I can feel it." A drop of my blood stained his lips, and where it touched him, his skin seemed to glow from within. I could feel him too, the depth of his emotions, the weight of his years, the growing light in his soul that matched the glow in mine. But I also felt his darkness, the predator's instincts that were as much a part of him as his heart. It should have frightened me. Instead, it thrilled me. From that moment on, our bond grew stronger with each passing night. My magic responded to his presence instinctively, reaching for him even before I saw him. And though he had no magic of his own, I swore I could feel echoes of power stirring in him when we were together. Sometimes, in moments of passion, my magic would sink into him completely, making his eyes glow with violet fire. But paradise, as always, proved fleeting. The first sign of trouble came in the form of whispers among the coven elders, stories of strange magical disturbances in the boundary woods, of power signatures that didn't match any known spells. Worse were the reports of dead animals found drained of blood, their bodies surrounded by circles of wildflowers that bloomed out of season, vampire feeding mixed with witch magic, in a way that terrified both sides. I knew they were sensing the unique blend of my magic with Marcus's vampire energy. But I couldn't stop meeting him. The thought of never seeing him again hurt more than any punishment the coven could devise. My power grew stronger with each encounter, responding to his darkness in ways that both thrilled and frightened me. The vampire clan noticed too. Marcus told me of growing suspicion among his kind, of questions about where he disappeared to each night. Some claimed they could smell witch magic on him, while others whispered that he was changing, becoming something neither fully vampire nor fully human. We knew discovery was inevitable, but we clung to our stolen moments with desperate intensity. Each kiss carried the taste of danger, each touch held the possibility of revelation. My magic began to show traces of shadow, while Marcus's vampire nature took on aspects of light. We were changing each other in fundamental ways, becoming something entirely new. The breaking point came during the harvest moon. Blood magic ran strongest on such nights, and both vampires and witches grew more dangerous with its influence. We'd been careless, too lost in each other to notice the search parties until they were upon us. Witches and vampires converged on our clearing from all sides, their shock at finding us together quickly turning to rage. Abomination. The coven leader's voice cracked like thunder as she saw Marcus's arms around me, my magic wrapped protectively around us both. Her own power manifested as sickly green light that reeked of decay, proof that her public face of purity hid darker practices. You dare corrupt one of our own. The vampire elder's response was equally venomous, his ancient form shifting between man and monster as his control slipped. Marcus, you dishonor your entire bloodline by consorting with this witch. Have you forgotten what their kind did to your sister? I felt Marcus tense beside me, an old pain flaring through our bond. Later, he would tell me the full story, how his sister had fallen in love with a witch centuries ago, how the coven had turned her into a living weapon against her own kind. But in that moment, his voice remained steady. The only dishonor is in clinging to ancient hatred when love offers a better way. Love? The coven leader spat the word like poison, and the grass withered where her spittle landed. There can be no love between light and shadow. Lola, step away from that creature now, and perhaps we can cleanse you of this taint. But I stood my ground, power building around me like a storm. Where my magic met Marcus's darkness, it created something new, neither light nor shadow, but a force that made reality itself shudder. He's not the monster here. You are. All of you, letting blind prejudice rule your hearts. The battle that followed was chaos. Spells and vampire powers clashed as both sides attempted to tear us apart. Marcus and I fought back to back, his strength complementing my magic in perfect harmony. Blood and power mingled in the air as ancient enemies unleashed centuries of hatred. But we were badly outnumbered, and eventually, they separated us. As they dragged us away from one another, I heard Marcus's voice in my mind, stronger than ever before. The Astral Grove. It's real, Lola. Meet me at the ancient oak when the moon is highest tomorrow night. We'll find it together. They locked me in the Coven's strongest containment chamber, thinking their wards would hold me. The walls were carved with runes of binding and painted with the blood of sacrificed magical creatures. They didn't understand that my power had grown beyond their comprehension since meeting Marcus. Love had transformed my magic into something entirely new. I waited until the moon reached its peak, before shattering their wards like glass. The backlash killed the guards instantly, their bodies turning to ash as the corrupted magic they'd wielded consumed them from within. I felt a moment of regret, but not guilt. They'd chosen their path, as I had chosen mine. The ancient oak wasn't far. It stood exactly halfway between Coven and vampire territories, marking the boundary line neither side was supposed to cross. Its branches had been watered with blood from both sides over the centuries, creating a nexus of dark power that made my skin crawl. Marcus was already there when I arrived, looking battle-worn but determined. Fresh blood stained his lips. He'd had to fight his way out, too. I knew you'd come. He pulled me close, kissing me with fierce desperation before pulling back to cup my face in his hands. The Astral Grove lies 3 days' journey to the north, hidden in a valley where the veils between worlds are thinnest. But the path will be dangerous. Both sides will hunt us. I don't care, I said, meaning it with every fiber of my being. My magic reached for him instinctively, purple light twining with his shadows until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. I choose you, Marcus. I choose us. We ran that night, and every night that followed. During the day, Marcus took shelter in whatever safe spaces we could find, while I wove protection spells around us. At night, we traveled swiftly through shadow and starlight, always moving closer to our destination. They pursued us relentlessly. Witch hunters on spelled brooms filled the skies while vampire trackers stalked the ground. More than once we nearly fell into their traps. But each time, our bond grew stronger. My magic and his vampiric abilities began to blend in ways that should have been impossible, creating something entirely new. We encountered other horrors in the dark places between settlements, things that hunted both witch and vampire alike. Shapeshifters drunk on moonlight, ancient spirits hungry for the taste of magic, demons drawn to the unique power our union created. Each battle left us stronger, but also more changed, our very natures shifting into something that had never existed before. On the third night, as we crested a moonlit hill, we saw it. A valley filled with trees that glowed with their own inner light, their leaves shimmering with colors that didn't exist in our world. The Astral Grove. But something was wrong. The light pulsed like a heartbeat, and shadows writhed between the trees in ways that defied natural law. Our pursuers had caught up. Both Coven and Clan surrounded us, cutting off all escape routes except forward. We ran for the grove's entrance, magic and shadow swirling around us as spells and attacks rained down from all sides. Just before we reached the threshold, the Coven leader appeared in front of us, her power manifesting as burning white light that barely concealed the corruption at its core. You'll destroy everything we've built, everything we've protected for generations. No, I said, raising my hand as Marcus stood beside me, our powers perfectly united. We'll build something better. Power exploded from us both, my magic and his darkness weaving together into something beautiful and terrible. The combined force knocked our pursuers back, creating an opening just wide enough to slip through. But it also changed them, our unified power rewriting the very essence of those it touched. Witches gasped as shadows curled through their light, while vampires hissed as sparks of magic ignited in their blood. We crossed into the astral grove hand in hand. The moment we passed the boundary, everything changed. Power thrummed through the air around us, ancient and alive and hungry. The trees sang with voices like silver bells, but their song spoke of blood and transformation as much as beauty. A figure materialized before us, neither witch nor vampire, but something older than both. Her form shifted like smoke, but her eyes remained fixed on our joined hands. Where she walked, reality rippled like water, showing glimpses of other worlds, other possibilities. "You seek sanctuary," she said, her voice echoing with the weight of ages. "We seek acceptance," Marcus corrected gently, though his grip on my hand tightened. "A place where love matters more than ancient divisions." The figure smiled, and the entire grove seemed to brighten. Yet in that light, I saw the truth. This was no simple paradise, but a place of power and transformation. "Show me your hearts." Light filled us both, not the burning white of coven magic or the darkness of vampire power, but something in between, something new. In that moment, I felt everything Marcus felt, saw every memory that had shaped him, the pain of his turning, the loneliness of centuries, the joy of finding me. And he saw me too, all of me, every dream and fear and hope I'd ever held. "Your love has already changed the world," the figure said softly. "Look." We turned to see our pursuers frozen at the grove's entrance, watching in wonder as our combined power transformed the very air around them. Where light and shadow met, they created colors never seen before in our world. The hatred in their eyes slowly gave way to understanding as they witnessed what was possible when ancient enemies chose love instead of fear. The figure raised her hands, and the grove's power swept outward like a tide, touching everyone present. "The walls between your peoples have stood for too long. Perhaps it's time for new traditions to take root." Changes rippled through both crowds. Witch's magic began to shimmer with hints of shadow, while darkness around the vampires sparked with points of light. The transformation was beautiful to behold, not a corruption of either side, but an evolution into something greater than both. "The grove accepts you," the figure declared, "and through you, it accepts all who choose love over hatred. You may make your home here, and any others who wish to follow your path will be welcomed as well." As the ancient figure's words echoed through the grove, I watched in awe as magic rippled outward like waves on a moonlit lake. Each pulse of power brought more changes, transforming the hatred that had divided our peoples for centuries into something beautiful and new. Marcus drew me close, his touch sending sparks of violet light dancing across my skin. "Look," he whispered, gesturing to where the coven leader stood frozen in wonder. Her sickly green magic had transformed into swirls of emerald and silver, darkness and light weaving together in perfect harmony. The vampire elder approached us slowly, his ancient eyes wide with revelation. The predatory edge that had always marked his kind had softened, tempered by traces of witchlight that glimmered beneath his skin. "In all my centuries," he murmured, "I never imagined such beauty could exist." Our magics continued to blend and evolve, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced through the air like the aurora borealis. Where they touched the grove's crystalline trees, new blooms burst forth, flowers that glowed with their own inner light and spread a sense of peace through all who beheld them. "The path you've chosen will not be easy," the grove's guardian cautioned, her form shifting like smoke in the wind. "To bridge two worlds requires great strength of heart. Are you prepared for what lies ahead?" I looked at Marcus, seeing in his eyes the same certainty I felt in my soul. Our bond hummed between us, stronger than ever. We are, we answered as one. She nodded, and the grove itself seemed to bow in response. Then let this place be your sanctuary and your home. Here, you may build the future you dream of, where others like you can find acceptance and peace. As if responding to her words, the grove began to change. The glowing trees parted, revealing a path that led deeper into the heart of this magical realm. Along its edges, small cottages grew from the living wood, each one a perfect blend of witchcraft and vampire aesthetics. Gardens flourished with night-blooming flowers that sparkled with magical energy. It's perfect, I breathed, watching as more changes rippled outward. A great hall emerged in the center of the grove, its walls transparent like crystal, but strong as diamond. Within its depths, I could see spaces for teaching, for healing, for bringing together those who sought to transcend the old divisions. Marcus pulled me closer, pressing a gentle kiss to my temple. His touch sent waves of pleasure through our bond, and I felt his joy mingling with mine. Our home, he murmured against my skin, the beginning of something new. Others stepped forward, young witches whose power had never quite fit the coven's rigid structures, vampires who had grown weary of endless darkness. In their eyes, I saw the same longing for acceptance that had first drawn Marcus and me together. The Guardian watched with approval as small groups began to explore the grove, their magics already starting to shift and change. Remember, she said softly, love is the greatest magic of all. Let it guide you as you build this new community. With those words, she faded into the mist, leaving us to begin our new life. The next few months passed in a blur of activity as we worked to establish our haven. Marcus and I took up residence in a cottage near the grove's heart, where morning sun filtered through enchanted windows that protected him from its harmful rays. Each night, we walked through the grove together, our combined power helping to strengthen the magical barriers that kept our sanctuary safe. More seekers arrived with each passing moon, those who dreamed of a world where love knew no boundaries. We welcomed them all, teaching them to embrace the beautiful fusion of light and shadow that our love had birthed. Our cottage became a place of warmth and tender moments. I learned to delight in the way Marcus would pull me into his arms as sunrise approached, his cool skin warming wherever our flesh met. He discovered a passion for tending the magical gardens, his former darkness now nurturing new life. On clear nights, we would lie in a meadow of luminous flowers, watching as our magics danced together in the star-filled sky. His fingers would trace patterns on my skin, each touch igniting sparks of pleasure that made the very air shimmer around us. In those moments, the weight of centuries seemed to lift from his shoulders, replaced by a peace I'd never seen before. The transformation of our peoples continued, spreading beyond the grove's boundaries. Those who had once hunted us now sought our guidance, drawn by the promise of evolution rather than corruption. The old hatred began to fade, replaced by curiosity and hope. One evening, as we sat entwined on our cottage's porch, watching the sunset paint the grove in shades of gold and purple, Marcus touched my face with infinite tenderness. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked softly. "Leaving everything behind?" I turned to kiss his palm, feeling our magic surge at the contact. "Never," I assured him. "You are my home now. This place, this life we're building together, it's everything I never knew I needed." His smile lit up the growing darkness, and when he kissed me, I tasted the future on his lips. Endless possibilities stretching out before us like the star-filled sky above. Our magic swirled around us, light and shadow dancing together in perfect harmony. In the years that followed, our haven grew into a beacon of hope for both witches and vampires. The grove blossomed under our care, its magic evolving to support the unique blend of powers that now called it home. Children born to our community manifested abilities never seen before. Healing shadows, protective darkness, light that nurtured rather than burned. Marcus and I remained at its heart, our love growing stronger with each passing season. The weight of immortality that had once tormented him became a gift rather than a curse, offering us countless years to explore the depths of our connection and watch our dream take root. Every night, as I fall asleep in his arms, I think about that first meeting in the Boundary Woods. How the lunar veil had lifted ancient shrouds, allowing us to see past centuries of prejudice to the truth in one another's hearts. Our love had changed more than just ourselves. It had opened a door to a future where light and shadow could dance together in endless, beautiful possibility. The grove pulses with magic around us, a living testament to the power of choosing love over fear. And as I drift into dreams, wrapped in Marcus's embrace and surrounded by the home we've built together, I know that every step of our journey, every hardship we faced, led us exactly where we were meant to be. In the end, it wasn't about light conquering darkness or shadow subduing light. It was about finding the beauty that exists in between, in the sacred space where opposites meet and transform into something greater than either could be alone. Our love had written a new story, one that would echo through generations to come, proving that the most powerful magic of all lies in having the courage to choose love again and again, with every beat of our eternal hearts. The waves whispered my secrets as I watched him from beneath their crystalline surface, the moonlight filtering through the water in ribbons of silver. I had ruled these waters for centuries, commanding currents and calming storms with mere thoughts, my magic flowing through the seas like liquid starlight. But now, watching Captain Evander stand at the helm of his ship, his dark hair tousled by the salty breeze, and his strong hands gripping the wheel, I felt powerless for the first time in my immortal life. His fingers danced across the strings of a battered lute, weathered by sea spray but still singing true. The melody pierced through the barrier between our worlds, each note resonating in my chest, as if he played upon my heartstrings instead. The song spoke of loss, of battles fought and comrades fallen, and I could taste the salt of unshed tears mixing with the eternal sea around me. I knew every note by heart, having watched him play it night after night as his ship crossed my waters, the music becoming as much a part of me as the tides themselves. My name is Cordelia, and I was, a sea sorceress, my domain stretching from the sun-dappled shallows to the darkest trenches where ancient creatures slumber. That changed the night I broke our most sacred law and saved him, though I would break 1,000 more laws just to see his smile again. The storm had come without warning, even to one as attuned to the ocean's moods as I. Lightning split the sky like silver serpents, and waves rose like mountains around his ship, their peaks crowned with angry foam. I watched in horror as a massive swell swept him overboard, his lute still clutched in his hands, his body small and vulnerable against the ocean's fury. Without hesitation, I surged forward, my powerful tail cutting through the churning waters, the scales gleaming with their own phosphorescent light. His eyes met mine as I wrapped my arms around him, his eyes the color of storm clouds, wide with wonder rather than fear. Their depths held such pain, such loneliness, that I felt it echo in my own immortal heart. In that moment, as the storm raged around us, and his warmth seeped into my cold skin, I knew I would risk everything to see those eyes again, to understand the stories written in their stormy depths. The ancient temple of the banished ocean god lay in the deepest trench of my realm, where even the bravest of my kind feared to swim. Marble columns, green with age and draped in luminescent seaweed, rose from the darkness like the ribs of a long-dead leviathan. Strange, eyeless creatures darted through the shadows, drawn to the last remnants of the god's power. The god himself appeared as a swirling mass of darkness, his voice echoing through the water like distant thunder, making my bones vibrate with its power. "Your heart betrays you, little sorceress," he said, tendrils of shadow caressing my face like ice-cold silk. How amusing that one who has commanded the seas for so long now wishes to be bound by human flesh. Tell me, what makes this mortal worth such a price? I lifted my chin, meeting his gaze. 3 swirling vortexes of ancient power. Love makes fools of gods and mortals alike. Name your price. His laughter shook the temple foundations, sending centuries of accumulated sand swirling through the water. Your voice, for starters. Such a powerful thing. A sea witch's voice. And pain. Every step you take on land will feel like walking on broken glass dipped in lightning. You have 3 lunar cycles to win his love. If you fail, your soul is mine, and your waters will fall to chaos. Choose carefully, little witch. I nodded without hesitation, my heart thundering against my ribs. The transformation felt like being torn apart and stitched back together with burning thread, every scale ripped away, every gill sealed shut. My tail split into legs with a pain that would have made me scream if I still had a voice. Instead, I watched in silent agony as my voice dissolved into sea foam, carrying away centuries of spells and songs. The pain was excruciating, but nothing compared to the agony of my first steps on the beach near Evander's coastal kingdom, each footfall sending shocks of white-hot pain through my newly formed legs. A fisherman found me wrapped in seaweed and sailed me to the harbor, his weather-beaten face kind as he draped his rough wool cloak around my shoulders. Word of a mysterious woman discovered on the shore spread quickly through the port town, whispers following me like trailing seaweed as I was led through streets that smelled of salt fish and fresh bread, eventually reaching the castle where Evander served as the kingdom's naval commander. I will never forget the moment he first saw me on land. The morning sun caught the silver threads in his dark hair, and those storm-gray eyes widened with recognition, not of who I truly was, but of something familiar he couldn't quite place. Something that called to him as surely as the sea itself. He offered me shelter in the castle, moved perhaps by the same inexplicable pull that had drawn me to him, his calloused hand gentle as he helped me up the stone steps. Each day brought new challenges and discoveries. The pain of walking was constant, like treading on shattered stars, but I learned to dance through it, expressing through movement what I could not say in words. I watched Evander closely, learning the weight he carried in the set of his broad shoulders, the shadows that crossed his face when thunder rolled in from the sea. The war had left more than physical scars. He blamed himself for leading his men into an ambush that cost many lives, their ghosts haunting him in the quiet hours before dawn. At night, I would find him on the battlements, playing his lute to the sea as if seeking answers in its endless depths. I began to dance to his music, my feet bleeding in my silk slippers but my heart soaring with each turn. Sometimes, he would watch me with an intensity that made my heart race, as if trying to understand the emotion I poured into every movement. His music would change then, becoming something softer, sweeter, a melody that spoke of hope rather than regret. Lady Miranda, a nobleman's daughter with eyes like green glass and a smile that never reached them, watched our growing closeness with venomous intent. She had set her sights on Evander long ago, seeing him as her path to power within the court. Her whispered rumors painted me as a spy, a witch, if only she knew how close to the truth she was. Each word she spoke dripped with honey-coated poison, designed to plant seeds of doubt in Evander's mind. As the second lunar cycle waned, painting the nights with its silver light, Evander began to thaw. He spoke to me of the battle that haunted him, of the weight of command and the price of survival. I listened, offering comfort through touch, a hand on his arm, fingers entwined with his, my thumb tracing the scars that marked his skin. Each contact sent sparks through my body, worth every step of pain, every silent scream, every moment of vulnerability. But Lady Miranda wasn't finished with her schemes. She arranged for letters to be discovered, suggesting I was an agent of an enemy kingdom. Each forged document, a carefully crafted arrow aimed at Evander's heart. He defended me before the court, his voice ringing with conviction, but I saw doubt cloud his eyes like gathering storm clouds. The pain of his uncertainty cut deeper than my cursed feet ever could. The final lunar cycle began with a storm that rivaled the one that had brought us together. Lightning turned night to day, and thunder shook the castle walls like the footsteps of giants. As rain lashed against the windows, Miranda confronted Evander with her most damning evidence: fabricated documents bearing my real identity, sealed with stolen wax and forged with malicious care. I knew I had to choose before the rising tide of lies drowned what we had built. That night, I took Evander's hand and led him to the shore, each step sending shards of agony through my legs. The waves called to me, singing of home and power and freedom from pain. But as I looked into his storm-gray eyes, now dark with concern and confusion, I knew I would choose this agony 1,000 times over. I pressed his hand to my throat, letting him feel the smooth skin where my voice should have been. Then I drew symbols in the wet sand, telling him everything. What I was, what I had sacrificed, why I couldn't speak. With each revelation, I prepared for rejection, for disgust, for fear. My heart pounded against my ribs like waves against a cliff, threatening to break me apart. Instead, he pulled me close, his arms strong and sure around me, his warmth chasing away the chill of fear. "I hear you," he whispered against my hair, his voice rough with emotion. "I've always heard you. In every dance, every touch, every silent moment, you've been singing to my soul." The kiss that followed felt like breaking through the surface after a deep dive. That first, desperate breath of air. His lips were soft against mine, tasting of salt and something sweeter, something purely him. Love bloomed between us like coral, beautiful and strong and slowly built. His hands cradled my face as if I were something precious, something worth protecting, worth cherishing. His lips found mine again and again, each kiss a different kind of magic than any I had known beneath the waves. The ocean god appeared as the third moon reached its peak, his darkness spreading across the water like spilled ink. "How disappointing," he said, his voice carrying across the waves like an arctic wind. "I had so looked forward to claiming your soul. The chaos we could have created together would have been magnificent." Evander stepped forward, his lute in hand, and his eyes blazing with determination. "You can't have her," he declared, his voice steady and strong against the god's ancient power. "Bold words from a mortal," the god sneered, his form writhing with shadows. "What could you possibly offer in exchange? What could equal the power she would have brought to my realm?" Evander began to play, not his usual melodies of loss and regret, but something new. A song of love and redemption, of finding light in the darkest depths, of two hearts beating in perfect harmony despite all odds. As the music swelled, I felt power surge through me, ancient and new all at once. My voice returned in a rush, joining his song in perfect harmony, our music weaving together like streams joining a river. The god recoiled as our combined music wove a spell more powerful than any I had cast before. Love, I realized, was its own kind of magic, one that even the oldest gods must respect. It flowed between us like a current, strong and deep and endless, more powerful than any curse or blessing. "Keep your soul," the god spat, his form already fading like mist before the morning sun. "And your voice. but the pain remains, a reminder of your choice, of what you gave up for this mortal love. I turned to Evander, touching his face, memorizing every line and plane by touch. "Every step is worth it," I said, speaking to him for the first time, my voice rough from disuse but full of love. "Every moment of pain brings me closer to you. I would walk through fire just to see you smile." He kissed me again, and I tasted salt. Whether from tears or sea spray, I couldn't tell. "Then let me carry you," he whispered, lifting me into his arms as if I weighed nothing at all, as if he would gladly bear any burden to ease my pain. "Let me be your shelter, as you have been my light." That night, as we lay together watching the stars wheel overhead, I understood that true love isn't about sacrifice, it's about choice. Every day, I choose him. Every step, every pain, every moment of vulnerability is a choice I make gladly. And every night, as he plays his lute and I sing our story to the waves, I know I always will. The sea still calls to me sometimes, its voice familiar and sweet, promising power and freedom from pain. But I have found a different kind of magic in Evander's arms, in the way he looks at me as if I'm something precious, in the gentle way he tends to my feet each night with hands that have known both battle and tenderness. We have built a life between two worlds, not quite of the sea, not fully of the land, but perfectly our own. And when the pain threatens to overwhelm me, when I doubt my choice to walk this path, Evander reminds me that love isn't measured in steps or words or grand gestures. It's measured in the small moments, his fingers entwined with mine as we watch the sunset, the soft brush of his lips against my temple when he thinks I'm sleeping, the way he still watches me dance as if seeing me for the first time. In these moments, I know that no magic could ever compare to the miracle of finding someone who sees your soul and loves you, not despite your sacrifices, but because of them. I may no longer command the tides, but I have found a different kind of power in loving him. It flows between us like an eternal current, strong and deep and endless. And that, more than any magic, more than any power or immortality or painless step, is worth every price I paid to find it. For in his arms I have found something even the ancient gods cannot grant. A love that transforms, heals, and makes every moment of pain bloom into something beautiful. The scent of roses filled our bedroom the night I first felt Brendan's presence. Fresh roses, though none bloomed in our garden that bitter November. Their fragrance mingled with his familiar sandalwood cologne, the expensive one I'd given him for our last anniversary, the bottle still half full on his dresser. My heart lurched against my ribs as warmth enveloped me, as tangible as his embraces had always been. Brendan? The name escaped my lips like a prayer, barely disturbing the stillness of the room. The roses grew stronger, and with them came a whisper of wind through the perfectly still air, carrying the ghost of his laughter. 3 weeks had passed since the accident that shattered my world. 21 days of waking up reaching for him, of coffee growing cold because I couldn't bear to drink it alone, of silence where his voice should have been. The police report was crisp and clinical. Head-on collision, drunk driver, instant death. As if the love of my life could be reduced to a few stark sentences on white paper. I'd been folding his clothes. Finally, after weeks of leaving them exactly where he'd dropped them that last morning. His blue cardigan lay across my lap, the one with the wooden buttons I'd sewn back on countless times. He'd worn it the day we met, spilling coffee on himself as he hurried into the art gallery where I worked. I'd helped him clean up, and he'd asked me to dinner right there, coffee still dripping from his sleeve. The warmth intensified, wrapping around me like an embrace. Impossible tears pricked my eyes. I thought I'd cried them all away at the funeral. I miss you, I whispered into the empty room. I miss you so much it hurts to breathe. The melody drifted up from downstairs, so faint I almost missed it. Our song, Can't Help Falling in Love, playing from the grand piano Brendan had insisted on buying for our first anniversary. Every home needs music, he'd said, those green eyes of his dancing with joy as the movers positioned it in our living room. He'd played it almost every evening, filling our home with everything from classical pieces to pop songs, his long fingers dancing across the keys while I painted in my studio nearby. My feet carried me down the stairs before I could think better of it. The piano sat untouched, gathering dust, yet the music grew stronger with each step. As I reached the bottom, a single key pressed itself, striking a clear, resonant note that hung in the air between worlds. "This isn't happening," I murmured, pressing my palms against my temples. But even as denial formed on my lips, I felt it. The distinctive brush of fingers through my hair, exactly as Brendan used to do when he passed behind me. Quiana. My name, breathed in his voice, soft as a summer breeze and rich with love. I spun around, searching for something, anything. The room remained empty, but the air felt thick with possibility. That was the beginning. The signs multiplied as days passed. Coffee brewed itself every morning at exactly 7, just as Brendan had always said it. The scent of paint and turpentine wafted from my abandoned studio, where my easel stood waiting with a blank canvas. Lights flickered in patterns too precise to be accidental, spelling out "love you" in Morse code. A game we'd played during long-distance phone calls early in our relationship. My sister Geraldine's concern grew with each story I shared. "You need help, Q," she insisted over lunch, worry etching lines around her eyes. "This isn't healthy. Brendan wouldn't want you living in denial." But how could I explain that these moments weren't denial? They were the only thing keeping me whole. That feeling Brendan's presence, however impossible, made breathing possible again. Maeve found me on a rain-soaked evening when the veil between worlds felt particularly thin. She appeared on my doorstep like something from a fairy tale, her silver hair caught up in an artfully messy bun, wearing a dress that seemed to shift colors in the porch light. "Your husband is quite the romantic," she said by way of greeting, her Irish lilt warm with amusement. "He's been leading me here for days, leaving trails of light like breadcrumbs. May I come in?" I should have closed the door. Instead, I stepped aside. Maeve moved through our home with purpose, pausing at spots where memories hung heaviest. The kitchen where Brendan and I had slow danced at midnight. The window seat where we'd planned our future. The wall where our wedding photos caught the last light of day. "Your love story has created quite a stir on the other side," she explained, settling into Brendan's favorite armchair. "It's rare to find a connection strong enough to pierce the veil. Rarer still to find one that holds after death. You can see him." Hope bloomed painfully in my chest. Her smile held centuries of understanding. "He never left, love. He's here now, standing behind you, his hand on your shoulder. He says to remind you about the fireflies." My breath caught. Our first kiss had been on a summer night, surrounded by their dancing light. We'd joked that they were nature's fairy lights, celebrating with us. Later, he'd proposed in the same spot, fireflies creating a natural constellation around us. "He's caught between worlds," Maeve continued, her expression growing serious. "Your grief, your love. They're anchoring him here. But it's dangerous for a soul to linger too long in this space. The pain." She hesitated. "It could consume him entirely." "What can I do?" I asked, desperate to protect him even now. "Learn to live again," she said simply. "He's trying to show you how." That night, I dreamed of Brendan with startling clarity. We stood in my art studio, morning light streaming through the windows. He looked exactly as I remembered, dark curls falling over his forehead, green eyes bright with the mischief I'd fallen in love with. "You stopped painting," he said, running his fingers over my dusty brushes. I stopped breathing when you died. His smile held a universe of tenderness. That's not what I asked you to do. You didn't ask for anything. You left. The words tasted of grief and anger. Did I? He moved closer, and I could feel the familiar electricity of his presence. Look around, love. Really look. The studio had transformed. My old paintings hung on the walls, but they were different, infused with an otherworldly light that seemed to pulse with life. New canvases leaned against the walls, blank but promising. Everything was clean, organized, ready. You did this? I had help. His laugh filled the room like sunshine. It's amazing what a spirit can accomplish with enough motivation, but you have to do the rest. He reached for me, his touch cool but solid. I have loved you all of my life, Kiana. Death did not change that. I woke with tears on my cheeks and paint beneath my fingernails. The days that followed took on a dreamlike quality. I began painting again, my work flowing from my brushes with an intensity I'd never known before. Colors seemed more vivid, emotions more acute. Each canvas captured moments between worlds, the space where love transcended death. Brendan's presence grew stronger. Sometimes I caught glimpses of him in mirrors or windows. A flash of his smile, the outline of his shape. The house came alive with signs of his love. Fresh flowers appearing in unexpected places, my favorite songs playing softly in empty rooms, the feeling of his arms around me when I cried. But Maeve's warnings echoed. Each manifestation seemed to cost him more energy. The temperature would plummet, lights would strain and dim, and sometimes I heard him gasp with effort. One night, I found him in our bedroom, his form more solid than I'd ever seen it. He stood by the window, bathed in moonlight, looking almost alive. Our song began to play, soft and clear. Dance with me? He held out his hand, and this time, when I took it, his touch felt almost warm. I stepped into his arms without hesitation. He felt real, solid, though his skin held the coolness of autumn air. We swayed together, and for a moment, time ceased to exist. I have to go, he whispered into my hair. I know. The words felt like broken glass. Maeve said you're in pain. Only when you are. His fingers traced my cheek. You're starting to live again. I see it in your paintings, in your smile. That's all I ever wanted. How can I let you go? I pressed closer, trying to memorize the feeling of him. You don't have to. I'll always be part of you, Kiana. But you have to let me love you differently now. We danced until dawn, painted the sky in whispered pinks and golds. With the first ray of sunlight, Brendan began to fade. Promise me something, he said, his voice growing distant. Promise you'll keep painting our love story. I promise. I reached for him, but my hands passed through air. I love you. Forever, he whispered, and then he was gone. 5 years have passed since that morning. My paintings hang in galleries now, each one a window into the space between love and loss, life and death. People often ask what inspires the ethereal light that seems to glow from within each canvas. I tell them it's about love that transcends boundaries. Tonight, as I work on a new piece in my studio, a familiar warmth fills the room. A single firefly drifts through the air, its light pulsing with impossible brightness. It lands on my easel, illuminating the canvas where I'm painting our last dance. I don't need to see Brendan to know he's here, watching over me, loving me in his new way. Some loves, I've learned, are strong enough to transform rather than end. They become the light that guides us home, the warmth that keeps us going. the magic that turns grief into grace. The firefly rises, dancing through the air like a star come down to earth. Its light reminds me of the truth Brendan taught me. Love doesn't die. It simply learns to speak in whispers, in memories, in the quiet moments between heartbeats. And sometimes, if we're very lucky, it learns to shine like fireflies in the dark, guiding us home to the love that never truly leaves us. The morning fog rolled through the streets of Cedar Grove, wrapping our small town in its pearl gray embrace. I pressed my forehead against my bedroom window, watching my breath create ephemeral galaxies on the glass. The cold March air seeped through the thin pane, carrying the scent of wet earth and approaching spring. At 18, I had learned more about adult responsibilities than most of my classmates, especially when the stack of unpaid bills on the kitchen counter grew taller than my mother's ever-present coffee cup. My grandfather's words echoed in my mind as I traced frost patterns in the condensation. A real lucky penny finds you when you need it most. How many times had I heard him say that while sitting in his worn leather armchair, the leather cracked and butter soft with age, his eyes twinkling with the magic of possibility. But Grandpa Patrick was gone now, taking with him the scent of pipe tobacco and peppermint, and with him, it seemed, had gone all the luck from our family. In the kitchen, my mother moved quietly, her nurse's scrubs rustling softly as she prepared for another double shift. The familiar sounds of the morning filled the air, the gentle gurgle of the ancient coffee maker, the soft click of pills being counted into my grandmother's weekly organizer, and the muted thud of bills being sorted by urgency. These days, nothing goes to waste in our home. I watched as Mom tucked her hospital ID into her pocket, her hands bearing the dry, cracked skin of someone who washed them 100 times a day. "You'll check on Grandma Rose today?" she asked, her eyes meeting mine in the streaked mirror above the sink. Her smile, though tired, held all the warmth of summer sunshine, and her movements carried the lingering scent of the lavender hand cream she always used, the last bottle from the 3-pack Grandpa had given her before he passed. "Of course, Mom." I hugged her thin frame, breathing in the mingled scents of coffee, antiseptic, and the fabric softener we'd used since I could remember. "I'll make sure she takes her medication and eats lunch. I've got classes until 3, but I'll head straight thereafter." The walk to the community college that St. Patrick's Day morning felt longer than usual. The March wind whispered through bare tree branches, carrying with it the promise of spring and the lingering bite of winter. My boots clicked against the concrete sidewalk, the sound echoing in the quiet morning air. I clutched my worn laptop bag closer, thinking about the partial scholarship that barely covered my tuition, the mounting medical bills from Grandma's last hospital stay, and the way our heat only worked some days now, leaving us to huddle under quilts in the evening. That's when I saw it. A glint of copper against the gray sidewalk, like a star fallen to earth. A penny, lying heads up, gleaming as if it had just been minted. The copper surface caught the weak morning sunlight, sending out a warm glow that called to me. I knelt, my heart beating a little faster, my breath creating small clouds in the chilly air. As my fingers closed around the coin, an unexpected warmth spread through my hand, up my arm, and straight into my chest. The metal felt almost alive against my skin, thrumming with a gentle energy that made my fingertips tingle. "Find a penny, pick it up, and all day long you'll have good luck," I whispered, remembering another of my grandfather's favorite sayings. The penny felt different somehow, special, as if it carried a hint of magic within its copper surface. At the college, the day unfolded differently than usual. In the student center, I noticed Jonathan, a fellow nursing student who always sat alone, his shoulders hunched under the weight of invisible burdens. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across his untouched textbook, and today, His eyes seemed particularly distant, lost in thoughts no 18-year-old should have to carry. Without fully understanding why, I knew what I had to do. I approached his table, the penny growing warmer with each step, my boots silent against the industrial carpet. The student center hummed with its usual morning chaos. The whir of laptops, the murmur of study groups, the hiss of the espresso machine. But at Jonathan's table, silence hung like a heavy curtain. "Hey," I said, sliding into the chair across from him. The plastic seat was cool through my jeans, and I smelled the sharp tang of hospital-grade coffee mixed with the anxiety of upcoming midterms. Jonathan looked up, surprise flickering across his face like sunlight through stained glass. I pulled out the penny and held it out to him. In the fluorescent lighting, the copper glowed with an inner fire. "This is for you. It's lucky, really lucky. I think you need it more than I do today." Jonathan stared at the penny, then at me, confusion in his tired eyes. "Why would you give me something lucky?" "Because sometimes the luckiest thing isn't finding something. It's giving it away." The words came from somewhere deep inside me, sounding more like my grandfather than myself, carrying the same warm wisdom that used to fill his stories on cold winter nights. The next day, Jonathan found me before anatomy class, his face transformed by excitement. "You won't believe what happened. After you gave me the penny, I finally heard back about that hospital internship I applied for months ago. They had an unexpected opening, and they want me to start next week. It's perfect. The schedule works around my classes, and it comes with a small stipend. I was about to drop out, you know. I couldn't figure out how to keep paying for school." Over the next few weeks, I watched as the penny made its way through the college, leaving little trails of magic in its wake. Jonathan gave it to Professor Moore when her wife was diagnosed with breast cancer. They caught it early, stage 1, completely treatable. Professor Moore passed it to Maria in the financial aid office, whose son had been struggling with depression. He finally agreed to see a counselor and was slowly finding his way back to health. The penny continued its journey, creating ripples of good fortune wherever it went. A lost research paper reappeared moments before its deadline. A broken friendship mended over shared memories and forgiveness. A struggling student finally mastered the complex calculations that had been standing between them and their engineering degree. Each time I heard about another penny miracle, I thought of my grandfather and his believing eyes, the way they would crinkle at the corners when he smiled. Maybe luck wasn't about finding money or winning prizes. Maybe luck was something you created by opening your heart to others, like opening a window and letting in the spring breeze. One evening, as spring finally painted the world in soft greens and pinks, the cherry trees releasing their petals to dance on the wind, I came home to find my mother sitting at the kitchen table with Grandma Rose. For the first time in months, both their faces held no worry lines, and their smiles reached their eyes, which sparkled like morning dew on the grass. "Sweetheart," my mother said, patting the chair beside her. The wooden seat was worn smooth from years of family dinners, comfortable as an old friend. "Remember Dr. Sullivan, the head of neurology at the hospital? He came by my station today during rounds. While I was updating him on a patient, we got to talking about you and your nursing studies. It turns out they're expanding their nurse training program, and they're offering full scholarships to promising students who commit to working at the hospital after graduation." She took a deep breath, her eyes shining. "They want to offer you one of the spots. Full tuition, books, everything." My heart soared as I hugged them both, breathing in the familiar scent of hospital antiseptic and hope. "That's incredible. It's like luck finally found us," Grandma Rose finished, laughing softly. "You know what's funny? When Dr. Sullivan was leaving, he dropped a penny. When your mother tried to give it back to him, he just smiled and said we should keep it, that it looked like a lucky one." My eyes widened, as my mother pulled out a familiar copper penny from her pocket. It gleamed in the evening light, looking exactly as it had that misty morning when I first found it, still carrying that same mysterious warmth. Later that night, as I sat by Grandma Rose's bed, helping her arrange her pillows just the way she liked them, she took my hand in hers. Her skin felt like tissue paper, but her grip was strong. "Your grandfather would be so proud of you, dear one," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "He always said that real luck finds you when you need it most. But you've discovered something even more precious. You've learned that real luck isn't something you find. It's something you create every time you choose love over fear." As I held her hand, watching as she drifted off to sleep, her breath evening out into the gentle rhythm of dreams, I thought about all the paths the penny had traveled. From me to Jonathan, from Jonathan to Professor Moore, from Professor Moore to Maria, and on, until it somehow found its way back to my family when we needed it most. I thought about how luck wasn't really about pennies at all. It was about the courage to reach out to someone drowning in silence, the kindness to share what you have, even when your own pockets feel empty, the wisdom to see that every small act of generosity creates ripples of good fortune that touch countless lives. Years later, long after I had graduated and become a nurse practitioner, working alongside my mother in the same hospital where she had started as a young nurse, people in Cedar Grove would sometimes talk about the mysterious lucky penny that seemed to appear exactly when someone needed it most. They said it carried a special warmth, and that good fortune followed wherever it went. On the day I finally earned my doctorate in nursing practice, I found myself back in Grandpa Patrick's study, now preserved exactly as he had left it. The leather armchair still held the impression of his presence, and if I closed my eyes, I could almost smell the lingering traces of pipe tobacco and peppermint. As I stood there, holding my diploma, a glint of copper caught my eye from the depths of the chair's cushion. With trembling fingers, I reached down and pulled out a penny, warm to the touch as if it had been held in someone's hand just moments before. And there, in the fading light of evening, I could have sworn I heard my grandfather's gentle laugh, felt the brush of his hand against my cheek, and understood at last that the greatest luck of all was the love that connected hearts across time, space, and even the thin veil between this world and the next. That night, as I placed the penny on my grandfather's old desk, I smiled, knowing that its journey wasn't over. It was just waiting for the next person who needed a reminder that magic still existed in the world and that sometimes the most powerful kind of luck is the kind you give away. The scent of caramelized sugar and warm vanilla beckoned me through the rain-soaked evening, a lighthouse of sweetness guiding me through Everhaven's dimly lit streets. My worn shoes splashed through puddles that reflected the golden glow from Clayton's candy shop, the storefront's beveled glass windows glowing like amber in the storm. The elegant cursive letters of the shop's sign danced and shimmered, the fat droplets of rain catching the light like suspended diamonds. My fingers traced the damp golden wrapper I'd found earlier that day, one of Mr. Clayton's legendary peppermints, discovered in a rain-slicked alley behind the shop. The metallic paper felt unusually warm against my skin, despite the bitter chill of the autumn evening. Thunder rolled overhead, and I pressed closer to the window, my breath fogging the glass as I gazed at the wonderland. Crystal jars lined mahogany shelves, each filled with confections that defied natural law. Candies that glowed like captured fireflies cast shifting patterns across polished brass fixtures. Chocolate truffles hummed a gentle lullaby, their dark shells gleaming with iridescent swirls. Rainbow-hued lollipops pirouetted slowly in their display case, though no breeze stirred the air. My stomach clenched at the sight, reminding me of the empty cupboards waiting at home. The door swung open with a melodious chime, releasing a wave of warmth that carried the mingled aromas of melted chocolate, spun sugar, and something indefinable, like the first snow of winter mixed with the last ray of summer sunset. I hesitated momentarily before stepping inside, telling myself I'd only warm up for a few minutes before continuing my search for dropped coins or discarded returnable bottles. The shop's interior stretched impossibly beyond what its modest exterior suggested. Crystal chandeliers floated overhead without visible support, their faceted surfaces throwing kaleidoscope patterns across the hardwood floors. The air felt thick with magic, and I tasted possibilities and dreams on my tongue. I crept toward the back of the shop, drawn to a particular jar that appeared to contain liquid starlight. The silvery substance within swirled of its own accord, casting moving constellations across my rain-dampened face. The low light caught the hollows of my cheeks, reminding me of how long it had been since my last proper meal. "Ah, I see you've discovered my midnight dream drops," a gentle voice said behind me, warm as honey and smooth as melted chocolate. I spun around to find a tall man watching me, his silver-streaked hair swept back from a kind face lined with laugh wrinkles. His burgundy velvet coat sparkled with what appeared to be crystallized sugar, and a collection of golden candy-making tools hung from an intricately designed leather belt at his waist. "Mr. Clayton," I whispered, the wrapper crinkling in my clenched fist. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't be here." His smile deepened the wrinkles around his eyes, which held the same warm amber color as his shop's windows. "On the contrary, my dear, no one finds their way into my shop by accident, especially not on a night like this." He gestured to the wrapper in my hand. "And it seems you've already received an invitation." "An invitation?" "Indeed." He produced an identical candy from his pocket, its golden wrapper catching the light like a fallen star. "My golden peppermints are very particular about who finds them. They only appear to those with the sweetest wishes in their hearts." The candy pulsed with its own inner light as he held it out to me. "Go on," he encouraged, his voice soft as velvet. "Make your wish." My fingers trembled as I accepted the candy. Its wrapper felt warm and almost alive, like holding a tiny beating heart. I closed my eyes, thinking of home, of my little sister Emma's hollow cheeks, and my mother's exhausted eyes as she worked endless shifts at the diner. I thought of our drafty apartment with its leaking roof, the empty pantry, and the heating that worked only when it chose to. "I wish," I whispered, the words carrying the weight of years of quiet desperation. "I wish I could help my family have enough. A warm home, food on the table, and—" I swallowed past the lump in my throat. "And maybe just a little bit of magic to make them smile again." The peppermint melted on my tongue like a snowflake, flooding my mouth with impossible flavors. The crispness of winter mornings, the warmth of summer twilight, the sweetness of fresh hope, and something indefinable that made my heart ache with longing. When I opened my eyes, the shop had transformed. The walls had dissolved into swirling mist the color of mother of pearl, revealing a vast space that laughed at the laws of physics. A golden archway beckoned, beyond which I glimpsed wonders that made my breath catch. Trees with cotton candy leaves in pastel hues, a river that flowed with liquid rainbows, catching the light like precious gems, and clouds that rained tiny candies that chimed like bells as they fell. "Welcome to my workshop," Mr. Clayton said, his eyes twinkling like stars in spun sugar, though perhaps not for much longer. Before I could question his cryptic statement, the shop's bell chimed. 3 more people entered, shaking off the storm's remnants. A young woman in designer clothes wrinkled her nose at the sight of my shabby jacket, her leather boots worth more than everything I owned. Beside her, a man with wild Einstein-like hair pulled curious gadgets from his numerous pockets, each whirring and clicking with mysterious purpose. The third arrival was a young woman seemingly attempting to fold herself into invisibility, her paint-stained fingers clutching a weathered sketchbook. "Excellent, we're all here," Mr. Clayton declared, clapping his hands together. "Miss Victoria Chase," he nodded to the wealthy woman. "Mr. Edison Wright." The inventor gave a distracted wave, still examining a nearby display of floating jelly beans. "Miss Penny Lang," the artist jumped at being addressed, and, of course, Nora Thompson. His warm smile wrapped around me like a blanket. "Welcome to your trial." "Trial?" Victoria's voice cut through the air like a knife through hard candy. "I was promised exclusive access to your secret recipes." "You were promised an opportunity," Mr. Clayton corrected firmly. "All of you were drawn here by my golden peppermints, each with a wish burning in your heart. But wishes, like candy, require the right ingredients to come true." He led us through the golden archway into a realm that defied imagination. The air itself tasted of a sweetness filled with floating bubbles that burst with different flavors when touched. One moment strawberry fields in summer, the next cool peppermint caves. Butterflies with wings of spun sugar fluttered past, leaving trails of edible glitter in their wake. Our first stop was a vast chamber that stretched to a ceiling lost in shadows. Mountains of treasure filled the space. Gold coins that clinked musically, gems that caught the light like hard candy, and artifacts that practically hummed with power. Victoria's eyes blazed with desire. "The Vault of Values," Mr. Clayton announced, his voice echoing off precious metals and crystalline formations. "Feel free to take whatever you wish, but remember, everything has a price." Victoria rushed forward, her designer heels clicking against the golden floor. With each handful of treasure she scooped up, her expensive clothes transformed. Silk became cotton, then burlap, then rags. Her perfectly styled hair dulled and tangled, and her manicured nails cracked and broke. Soon she stood in tatters, clutching her prizes as tears cut tracks through the dirt on her face. "I don't understand," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Value isn't always what it appears to be," I said softly, offering her my worn but clean handkerchief. "Sometimes the most precious things can't be held at all." Victoria stared at me, seeing me for the first time. Slowly she opened her hands, letting the gold cascade to the floor. As the last coin fell, her appearance restored itself, though her eyes held a new wisdom that hadn't been there before. The next chamber housed an enormous candy-making machine that resembled something from a steampunk fever dream. Brass pipes twisted and curved like frozen music. Glass tubes bubbled with rainbow liquids, and dozens of dials and levers gleamed invitingly. Edison immediately circled it like a bee buzzing around a flower, muttering about gear ratios and thermal coefficients. "The Symphony of Sweets," Mr. Clayton explained, running his hand lovingly along a copper pipe that hummed in response. "It can produce any candy imaginable, but only when all its parts work in perfect harmony." Edison spent hours trying to operate the machine alone, his frustration growing with each failed attempt. The candy it produced under his solitary efforts came out wrong. Sour when it should be sweet, hard when it should be soft, shapes twisted and colors muddy. Finally, Penny stepped forward, her voice barely above a whisper, as she suggested we all try together. The transformation was immediate and magical. Edison's technical knowledge guided the machine's operations. Victoria's refined palate adjusted the flavors. Penny's artistic eye directed the shapes and colors. And my understanding of what makes people smile helped infuse each piece with joy. The machine sang to life, its music filling the air as it created candies more wonderful than any of us could have imagined alone. Penny's challenge waited in a circular room lined with mirrors, each reflecting a different version of herself. Some showed her confident and successful, others broken and worthless. The conflicting images overwhelmed her, and she began to cry, her tears falling like dropped sugar crystals. I took her paint-stained hand in my calloused one. "Look," I said, leading her to a particular mirror that seemed to glow from within. "This is how we see you." In it, her reflection radiated with inner light, her creativity and kindness visible as a beautiful aurora around her. One by one, the other mirrors shifted to show the same truth, and Penny stood taller, finally seeing her worth reflected at her. Through each trial, Mr. Clayton watched with growing satisfaction, his eyes twinkling like sugar crystals in sunlight. Finally, he led us to a simple door made of warm, honey-colored wood that hummed with contentment. "Beyond this door lies the heart of the shop," he said, his voice rich with emotion. "Nora, you haven't faced a trial because you've been the trial for everyone else. Your compassion, your natural ability to see and nurture the best in others. These are the true magic that keeps this place alive." He opened the door to reveal a room that felt like every happy memory of home distilled into physical form. A plush armchair sat beside a fireplace that changed colors as it burned, from warm gold to soft blue to gentle purple. Ancient candy-making tools lined the walls, each one telling stories of generations of sweet dreams made real. A massive leather-bound book rested on a pedestal, its pages filled with recipes that looked more like poetry than instructions. "The shop needs a new guardian," Mr. Clayton said, his voice gentle but firm. "Someone with the right ingredients in their heart to keep its magic alive. Someone who understands that the sweetest wishes are the ones that help others." He turned to me, his eyes glowing with certainty. "It's chosen you, Nora." My heart soared and plummeted simultaneously. "But my family?" Mr. Clayton's eyes crinkled with joy. "Look." He waved his hand, and an image appeared in the color-changing flames. My mother and Emma entering a beautiful townhouse attached to the back of the shop. My mother's face glowed with wonder as she explored the fully stocked kitchen, her tired lines melting away. Emma's laughter rang like silver bells as she discovered her room filled with books, toys, and a window seat perfect for dreaming. "The shop takes care of its own," Mr. Clayton said softly. "Your wish was never just for yourself. That's why you're perfect for this role." The others received parting gifts that reflected their growth. Victoria, a single gold coin that would always find its way to those in need. Edison, a set of tools that only worked through collaboration. Penny, a paintbrush that showed her how others saw her art, its handle warm with encouragement. As Mr. Clayton prepared to leave, he placed his candy-making tools in my hands. They hummed with generations of magic and possibility, fitting my grip as if they'd been waiting for me all along. "Remember," he said, placing a weathered hand on my shoulder. "The secret ingredient is always love." The shop settled around me like a warm embrace as my new friends departed, each walking toward lives transformed by the night's magic. Through the window, I saw the storm had cleared completely. Stars twinkled in the velvet sky, looking exactly like scattered sugar crystals. I smiled, already imagining the wishes I could help come true. After all, everyone deserves a little magic in their life, especially those who think they've run out of sweet dreams to believe in. In the window display, a jar of golden peppermints caught the starlight, waiting for the next pure heart to find its way to my door. I never expected to find love in a world made of candy, but that's exactly what happened the night exhaustion finally caught up with me at my pastry workbench. The sharp scent of lemon zest still clung to my fingers, mixing with the warm vanilla and toasted sugar that perpetually perfumed my kitchen. My latest creation, an elaborate wedding cake with hand-painted fondant flowers, sat half-finished before me, and its empty tiers were a reminder of all the work still ahead. The gentle hum of the refrigerators lulled me into what I thought would be just a moment's rest. Instead, my eyes fluttered open to an extraordinary sight that made me question my sanity. Gone was my sterile industrial kitchen with its stainless steel and fluorescent lights. In its place stretched a meadow that defied reality. Flowers bloomed with cotton candy petals and marshmallow centers, their stems crafted from twisted green licorice that swayed in a breeze scented with strawberry and cream. The grass beneath my feet consisted of fine strands of green apple taffy that released their tart fragrance with each step. In the distance, mountains of shimmering rock candy pierced clouds that looked suspiciously like freshly whipped cream, their crystalline faces catching the light of what appeared to be a sun made entirely of spun sugar. The air felt different, lighter and sweeter, carrying the mingled aromas of every dessert I'd ever loved. I reached out to touch a nearby flower, wondering if the stress of running my bakery had finally broken something essential in my brain. The cotton candy petal dissolved on my tongue with a familiar sweetness that brought unexpected tears to my eyes. When was the last time I'd allowed myself to simply enjoy the taste of something sweet? These days, every creation was about precision, about perfection, about maintaining my reputation as the city's most innovative pastry chef. Beautiful, isn't it? The voice startled me from my reverie. I turned to find a man standing nearby, his dark eyes wide with the same wonder I felt as he took in our surroundings. He wore a wrinkled dress shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to reveal strong forearms dusted with what looked like graphite smudges. His burgundy tie hung loose around his neck, and his black hair had the disheveled look of someone who'd been running their fingers through it in frustration. In his hands, he clutched an architectural model, its tiny candy-themed elements precisely crafted. "I'm Isabella," I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice sounded despite the surreal situation. "And you are?" "Theo," he replied, offering a warm smile that made something flutter in my chest. "I was just working on designs for a candy-themed amusement park when I must have dozed off. The client wants something whimsical but profitable, whatever that means." His gentle, self-deprecating laugh sparked something in me, a recognition of another soul trapped between creativity and commerce. Before I could respond, the air shimmered like heat waves over warm caramel, and a small figure waddled toward us. It was a gingerbread person, complete with perfectly piped frosting buttons and a hat crafted from a perfectly formed gumdrop. The scent of ginger and molasses wafted around us as it moved. "Welcome to Sugarvale," the cookie announced in a voice that reminded me of warm honey drizzled over fresh scones. "You've been chosen for a very special adventure." The frosting forming its mouth moved as naturally as any human's, though the physics of this should have been impossible. The gingerbread guide explained that we needed to complete a series of challenges to find our way home. As Theo and I exchanged glances, I saw my mix of anxiety and excitement reflected in his eyes. Neither of us seemed entirely convinced this wasn't some sort of shared hallucination. But what choice did we have? Our first challenge brought us to Peppermint Valley, where candy cane trees grew in mesmerizing spiral patterns, their red stripes gleaming like fresh paint. We raced down the slopes on sleds made of crystallized peppermint, the sharp menthol scent filling our lungs with each breath. I hadn't felt such pure joy since I was a child, especially when Theo's sled spun out of control and landed in a snowbank of powdered sugar. He emerged laughing, the white powder dusting his dark hair and eyelashes like the world's sweetest snowfall. The Caramel Canyon tested our courage and creativity. A river of bubbling butterscotch flowed far below, releasing waves of buttery warmth that made my mouth water. The existing licorice rope bridge had gaps that needed repair, and this is where Theo's architectural expertise truly shone. He carefully constructed new sections from pulled caramel, his hands moving with the same precision I recognized from my own work with sugar. "Trust me," he said, holding out his hand as we crossed. His palm felt warm against mine, slightly rough with calluses that spoke of hands-on work, despite his professional appearance. I did trust him, and not just because we were suspended above a river of molten candy. There was something in his eyes that spoke of dependability, of someone who understood the importance of both dreams and details. The gumdrop gardens presented a different kind of challenge. with massive fruit-flavored tiles that needed to be rotated to create safe paths. Each tile released its scent when touched: grape, cherry, orange, lime, creating an ever-changing symphony of fruit flavors. Theo's logical mind complemented my intuitive approach perfectly. While he analyzed patterns, I followed the scents that we hoped would lead toward our goal. When we finally reached the center, we collapsed onto a bench made of compressed jelly beans, breathless and giddy. The bench slowly molded to our shapes, providing surprisingly comfortable support. The air was perfumed with subtle floral notes: rose, violet, and lavender, offering a gentle respite from the intense fruit flavors of the maze. "You know," Theo said softly, his shoulder pressed warmly against mine, "I haven't felt this alive in years. My firm keeps pushing me to design more practical, efficient buildings. Glass boxes and steel frames. I'd forgotten how much I love creating spaces that spark joy." I understood completely. My bakery started as a dream to make people happy through desserts. Now it's all about Instagram-worthy designs and celebrity clients. I can't remember the last time I baked something just because it made me smile. The admission felt like pulling a thorn from my heart, one I hadn't even known was there. As we progressed through more challenges, our connection deepened. Theo showed me how to build structurally sound towers from tempered chocolate blocks, while I taught him the secret to crafting perfect spun sugar decorations. We shared stories of our lives, his childhood spent building elaborate structures from anything he could find, my grandmother's kitchen where I first learned to bake. Each challenge brought us closer until the simple brush of his hand against mine sent sparks through my entire body. The licorice mountain loomed before us, its black surface gleaming like polished obsidian. We needed to reach its peak, but the twisting paths seemed impossible to navigate. Together, we crafted a ladder from giant lollipops, their swirled surfaces providing surprisingly stable footing. We supported one another both physically and emotionally as we climbed, sharing encouragement and strength. At the summit, exhausted but triumphant, Theo pulled me close. The wind carried the scent of wild berries and possibility. When our lips met, the kiss tasted of adventure and hope, and something uniquely us. His arms around me felt like coming home, even in this strange candy wonderland. Finally, we reached the Sugar Palace, its crystalline walls refracting rainbow lights that danced across our skin. The structure defied physics with delicate spun sugar supports that held up massive panels of clear crystal candy. But our awe turned to despair when the gingerbread guide revealed a cruel twist. Only one of us could return home. The thought of leaving this world without Theo was too much to bear, but so was the idea of him sacrificing his life for me. "You have to go," Theo insisted, his eyes shining with unshed tears. "Your bakery needs you, and your staff depends on you for their livelihoods." I shook my head fiercely. "No, you should go. You have clients depending on you, projects that need to be completed." The words felt hollow even as I spoke them, knowing that neither of our careers mattered as much as what we'd found together. We argued back and forth, each trying to sacrifice our chance for the other. At that moment, I realized I'd fallen completely in love with this kind, creative man who approached every challenge with both logic and wonder. He saw the world as I did, a place where magic and practicality coexisted. The palace walls shimmered like caramelized sugar, and our guide reappeared with a knowing smile that crinkled the frosting around its eyes. "The final test was never about choosing who returns," they explained, their voice warm with approval. "It was about discovering what matters most. Love is the greatest magic of all." The walls dissolved in a shower of sparkles that tasted like spun sugar and starlight, and I felt myself falling. I woke up at my workbench, my heart heavy with the fading memory of a dream. But as I lifted my head, something impossible met my eyes. Across from me sat Theo, blinking awake in confusion. Between us was a plate of perfectly formed macaroons in pastel colors, each one decorated with tiny designs that matched the challenges we'd faced. A note written in a sparkling golden script read, "Love is the sweetest adventure." 1 year later, our bakery, Sugarvale, is thriving. We create desserts that bring joy and wonder to everyone who visits, though none are quite as magical as the world where we fell in love. Our signature collection features candies and pastries inspired by our journey, Peppermint Valley swirl cookies, caramel canyon bars, and our most popular item, cotton candy Cloud 9, a delicate confection that dissolves on the tongue, just like those first flowers I tasted in the meadow. Sometimes, late at night as we're cleaning up, Theo pulls me into a dance among the display cases. As we twirl past our creations, I swear I catch the scent of cotton candy flowers and hear the distant laughter of a gingerbread guide. In these moments, I'm reminded that the sweetest dreams aren't the ones we have while sleeping. They're the ones we build together, one loving moment at a time. Every now and then, a customer will comment on the unusual warmth and joy they feel in our shop. Theo and I just share a secret smile, knowing that we've managed to bring a little bit of Sugarvale's magic into the real world, not through any supernatural means, but through the simple power of two people who remembered how to dream. The scent of gardenias and rain-soaked earth fills my lungs as I step into my backyard, drawn to Mama's ancient magnolia tree. Its leaves rustle like whispered secrets in the twilight breeze, dark branches stretching toward a pearl-white moon. My work boots sink slightly into the damp grass, still soft from the afternoon shower that left everything gleaming and fresh. My fingers tremble as I touch the letter in my apron pocket, Micah's acceptance to Vanderbilt University. The heavy cream paper feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds, though it's barely heavier than the morning dove feather I found this morning while sweeping the shop. Pride and fear wage war in my chest. Pride for my brilliant boy who's worked so hard. Fear because the numbers in my ledger keep bleeding red. The evening air carries the sweet perfume of the roses I'd arranged earlier at Richardson's Flowers and Gifts, my little shop on Main Street. Today I'd created 3 wedding bouquets, each petal placed with precision, while my mind wandered to the stack of unpaid bills waiting at home. The final notice from the electric company glares at me in particularly angry red letters. $487.32 past due. Micah's voice drifts through his open bedroom window, his warm tenor mixing with the chirp of crickets as he practices his violin. The same instrument his grandmother left him, the one he's played every evening since he was 7. Now, at 18, he creates music that makes even the mockingbirds pause to listen. A cool breeze stirs my hair, carrying an impossibly familiar scent. Honey and jasmine, Mama's signature perfume. My heart skips a beat. I haven't smelled that particular combination since she passed 5 years ago. But it wraps around me now like one of her Sunday morning hugs, warm and real enough to bring tears to my eyes. That's when I see it, a single magnolia blossom high in the branches, glowing with a soft golden light that pulses like a gentle heartbeat. It shouldn't be possible. Magnolias don't bloom in autumn, and they certainly don't glow like captured starlight. Yet there it is, beckoning to me with an otherworldly radiance. My hands move of their own accord, reaching upward. The rough bark of the tree scrapes against my palms as I stretch toward the blossom. As my fingers brush its velvet soft petals, warmth surges through me like summer sunshine. And Mama's voice echoes in my memory. Love grows in its own time, sweet girl. Trust in the magic that runs in our blood. The blossom comes away easily, its petals impossibly warm and alive in my palm. Golden light spills between my fingers like honey, and the air fills with the scent of summer mornings and childhood memories. I remember Mama telling stories about our family's magnolia tree, how it had been planted by my great-great-grandmother, how it bloomed with magic for those who needed it most, but only if their hearts remained open to love's possibilities. Morning arrives with the taste of possibility in the air. Sunlight streams through the shop windows, catching dust motes that dance like tiny stars as I position the mysterious magnolia blossom in my grandmother's crystal vase. Its glow has faded, but the petals retain an unusual iridescence, like mother of pearl in certain lights. The bell above the door chimes, and I look up to find a stranger studying my latest window display. He's tall, with silver threading his dark hair and laugh lines etched around kind eyes. His charcoal suit speaks of city sophistication, but his rolled-up sleeves and loosened tie suggest comfort with getting his hands dirty. "I'm James Sullivan," he introduces himself, his voice warm like aged bourbon. "I'm a wedding planner from Nashville, and I couldn't help but notice your work. There's something extraordinary about your arrangements." His eyes linger on a cascade of wildflowers I'd finished that morning. Queen Anne's lace dancing with purple coneflowers and black-eyed Susans, all tied together with sprigs of wild mint that fill the air with their clean, sharp scent. "I have a client in Memphis," he continues. "Old money, very particular. They want something unique for their daughter's wedding, something that tells a story. Would you be interested in creating their arrangements?" My pulse quickens at the opportunity, but practicality wars with hope. Memphis is quite a distance. "I'll handle all the logistics," he assures me, his smile reaching his eyes. "I just need your artistic touch." That evening, as I tell Micah about the opportunity over his favorite meal of chicken and dumplings, my grandmother's recipe, he reaches into his worn backpack for a notebook and pulls out a forgotten scholarship application instead. "Mom, this is weird," he says, his brow furrowed. "I could have sworn I submitted this months ago. It's for the Wilson Foundation grant. The deadline is tomorrow." The coincidence sends a shiver down my spine, and I think of the glowing magnolia blossom. The following weeks unfold like a time lapse of a garden blooming. The Memphis wedding becomes a showcase for my work, leading to 3 more high-profile events. My phone rings with inquiries from Nashville socialites and Memphis aristocrats. Each arrangement I create seems to carry a hint of magic. Flowers staying fresh longer than they should, colors appearing more vibrant than nature typically allows. James visits regularly, ostensibly to discuss business. But our conversations meander like garden paths, touching on personal grounds. He tells me about losing his wife Rebecca to cancer 5 years ago, and about raising their daughter Emma alone. I share stories about Micah, about Mama, about my dreams of expanding the shop. One evening, as golden hour paints the shop in honey-colored light, we reach for the same spool of copper ribbon. Our fingers touch, and that same warm current I felt from the magnolia blossom courses through me like summer lightning. Neither of us pulls away. "Ava," he says softly, his voice barely louder than the humming of the ceiling fan. "I haven't felt this way since Rebecca. I know it might be too soon, but there's something here that feels like coming home." "It's not too soon," I whisper, the truth of it settling in my bones like the first warm day of spring. That night, the magnolia tree blooms again, a single perfect flower glowing like captured moonlight. As I reach for it, an envelope flutters down from the branches like a fallen leaf. Inside is a letter from Vanderbilt University, announcing an anonymous donation, a full scholarship in Micah's name. The paper trembles in my hands as tears blur my vision. Through them, I watch in wonder as more blossoms open on the magnolia tree, each one shining with its own inner light, turning our backyard into a constellation of earthbound stars. The crunch of gravel announces James's arrival. He'd followed me home, concerned when he saw me rush out of the shop. Now he stands beside me, his sharp intake of breath telling me he sees the impossible beauty before us. "It's magical," he breathes with wonder in his voice. "It is magic," I tell him. And for the first time, I share the story of our family's enchanted tree. He listens without judgment, his hand finding mine in the darkness, his thumb tracing gentle circles on my palm. "I believe it," he says simply. "I've felt it since the first day I walked into your shop. There's magic in the way you arrange flowers, in how you love your son, in the way you've opened your heart to me." The back door creaks and Micah steps out, violin in hand. He takes in our joined hands, the glowing tree, and the letter I'm still clutching. A smile spreads across his face, not the careful one he's worn since his father left, but one full of joy and possibility. He lifts his violin to his shoulder and begins to play. The sweet notes of amazing grace float into the night air, weaving through the branches of the magnolia tree like ribbons of sound. The glowing blossoms pulse in time with the music, creating a symphony of light and melody that fills our small backyard with magic. The three of us stand together beneath the luminous canopy, and I feel the truth of what Mama always said. The greatest magic comes from love freely given and received, from hearts brave enough to bloom again after winter's frost. Later that night, as I prepare for bed, I find one final magnolia blossom on my windowsill. As I lift it, it dissolves into sparks of golden light that swirl around me like fireflies before fading away. But its message remains clear in my heart. Everything blooms in its own perfect time, and love, like flowers, returns with each new season. Micah leaves for Vanderbilt in the fall, his dreams intact and his future bright. James and I continue to nurture our relationship, letting it grow naturally like a well-tended garden. My shop flourishes, filled with the sweet scent of success and the warm buzz of happy customers. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when the light turns golden and the air grows soft, I sit beneath the magnolia tree. It looks ordinary now, its branches bare of any magical blossoms. But I know its secret, that the real magic was never in the tree itself, but in the love it helped me recognize. The fierce love I have for my son, the tender love growing between James and me, and the eternal love that connects all of us to something larger than ourselves. The tree doesn't need to glow anymore to remind me of its lessons. I see them everywhere, in the way morning light catches the dew on rose petals, in the sound of Micah's laughter through the phone as he tells me about his classes, in the gentle way James touches my cheek when he kisses me goodnight. Love, I've learned, is like my mama's magnolia tree. It roots deep, reaches high, and blooms most beautifully when we trust in its power to transform our lives. Each evening now, as I lock up the shop and head home, I catch the faint scent of honey and jasmine on the breeze. I smile, knowing that some magic never fades. It just changes form, blooming again and again in the garden of our hearts, as eternal and ever-changing as the seasons themselves. Candlelight danced across the marble floors of London's most prestigious ballroom, casting golden shadows that matched the shimmering champagne in crystal flutes. I stood at the edge of the crowd, my silk gown rustling softly with each breath, watching the swirl of couples moving to the gentle strains of a waltz. The air was thick with the scent of roses and orange blossoms, brought in by the cartload to decorate the Hartley's annual spring ball. Mother had outdone herself with my presentation this season. The pale blue silk of my gown caught the light perfectly, its silver embroidery glinting like frost on morning flowers. My dark curls were arranged in the latest fashion, with tiny diamond pins that sparkled like stars against the deep brown waves. At 18, I was considered the crown jewel of this year's debutantes, though the thought brought me little joy. I knew what it meant. An endless parade of suitors, each more concerned with my dowry than my heart. The season had already brought forth a dozen proposals, each more calculated than the last. Lord Pembroke with his aging estate and mountain of debt. The young Duke of Ashworth, barely 16 and pushed forward by his ambitious mother. Even my childhood friend Thomas had tried his hand, though we both knew there was no spark between us. "You look utterly bored, my lady," The voice carried the hint of a smile, rich and warm like honey. I turned to find myself staring into the most remarkable pair of green eyes I'd ever seen. Nicholas Owensby stood before me, the notorious charmer of London society. His dark hair fell in perfect waves, and his evening clothes were immaculate. A perfectly tailored black coat that emphasized his broad shoulders, a crisp white cravat, and a subtle gold pin that winked in the candlelight. But it was his smile that caught and held my attention. Crooked and genuine, nothing like the practiced simpers of other gentlemen. "I assure you, sir, I am perfectly entertained by my own thoughts," I replied, lifting my chin slightly. His reputation preceded him. A different lady on his arm at every ball, a trail of broken hearts in his wake. Just last week, I'd overheard Lady Winterbourne warning her daughter away from his dangerous charms. He laughed, the sound rich and unexpected. Lady Caroline Bentley, defending the excitement of standing alone in a corner. I must hear these fascinating thoughts of yours. The orchestra began a new piece, Mozart, one of my favorites, and he extended his hand. "Dance with me?" I hesitated, but something in his eyes made me place my gloved hand in his. As he led me onto the floor, I felt the eyes of the entire room upon us. The music began, and we moved together as if we'd danced 1,000 times before. His hand at my waist was steady and sure, his touch sending warmth spreading through my entire body. "Your thoughts, my lady," he prompted, guiding me through a turn with effortless grace. "I was thinking how tedious it is to be paraded about like a prize mare at auction," I admitted, surprising myself with my honesty. "Each potential buyer examining my teeth and checking my pedigree." His eyes widened slightly, then crinkled at the corners. Refreshingly direct. And here I thought you were the perfect society miss. Perfect is rather dull, don't you think? The dance continued, but something had shifted. Our conversation flowed effortlessly, ranging from books to art to travel. He was surprisingly well read, challenging my opinions on Byron with clever observations that made me laugh despite myself. When he spoke of his travels in Italy, his eyes lit up with genuine passion that made my heart flutter. "You should see Venice in the moonlight," he said, his voice dropping low. "The canals turn to ribbons of silver, and the whole city feels like a dream." "You make it sound magical," I whispered, lost in the picture he painted. "Everything can be magical if you look at it the right way." His hand tightened slightly on my waist, and I realized how close we'd drawn together, closer than propriety strictly allowed. When the music ended, I found I didn't want to let go of his hand. He seemed equally reluctant to release me, his fingers lingering against mine as he bowed. That night marked the beginning of what seemed like a dream. At every social gathering, Nicholas sought me out. We would find quiet corners to discuss everything and nothing, our conversations punctuated by lingering looks and brief touches that set my heart racing. He showed me a London I'd never known, secret gardens hidden between townhouses, tiny bookshops with treasures in their dusty corners, and quiet moments that belonged only to us. One afternoon, he took me to a hidden courtyard garden he'd discovered. Roses climbed the ancient walls, their pink and white blooms nodding in the gentle breeze. We sat on a stone bench, reading poetry together, his shoulder pressed warm against mine. "She walks in beauty, like the night," he quoted softly, but his eyes weren't on the book. They were on me, intense and full of something that made my breath catch. "Of cloudless climes and starry skies," I finished, my voice barely a whisper. His hand found mine, his thumb tracing circles on my palm through my thin glove. The touch sent shivers up my arm, and I knew I was falling deeply, irrevocably in love with him. I knew what people whispered behind their fans, that I was just another conquest for the notorious Mr. Owensby. But when he looked at me, I saw something different in his eyes. Something real. Something that made me believe in magic and true love and all the things I'd dismissed as girlish fantasies. Until the night of the Hartley's summer ball. I had arrived late, having spent too long choosing the perfect gown, deep emerald silk that made my eyes sparkle and my skin glow like moonlight. The ballroom was crowded, and I searched for Nicholas among the dancers. When I didn't see him, I made my way to the terrace for air. That's when I heard her laugh, musical and intimate, followed by his unmistakable voice. I turned the corner to find Nicholas pressed close to Lady Penelope Howard, his hand cupping her cheek as she gazed up at him adoringly. Her golden hair gleamed in the moonlight, and her beauty made my heart sink. "You know you're the only one who truly understands me," he murmured, and my world shattered. I fled before either could see me, but the image was burned into my mind. How foolish I'd been to think I was different, special. I was just another in his long line of conquests, another notch in his belt of broken hearts. The next morning, I convinced my parents to let me retire to our country estate in Derbyshire. I claimed the London air disagreed with me, that I needed rest. In truth, I needed to escape the whispers, the pitying looks, and most of all, the chance of seeing Nicholas again. The countryside welcomed me with open arms. Spring was in full bloom, painting the rolling hills in vibrant greens and soft purples. I threw myself into managing the estate, learning everything I could from our steward. The physical work in the gardens helped ease the ache in my heart, and slowly, I began to feel like myself again. I spent my days in the rose garden my mother had planted years ago, pruning and tending the delicate blooms. Something was healing in nurturing beauty, in watching life unfold according to its own gentle rhythm. The roses didn't care about society's expectations or broken hearts. They simply grew, bloomed, and shared their beauty with the world. But peace was not to be mine for long. One misty morning, as I walked through the rose garden, I heard hoofbeats on the gravel drive. My heart stopped when I saw Nicholas dismounting, looking travel-worn but determined. His clothes were dusty from the road, his cravat slightly askew, so different from his usual immaculate appearance. He carried something small in his hand that caught the early morning light. "Caroline," he called out, his voice carrying across the garden. "Please, let me explain." I turned to leave, but his next words froze me in place. "What you saw that night, it wasn't what you think." Lady Penelope was distraught over her brother's illness. I was comforting an old friend, nothing more. I've been a fool in many ways, but never about my feelings for you. I faced him slowly, steeling myself against the sight of him. But what I saw made me pause. Gone was the polished dandy of London society. This Nicholas looked raw and vulnerable, his eyes shadowed with lack of sleep. There was an earnestness in his expression I'd never seen before. "Why are you here?" I asked, proud that my voice remained steady. He opened his hand, revealing an ancient ring. The gold was worn smooth with age, set with a stone that seemed to hold starlight within its depths. As the morning light touched it, colors swirled in its heart like the northern lights I'd read about in books. "This belonged to my grandmother," he said softly. "There's a story in my family about it, that it was blessed by a wise woman centuries ago, enchanted to reveal true love. It shows the bearer's heart's desire, but only if that love is pure and unselfish." As he spoke, the stone began to glow with a soft, warm light. Inside its depths, I saw images forming. Nicholas and me in the bookshop, laughing over Byron. The two of us walking in the secret garden, his jacket around my shoulders against the evening chill. Every genuine moment we'd shared. But I also saw moments I hadn't witnessed. Nicholas pacing his study late at night, writing and discarding letter after letter to me. Him questioning his past choices, realizing how empty his life had been before we met. "I've changed, Caroline," he continued, taking a step closer. His familiar scent, sandalwood and leather, wrapped around me, bringing back a flood of memories. The man I was before, the one who flirted and played at love, he died the moment I met you. You showed me what real connection means, what it is to truly see someone and be seen in return. The ring pulsed brighter, and I felt a warmth spread through me, like sunshine after rain. Magic tingled in the air around us, ancient and powerful. The roses seemed to lean closer, their perfume intensifying as if nature itself held its breath to witness this moment. "I don't expect you to forgive me immediately," Nicholas continued, reaching for my hand but stopping just short of touching me. "But I'm asking for a chance to prove myself, to show you the man I've become, the man you helped me become." The morning mist swirled around us, touched with golden light. In that moment, I felt something shift in the air, as if fate itself held its breath. The magic of the ring seemed to hum, a melody that matched the beating of my heart. "How do I know this isn't just another pretty speech?" I whispered, even as something deep within me recognized the truth in his words. He held out the ring. "See for yourself." With trembling fingers, I took it. The moment it touched my skin, the world around us changed. The garden blurred, and I saw visions in the stone. Nicholas spending weeks researching his family history to find the ring. His sleepless nights after I left London. The truth of that evening with Lady Penelope. I saw him comforting her as she wept over her brother's worsening condition. Saw how he thought of me even in that moment, wishing he could share his own experiences of losing a sibling young. But more than that, I saw his heart laid bare before me. The love there was real, profound, and transformative. I saw how meeting me had awakened something in him he'd never known was sleeping. A desire for depth, for meaning, for a love that could last beyond a single dance or stolen kiss. The visions faded, leaving us standing in the misty garden, changed by what we'd seen. Nicholas reached for my hand again, and this time I let him take it. His touch was gentle and reverent, as if he held something infinitely precious. "I love you, Caroline Bentley," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Not for your beauty or your status, but for your brilliant mind, your kind heart, and the way you challenge me to be better. I love you for the person you are when no one else is watching. The woman who reads Byron in the garden and dreams of more than society's expectations." Tears blurred my vision as I looked up at him. The morning sun broke through the mist, surrounding us in a golden glow. The ring warmed in my palm, its magic pulsing like a heartbeat. "I love you too," I whispered, the words carrying the weight of truth. "The real you, not the mask you wore in London." He pulled me close, one hand cupping my face as the other wrapped around my waist. When our lips met, the ring's magic surged around us. Golden light spiraled upward, surrounding us in a shower of sparks that felt like falling stars. The roses burst into sudden bloom, their petals opening to release waves of heavenly fragrance. At that moment, I understood what the old legend meant. True love wasn't just about passion or romance, but about seeing and accepting someone completely, flaws and all. Nicholas slipped the ring onto my finger, where it fit perfectly as if it had been waiting for this moment throughout the centuries. The stone settled into a gentle glow, a constant reminder of the magic that had brought us together, and the love that would keep us that way. "Tell me more about Venice," I said softly, leaning into his embrace. His smile was radiant as he held me close. "I'll do better than that. I'll take you there. We'll watch the moonlight on the canals together, and I'll show you all the magic I promised. As we walked through the garden together, planning our future, I realized that sometimes the greatest magic isn't in enchanted rings or ancient legends, but in the simple courage it takes to open your heart and trust again. Nicholas had proven that love, when real and true, has the power to transform not just the heart, but the very soul. And so began our new chapter, written not in the glittering ballrooms of London, but in the quiet moments we shared, in the gentle magic of everyday love, and in the promise of a future filled with all the adventures we would face together. The ring on my finger glowed softly, a reminder that some promises, once made with a pure heart, become the most powerful magic of all. In the years that followed, we often returned to that rose garden where we found our way back to one another. Each visit, the roses seemed to bloom a little brighter, their perfume a little sweeter, as if blessed by the magic of that morning. And though we traveled the world together, seeing all the wonders Nicholas had promised, we always knew that the greatest magic was the love we shared. A love that, like the enchanted ring, would shine brighter with each passing year. The first time I saw one of Cale's ice sculptures come alive beneath the moonlight, time itself stood still. The crystalline wolf padded across the snow-covered square, its transparent form catching the silvery light like 1,000 diamonds scattered across moving glass. Each step left delicate prints in the fresh powder, prints that sparkled with an inner luminescence. Its movements were fluid, graceful, impossibly real for something carved from winter itself. The air around it shimmered with magic, carrying the crisp scent of pine and fresh snow. I had arrived in the remote town of Winter Haven just days before, seeking inspiration for my photography among its snow-laden pines and frost-kissed mountains. The journey here had been long, a series of increasingly smaller plains, and finally a bus that wound through narrow mountain passes until the world became white and wild. The locals spoke of their mysterious sculptor in hushed, reverent tones, their eyes always drifting to the mountains that cupped the town like protective hands. But nothing could have prepared me for the magic I witnessed that night. The wolf turned its head toward me, ice-blue eyes meeting mine across the empty square. They held an intelligence that sent shivers down my spine. Not from cold, but from the raw power I sensed within. Behind it stood its creator, a tall man wrapped in layers of dark wool, his face half hidden by a thick scarf. Even at a distance, I felt the weight of his gaze, heavy as storm clouds before snow. My fingers clutched my camera, but I couldn't bring myself to raise it. Some moments weren't meant to be captured, only experienced. Beautiful, isn't it? An elderly woman appeared beside me, her voice warm as mulled cider on a winter's night. Silver hair escaped from beneath her knitted cap, and her eyes twinkled with knowing. Kyle's gifts bring light to our darkest nights. How does he do it? I whispered, unable to look away as the wolf dissolved into mist, carried away on the winter wind. The air where it had stood still sparkled with tiny ice crystals that danced in the moonlight. Magic has its price, dear. She patted my arm. Some say it cost him his heart, but perhaps... She gave me a considering look that made my cheeks warm despite the cold. Perhaps that's why you're here. I'm Celine Winters. Yes, the irony of my name isn't lost on me. And I've spent my life chasing beautiful things through my camera lens. From the northern lights in Alaska to fire dancers in Hawaii, I've documented magic in all its forms. But standing there in that square, watching the sculptor disappear into the shadows, I knew I had found something beyond mere beauty. I had stumbled upon a mystery that would change everything. The next morning, I found Cale's workshop at the edge of town, a converted barn with walls of weathered wood and windows that sparkled with frost patterns more intricate than any lace. The snow around it lay pristine and untouched, as if nature itself respected this space enough to tread softly. My knock echoed in the still winter air, accompanied by the distant call of ravens. When he opened the door, the scarf was gone, revealing a face that seemed carved from the same ice he worked with, all sharp angles and cold beauty. A scar traced his jaw like a frozen tear, silver white against his skin. His eyes, gray as winter storms, widened slightly at the sight of me. "We're closed to visitors," he said, his voice rough with disuse but carrying notes that made my heart stutter like snowflakes falling. I held up my camera, forcing myself to maintain eye contact, despite the intensity of his gaze. "I'm not here as a visitor. I'm a photographer, and I'd like to document your work." Something flickered in those storm cloud eyes. Interest, perhaps, or warning. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of pine and something else, something wild and winter sharp that seemed to emanate from him. My sculptures don't survive the lens. They're meant to be experienced, not captured. Then let me experience them. Let me understand how you create such magic. I stepped closer, drawn by something I couldn't name. I've photographed wonders all over the world, but I've never seen anything like what you do. His laugh held no warmth, but it sent sparks through my blood nonetheless. "You wouldn't understand. No one does. Try me." That challenge hung between us like frost in the air, delicate and dangerous. Finally, he stepped back, opening the door wider. "Your funeral," he said, but I caught the faintest quirk of his lips, gone quick as a snowflake melting. The workshop interior stole my breath again. Sculptures in various stages of completion filled the space. Dancers frozen mid-pirouette, their faces serene and expectant. Birds caught between heartbeats, wings spread in eternal flight. Wolves waiting for moonlight to grant them movement. The air held an otherworldly chill that sank beneath my skin, but it wasn't entirely unpleasant. It felt alive, electric with possibility. "You can watch," Kyle said, moving to a half-formed piece in the center. Light from the high windows caught in his dark hair, highlighting strands of silver that seemed too young for his face. "But don't touch anything, and don't ask questions." I nodded, finding a corner where I could observe without intruding. His hands moved with impossible precision as he worked, chips of ice falling like stars. The only sounds were the whisper of his tools against the ice and our breathing, which synced without either of us noticing. Hours passed, and I watched his creation take shape. A phoenix, its wings swept back in defiance of gravity, its tail feathers detailed down to the smallest crystalline barb. As dusk approached, he finally spoke again, his voice softer than before. "You should go. It's not safe here after dark." "Because that's when they come alive?" I stood, flexing fingers stiff from cold and stillness. His hand stilled on the sculpture. "Because that's when the curse is strongest." "What curse?" He turned, and the sorrow in his eyes made my heart ache. In the fading light, his face held shadows deep as glacier crevasses. "The one that lets me create beauty but never touch it. Never feel warmth again." His fingers traced the scar on his jaw, and I longed to replace them with my own. "You should leave, Celine, before you freeze too." The way he said my name, like it was made of blown glass, something precious and fragile, should have warned me away. Instead, it drew me closer. I couldn't leave. Not when I saw how the loneliness had carved him hollow, like the ice sculptures he brought to life each night. Over the next weeks, I returned each day, watching him work, learning the language of his silence. Sometimes he would tell me fragments of stories, about learning his craft from his grandmother, about traveling the world studying ice artistry, about the night everything changed. Our relationship evolved like ice forming on a lake, gradually, then all at once. Each day, I noticed new things. how his hands moved like he was conducting music only he could hear, how his rare smiles transformed his entire face, how he would position himself between me and the door when his sculptures grew restless, always protecting even as he pushed away. "I tried to create something that would last," he said one evening as we watched the sun sink behind the mountains. The light painted the snow in shades of rose and gold, and his profile against it made my fingers itch for my camera. Something permanent in a medium meant to be temporary. I thought I could defy nature itself. His laugh was bitter as wind through bare branches. Nature had other ideas. The curse had frozen his heart, binding his soul to the ice. His creations could live, but only in darkness, and only until dawn stole them away. Each sculpture took a piece of his warmth, his humanity, until he became as cold as his art. "But you still create," I said, reaching for his hand. He pulled away before I could touch him, but slower than before, as if it cost him more each time. "It's all I have left." I wanted to tell him he was wrong, that he had me now, that he didn't have to face the cold alone, that I saw how he watched me when he thought I wasn't looking, with a hunger that had nothing to do with ice or magic, that I felt the same pull, growing stronger with each passing day. But that night, everything changed. It began with the phoenix, his masterpiece, weeks in the making. As moonlight touched it, the ice bird spread its wings of frost and fire. But something was different. The magic felt wrong, wild, uncontrolled. More sculptures awakened, their movements jerky and aggressive. Ice spread from their feet, crawling across the ground like living frost, crackling as it grew. "No," Cale whispered, and the fear in his voice made my blood run cold. "It's happening again." The temperature plummeted. The windows frosted over in seconds, each ice crystal blooming like stop-motion flowers. The phoenix screamed, a sound like breaking glaciers, and ice exploded outward. I threw myself behind a workbench as shards filled the air, sharp enough to cut. "Celine," Cale's voice cut through the chaos. "You have to get out. Not without you." I fought my way to his side, ignoring the ice that bit at my exposed skin. Each breath burned in my lungs, and my tears froze before they could fall. "Tell me how to help." "You can't. The curse." "To hell with the curse." I grabbed his face between my hands. His skin burned with cold, but I held on. Frost immediately began spreading from where we touched, climbing my arms like delicate vines. "You're not alone anymore, Cale. Let me in." For a moment, the storm of ice and magic raged around us. Then his hands covered mine, and I felt something crack. Not ice, but the walls he'd built around his heart. His eyes met mine, and for the first time, I saw fear there. Not of the magic, but of losing me. "The curse can only be broken by sacrifice," he said, his voice raw with emotion. "A willing exchange of warmth for cold. But Celine..." His thumbs brushed my cheeks, leaving trails of frost that tingled rather than burned. "I can't ask that of you." I understood then. All those years ago, he had given his warmth to his art, attempting to make it permanent. Now someone had to give their warmth to him, to make him human again. The choice was simple. "Take it," I whispered, leaning closer until our breath mingled in the frigid air. "Take my warmth. It could kill you." His voice broke on the last word. "Or it could save us both." The kiss was like touching winter itself, sharp, shocking, beautiful. I felt the cold rush into me as my warmth flowed into him. Ice crystals formed on my lashes, in my hair, on my skin. But underneath the cold, I felt his heart beginning to beat again, warm and human and alive. His lips softened against mine, and his arms pulled me closer, desperate and gentle all at once. The magic shifted, rebalanced. Around us, The savage ice sculptures stilled, their wild energy calming. The phoenix dissolved into gentle snowfall that sparkled like diamond dust in the moonlight. When we finally broke apart, I saw tears freezing on Kale's cheeks, but his eyes held warmth I had never seen before, and his skin no longer burned with cold. "You're freezing," he said, touching my face with hands that now felt wonderfully, humanly warm. I smiled, despite the cold that had settled in my bones. "Only a little. We'll have to share your warmth." And we did. The curse wasn't broken entirely. Magic never disappears completely, but it was transformed. Now Kale's sculptures come alive under moonlight with gentle grace, dancing through the winter nights before returning to sleep at dawn. And if the town's photographer sometimes seems to sparkle with frost in certain lights, if her photographs capture impossible moments of magic that shouldn't show up on film, well, magic always leaves its mark on those who embrace it. We learn to balance the warm and cold between us, like summer and winter meeting in an endless dance. His art still brings joy to the town, but now it comes from a place of love rather than loneliness. And on the coldest nights, when we watch his creations dance beneath the moon, I remember that some things are worth getting a little frozen for. Every morning, I wake to find frost patterns on our windows, his way of saying good morning, each one unique as a kiss. Every evening I catch him watching me with wonder, as if he still can't believe I chose to share his winter world. And every night, we create our own magic, warming each other's souls in ways that no curse could ever touch. They say love thaws the coldest hearts, but sometimes love is learning to dance with the frost, to find beauty in the delicate balance between warm and cold, permanent and fleeting, mortal and magical. Sometimes love is choosing to stay even when the ice starts to creep in. I wouldn't have it any other way.